It all kicks off at Sakura Makoto's school. One day he's called in and straight up told he's expelled. Weirdly, he doesn't seem upset at all. Instead, he just grins like it's no big deal. Everyone around him starts whispering. Some think he's badass, others say he's a menace who beat up a bunch of students. But in Sakura's head, he's like, say whatever, I was just trying to break up some bullying. Of course, things escalated, punches were thrown, and somehow he was the one blamed. Why? The bully he tried to stop just happened to be the son of the student council's head honcho. So yeah, he got the boot. As he's leaving, guess who's outside waiting? The same jerk. He throws out a smug comment about Sakura getting kicked out. Sakura doesn't even bother replying, just walks past him. That clearly ticks the guy off, so he kicks Sakura from behind, then starts rambling about how Sakura should know his place and stop acting like a hero when he's just some background extra. Back at home, things don't get any better. His parents explode on him, his mom's upset, his dad's yelling at both her and Sakura. They're all blaming each other, but mostly him. He finally snaps, storms out, and when his dad tries to stop him, Sakura throws back, "What's the point? You're all just blaming me anyway." He ends up alone on a bridge, lost in thought. He's thinking about how adults never talk straight, how society's all about fake rules and expectations. None of it makes sense to him. All he wants is to live freely, no nonsense. That's when something catches his eye. A weird new building across the way. He doesn't recognize it, and even stranger, there are a bunch of others just like it. He's trying to figure out what's going on when the ground starts to shake. Not just a little, like a mini earthquake. When it stops, he turns around, and there's another building behind him, one that wasn't there a second ago. He spots stairs leading down inside and gets curious, checks online, and turns out people everywhere are talking about it. These places are being called dungeons. No one knows where they came from, just boom, suddenly there. Excited for something different, maybe even a little adventure, Sakura heads in. Around that same time, news reports start buzzing. Earthquakes, lots of them, hitting all over the globe around 6 p.m. Japan time. No epicenter, just tremors. And then these strange buildings showing up everywhere. Some people had already gone inside and, well, it didn't go great. Monsters, attacks, even deaths. The government's scrambling. They plan to send in teams, maybe evacuate nearby areas. Reporters are warning everyone to stay far away. But Sakura? He's already made up his mind. He's going in. Back inside the dungeon, Sakura was looking around, totally amazed by how weirdly cool the place felt. Out of nowhere, a voice echoed. It said something about a level system starting up. He looked around, trying to figure out where the voice was coming from, kind of puzzled, but curious. Then the voice explained, if he just said status open, it'd show stuff like his current stats, what he had with him, and any magical gear. That made Sakura light up. It felt just like a video game. So of course, he shouted, status open. The info popped up and, well, his stats were super low. The system started explaining more, but Sakura cut it off, saying he already understood the basics. The system apologized, thinking it was just trying to help, and offered to erase the extra info. Sakura was like, nah, it's fine. Leave it there. The system sounded weirdly cheerful about that. He then asked how the whole skills thing worked. The system said once he leveled up, he'd either get a brand new skill or power up the ones he already had. Right then, he unlocked his first one, Infinite Level Up Fire Magic Skill. That name definitely grabbed his attention. He asked what the infinite part meant, and the system explained it, let him keep getting stronger way beyond normal limits. Suddenly, a slime popped up in front of him. The system told him it was time to try out his new magic. All he had to do was aim and call the skill's name. He pointed and yelled, Fire Magic Level 1, and sure enough, fire burst from his hand and roasted the slime. The system let him know he'd just leveled up and that the tutorial was over. Feeling good about it all, Sakura asked what he could call the system. It said he could pick any name, so he went with Dropping Out Chan. The system happily accepted. Right after that, Dropping Out Chan wished him luck. Sakura was about to ask why, but then, boom, a level 20 Minotaur showed up behind him. No time to think. The thing charged at him. Sakura barely dodged and tried using his fire again, but nothing came out. He checked his stats. His mana was totally drained from that last attack. Still, he wasn't ready to give up. He reminded himself that his level had gone up and figured he just needed more XP to fight properly. He ran off, found another slime, blasted it, and this time his level jumped by 3. Even better, he got a new skill. 1,000 times experience points. That meant every enemy would give him way more XP than normal. Now fired up, he planned to grind through low-level monsters fast so he could take on that Minotaur properly. Meanwhile, back home, Sakura's mom got a message from him about an hour ago. She told Wazuma about it, and he immediately asked where Sakura was. Calmly, she replied, he said he's inside that dungeon. Back in the dungeon, Sakura was still clashing with that tough Minotaur. By now, he'd worked his way up to level 15. He muttered to himself that it had already been half a day down there, and he'd picked up a few useful tricks along the way. One of the things he'd noticed was that any walls or floors that got wrecked would just fix themselves after a bit. Same went for monsters. They'd come back after a while, but never seemed to leave the dungeon area. That gave him a small edge. When he couldn't get a good hit in anymore, he gave up and dragged himself over to the stairs to sit. He sat there thinking, should he text his mom? Should he leave the dungeon for a break? He also realized something odd. Once he got close to the stairs, the monster wouldn't follow him. That gave him an idea. He left the dungeon and took some time to rest and recharge. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was backed into a corner. No MP, no food, no energy. While he was still trying to recover, a bat-like monster showed up, but he couldn't do much. He was completely drained from fighting the Minotaur earlier. In desperation, he figured maybe the weaker monsters he fought before had respawned. So he went back to the earlier parts of the dungeon and took them out again. Thanks to that 1000 times XP skill, every battle gave him a massive boost. He shot up to level 25 in no time. Eventually, he faced the Minotaur again and actually managed to land a solid hit. He finally took it down. That win sent his levels soaring, up 18 levels in one go, putting him at level 43. The whole experience blew his mind. It was way more intense and way more fun than he ever expected. 2 weeks later, the camera panned to the outside world. TV news was flooded with footage of crowds gathering near dungeon gates. Everyone was talking about it. The UN had even called a global meeting to figure out whether or not these mysterious dungeons should be open to the public. Japan's president stood up and made a case for unlocking access. He pointed out that whatever they were finding in these dungeons, items, systems, everything, none of it made sense based on current science. That meant it might hold the key to understanding a whole new kind of reality. Someone else at the meeting raised a concern, saying that just because these things were powerful didn't mean they should be made available to everyone. But the Japanese president pressed on. He asked if anyone had really investigated these dungeons thoroughly. According to him, even modern weapons and communication tools were showing strange results in there. He argued it was time to stop thinking in terms of conventional armies and politics. What the world needed now were individuals with incredible skills. He proposed ditching all national borders when it came to dungeon access. Anyone from anywhere should be allowed in. To keep things balanced, he suggested the state could buy dungeon loot from players. That way, there'd be structure and control. Of course, he acknowledged the risks. People could get hurt, or worse. But in the end, if someone chose to dive into the dungeon, that decision should be their own responsibility. Whether folks were chasing money, fame, freedom, or just chasing a dream, the president believed they deserved a name that didn't sugarcoat or insult their efforts. He simply said, "Let's call them players." Cut to 8 months later, deep underground in Aomori province. A group of players stood in front of a massive entrance, gearing up to raid the 5th floor of a rank 40 dungeon labeled Q rank, White Dungeon. The players were in the middle of a tense standoff with a strange new creature. This one didn't look anything like the usual minotaurs they'd fought before. Aya glanced over at Hiro, asking if he was all right. Hiro gave a shaky, "Yeah," and then nodded toward the monster, pointing out how weird and different it seemed compared to what they were used to. Aya quickly suggested they retreat. Whatever this thing was, they clearly weren't strong enough to take it down. But Hiro suddenly yelled at both girls to get out of there. He insisted that if all three of them tried to run, they'd just get wiped out together. Someone had to hold the monster off. Aya froze, staring at him in disbelief. "What are you even saying right now?" she asked, her voice tight with panic. But Hiro didn't budge. He told her not to argue and to just trust him this once. No matter how much she pleaded, he kept walking toward the monster. The moment he got close, the thing didn't waste time. It swung a punch and sent Hiro flying like a rag doll. The girls screamed, begging him to run away. Dazed and hurting, Hiro lay on the ground, struggling to move. As the monster got ready for another strike, his thoughts drifted to his past. Memories of being unfair and harsh to his younger sisters hit him hard. He whispered apologies, finally realizing how much he'd messed up. Right then, just before the monster's next attack could land, someone else stepped in, Sakura. Out of nowhere, he appeared and casually knocked the monster out with a single punch like it was nothing. Everyone stared, completely shocked. Sakura just turned and grinned. "You all good?" Aya, the other girl, and Hiro rushed over, full of thanks. Hiro kept saying how insane it was, taking out something that strong with just one punch. Sakura laughed a little and waved it off. "It's not really what you think." Hiro, still trying to process everything, asked what Sakura's level was. Sakura scratched the back of his head, looked off to the side, and casually said, "Including the one I just took down, around 10,000. The group went dead silent. Nobody could believe what they just heard. Aya was patching Yui up and casually asked why she didn't just heal herself. Yui chuckled and said her mana was completely drained. Elsewhere, Sakura was showing Hiro his stats. Hiro, a bit stunned, realized Sakura wasn't exaggerating. He asked if it was those crazy skills, like infinite level ups and a huge XP multiplier, that got him to such a wild level. Sakura smiled and confirmed it, clearly proud. Hiro, seeing that pride, warned him not to go around telling everyone about his level. Sakura looked puzzled and asked why it mattered. Hiro snapped a bit, saying if that kind of power got out, it wouldn't just be Japan keeping tabs. He'd have the whole world watching him. That kind of attention could mess up his life big time. Sakura, starting to understand, realized he might lose his freedom. He got nervous and asked Hiro to forget the whole thing. Hiro laughed it off and told him not to worry. He knew Sakura was a good guy and reminded him he'd save them. Meanwhile, the girls, clueless about this serious chat, just kept doing their thing. Sakura relaxed a little, thanked Hiro, and said he'd be more careful. Then Aya popped up out of nowhere, calling out to Sakura. The sudden appearance caught both guys off guard. Aya, noticing their weird reaction, asked what was up. Hiro nervously asked if she'd heard anything earlier. Aya looked confused and said she hadn't. So Hiro asked what she came for. Aya complimented Sakura's strength and casually asked if he was going for that dungeon everyone was talking about. Sakura pretended not to know what she meant. Surprised, Aya explained it was a major event. The country's first attempt at conquering the Red Shadow Dungeon in Okinawa, rated H rank. The reward? 30 million for whoever takes down the boss at the bottom. That grabbed Sakura's full attention. He suddenly lit up and said it sounded awesome. Aya and Hiro looked at him, a bit thrown off by the mood shift. Sakura was clearly hooked by the idea of a dungeon so tough even the government had to post a reward. He thanked them for the heads up and said he'd go check it out. If he left soon, he could get there by Monday. Then Yui, confused, said wasn't tomorrow Saturday? Plus, hadn't Sakura been inside the dungeon since last week? Sakura froze, realizing that if anyone figured out he hadn't left the dungeon in days, it might turn into a serious problem. Without saying much, he took off running. After he left, Hiro looked at the girls and apologized for the panic. He admitted he was getting older and wasn't sure how much longer he could keep playing the role of protector. Aya, trying to stay strong, asked if he was thinking of quitting halfway through. Hiro reminded her he was the one who got them into all this. And just because things were tough, it didn't mean they should back down now. He casually said they should just aim to become the strongest pair of brothers and build the best team out there. That hit Hiro right in the feels. He teared up instantly. Aya, trying not to laugh, told him to stop crying like a kid, saying he was way too old for that kind of thing. Wiping his tears, Hiro suddenly got fired up and shouted that they'd give it everything they had and become an unbeatable team. Meanwhile, Sakura was already on his way to a new dungeon, shivering a little in the Okinawa cold. As he walked, he thought about how in just 8 months since the dungeons started popping up, a ton of support stuff had been built, like the Dungeon Center, which was now a big hub for players. Inside the Dungeon Center, Sakura headed straight to sell all the loot he'd collected. The woman at the counter, Maya, stared at the pile of stuff in disbelief. She asked how he was carrying all that, and Sakura casually explained that he had a special item, a magic bag from a monster called Adamantite. It didn't matter how big or how much, everything just fit. Super handy. Maya was amazed and asked if Adamantite was that massive turtle boss she'd heard about. Then out of nowhere, she offered to team up with him. Sakura, not giving a clear answer, told her to do an appraisal of his stuff first. Just as he looked around, something caught his eye, a dungeon inside the dungeon center itself. He was surprised, but Maya explained that the government had literally built the entire center around that dungeon. It wasn't very high rank, she added, but still, no one had beaten the boss yet. With someone as strong as Sakura, she thought he had a real shot. Sakura asked how long the appraisal would take. Maya said 10 minutes. With time to kill, he decided to check out the dungeon. Cut to the 5th floor. A group of guys were walking around thinking it must have been cleared already since they weren't seeing anything. But then Sakura passed by them, heading deeper. He could tell they were wrong. The boss was still there. The air felt too heavy and cold, a sure sign. Soon enough, he felt something above him. It was a slime king. Oddly, the creature started running the second it noticed him. Sakura chased it but was shocked by how fast it was. Even with his insane level, 10,000, he couldn't keep up. That's probably why no one had beaten it yet. He quickly switched to ice magic. The moment he used a high-level spell, the Slime King froze in place. Sakura followed up with a powerful punch, instantly defeating it. After grabbing the drop item, he was about to head back when something popped up. His level had shot up by 9,900. He couldn't believe it. Checking his stats, it was real. He was now level 19,900. The XP boost was insane, probably because of how tricky the fight was. But what really caught his attention was the new skill he unlocked. Flying Cloud Magic, level 1. He wondered if the skill's name meant he could actually fly, so he gave it a try and found himself floating a bit off the ground. But since the skill was super low level, he could only stay up for a couple of seconds before dropping. That was a bit of a letdown. He'd hoped to just fly back to Okinawa, but it looked like he'd have to stick to taking a plane after all. 2 days later, the scene switched to Okinawa, at the entrance of the H-rank Red Shadow Dungeon. Sakura was really happy to see the place and the crowd gathered around. After only being away for 2 days, he was itching to jump back in. Outside, some people were chatting about the huge reward and guessing the monsters inside must be crazy strong, way too risky to face. They decided it wasn't worth the danger. As Sakura headed in, a man nearby told him he understood why Sakura wanted to go for that 30 million prize, but warned him it was seriously dangerous. The guy said even though he was level 66, he barely managed to escape alive last time. While they were talking, Sakura suddenly heard a helicopter landing nearby. A girl and 3 guards stepped out. The girl told Sakura to get out of the way quickly. Sakura thought maybe this was his first time meeting a real lady and joked that he thought she looked like a kid, even if they were probably the same age. The girl snapped back that she wasn't a child, and neither was he. She introduced herself as Maria Fanegold. Sakura then noticed the man who'd been warning him was gone. Maria added that at level 99, an H-rank dungeon was nothing special for her. Sakura asked if she was really level 99. She confirmed it was the highest level in the country. He remarked that she still looked young, but quickly apologized for saying it out loud. Maria got a bit annoyed at his rudeness and asked how old he thought she was. Sakura said 12 was still a kid. Maria was shocked and asked how he could be so impolite. Her secretary stepped in and explained Maria had Russian Judaic roots, where 12 was considered an adult. Maria was pleased and asked if Sakura got it now. She then headed into the dungeon, telling Sakura to move aside and ordering her secretary and guards to wait outside. As she disappeared inside, Sakura thought maybe level 99 really was enough to explore alone. Suddenly, he heard Maria's secretary apologize. He asked if she'd said something, but she said no, it was nothing. Inside the dungeon, Sakura had just beaten a monster and was surprised because he hadn't seen any other monsters so far. The dungeon's inside looked pretty impressive too. Then he heard someone shouting for help. Tensing up, he looked towards the voice and saw a girl running, chased by a monster, begging for help. It was Maria, the young level 99 player, calling out if anyone else was in the dungeon. Sakura saw her and wondered what she was up to but quickly told her to duck. Then he used his strongest fire magic, level 10. Maria got scared when she saw it and quickly crouched down. After the monster was defeated, Sakura went to Maria and asked if she was all right. He was confused by the look on her face. Maria said she hadn't asked for his help. Sakura asked why she would say something so obvious that wasn't true. Maria stood up and said she could handle herself and didn't need help. Sakura, still calling her a kid, asked why she ran away earlier. Maria got angry and said she wasn't a kid, and her name was Maria. Sakura asked again why she ran from the fight since she was level 99. Maria said it was because she had never actually beaten a moving monster before. When Maria said that proudly, Sakura got annoyed and asked why she was bragging about it. He wondered if her whole level 99 story was fake. Maria said no and explained that her helpers would fight the monster until almost beaten, then she would finish it off to get experience and level up. Sakura got upset hearing that, but forced a laugh and told her to be careful next time she came back. Suddenly, Maria hugged him from behind, holding him so he couldn't move. Angry, Sakura asked what she was doing. Maria laughed and said she was giving him special permission to join her team. Sakura told her the exit was behind her and she should go that way instead. Maria shouted back that she wasn't leaving because she wanted to finish the dungeon. Sakura suggested she go ask for help from others in black instead of bothering him. Maria asked if he was joking, saying she talked boldly outside but couldn't just run off in front of him. She admitted she was scared and asked him to take out the monsters for her. Sakura finally got that she was serious. Annoyed, he asked what she really wanted to say. Maria said they should team up, and she wouldn't let him leave until he said yes. Sakura said he understood and asked her to let him go. Maria started celebrating, but he told her to stop and explain clearly first. He wanted to know if helping her would benefit him at all. Maria asked if he really thought teaming up with her wouldn't help him. Sakura said he just wanted to understand why she was so determined to finish the dungeon since it didn't seem like it was just for the big reward. Maria said no, her goal was to clear the dungeon and prove she was grown up to her parents far away. She wasn't after the experience or the 30 million yen, but wanted to be known as the one who finished the Red Shadow dungeon. Sakura was surprised and thought people like her who want honor and attention were really annoying, so he decided she could have all the honor for finishing the dungeon. He agreed to team up, but only if she said she completed it alone. Maria happily agreed to that. She soon noticed she was getting a bit too friendly, so she stepped back and told Sakura he should feel lucky to be on her team. Sakura got a little stiff and reminded her that their deal was only about the Red Shadow dungeon. Maria said he didn't need to remind her, she already knew. They moved on to the second floor, where a level 60 devil boar was waiting. Maria looked confident this time. Sakura joked that if she couldn't handle the monster herself, it would be a problem. Maria snapped back, feeling insulted. Sakura quickly cut her off and asked if she'd brought any weapons. Maria smiled, a little embarrassed, and showed her empty hands. Sakura got a bit tense but gave her a dagger and told her to use it. He said it might feel scary at first, but being level 99 should help. Taking the dagger, Maria got brave and jumped at the monster, stabbing it in the head. She beat it and started celebrating, excited because it was the first time she defeated a moving monster. On the way to the third floor, Sakura thought that being level 99 wasn't just for show. If that was true, everything should be fine. Maria was eager and told Sakura to hurry up since she wanted to clear the dungeon alone, but in her rush, she tripped and fell down the stairs. Sakura watched and hoped she was okay. When they reached the third floor, Sakura got curious about what skills Maria had since he hadn't seen her use any. Maria acted a bit weird and asked if he really wanted to know. Sakura told her to stop acting like that because it was getting annoying. Maria said if he really wanted to know, she had 4 super strong skills. First, she showed vacuum magic at level 5, throwing vacuum knives at the ground. Sakura was impressed, amazed she could throw vacuum knives like that. Maria said she wasn't very good at controlling vacuum magic and found it tricky to use. Then she showed her second skill, recovery magic at level 10, explaining she could instantly heal any injury, no matter how bad. While Sakura was still thinking about that, Maria revealed her third skill, revival magic at level 1. Sakura was shocked and asked if she could actually bring people back to life. Maria said it seemed like she could, and wondered if she was the only one in the world with that power. Sakura thought it sounded like a glitch from a game. Finally, she mentioned her fourth skill, a super rare one that gave her 10 times the usual experience points. Sakura was surprised and asked if that was really that rare. Maria looked confused at his calm reaction and asked why he wasn't more impressed by a skill that multiplied experience by 10. She explained that whenever she defeated a monster, she got 10 times more experience than others. She asked if he'd ever heard of a skill that powerful. That's when Sakura realized why she'd reached level 99. He started wondering if there might be others with skills for infinite leveling up, something he'd never considered. Maria glared at Sakura angrily. Feeling tense, he asked what was wrong. She said it was nothing and then asked what skills he had. Sakura wondered why she was so mad and thought talking about crazy skills like 1000 times experience or infinite leveling was over the top. Sakura didn't like rumors getting around, so he knew he had to be careful. Then he showed Maria his own skills. Fire magic, ice magic, lightning strike magic, all at level 10, and flying cloud magic at level 1. Maria was blown away by each magic he showed. She told him how cool it was to have so many top-level skills, and even a flying one. She said he was really strong and amazing. Sakura thanked her for the compliment. Then she asked if she was the strongest after him. Sakura got a bit nervous hearing that. Maria asked if having so many magic skills meant Sakura was also level 99. He hesitated, but Maria took that as a yes. She got excited, saying they were 2 level 99s on the same team, making them the strongest duo, and she'd be the leader. Sakura smiled and agreed with her. He thought the whole thing was kind of weird. Even though teaming up made sense, working closely with someone else was a bit shocking for him. Still, he figured maybe giving it a shot wasn't so bad. Maria was surprised to see Sakura smiling so openly. She said she didn't expect him to look so happy. Sakura felt a little shy and asked her to stop teasing since she talked too much. They got to the 6th floor, where Sakura had to fight off zombies because Maria got scared. After he took care of all of them, Maria shouted, "This H-level dungeon is nothing cool." Sakura shot back sarcastically that she wasn't exactly cool herself. Suddenly, they spotted a man being attacked by a monster. Maria ran straight to save him, but Sakura got worried since now Maria was in danger instead of the man. She called out for help, and Sakura jumped in to assist. The man thanked them for saving him and restoring his magic. As he started to leave, Maria asked if he wasn't going the wrong way, since they had just come from the other direction. The man said he was heading back. Sakura, feeling tense, asked why, and wondered if someone had already cleared the dungeon. The man said no, it was impossible. He told them that being strong wasn't enough to finish this dungeon. Sakura and Maria moved on. When they reached the 7th floor, they saw a bunch of people standing by a poisonous lake. Maria asked if it was really poison. A nearby girl warned them to be careful, explaining that touching the lake would slowly numb their bodies until they couldn't move at all. Maria was surprised at how much the girl knew. The girl added that about an hour ago, some fool jumped in without thinking. If it hadn't been for the sister with glasses, that guy would be dead now. She asked if they could use detoxification magic. Both Maria and Sakura said no. The girl explained that without detox magic, crossing was impossible. Everyone was waiting for someone who could use that magic and planned to pay for their help. Maria asked Sakura what they should do, since detox magic wasn't an option. Sakura said it wasn't a big deal, because there were other ways to cross the lake. Then, to her surprise, Sakura picked Maria up in his arms. She got embarrassed and shouted at him to stop because it was awkward. Sakura told her to hold tight and started running toward the lake. Scared and tense, she asked if he was seriously going to jump over it and told him to wait. But then Sakura used his flying cloud magic and floated up in the air. Everyone watching was surprised. Maria felt a little relieved. Sakura asked her to check it out, but she told him to be quiet and said he should have explained before just doing it. Sakura laughed and apologized. Maria quickly told him not to take the chance to touch her and demanded he let her go. Sakura said if he let go now, she'd fall into the lake and might die. After they reached the other side, Maria was super embarrassed, thinking it was crazy that someone who wasn't her boyfriend had hugged her so tight in front of everyone. Meanwhile, Sakura tested his flying again and noticed stairs going up to the 8th floor. Maria was staring at him with a flushed face. Sakura asked what was wrong and said they should keep moving as far as they could. He also asked if she didn't want to prove to her parents that she was the first to clear the dungeon. Hearing that, Maria thought maybe she should tell them about it. She agreed, saying Sakura was right. She had to show her mom and dad. Sakura got a bit confused since she was just repeating what he said, word for word. Later, they reached the 13th floor. Sakura was busy fighting and clearing out monsters. He was glad he had finally gotten the hang of flying. Maria praised him for it, but suddenly a monster snuck up behind her. Sakura quickly saved her and gently patted her head, asking if she was okay. Maria smiled and said she was fine, then asked why so many monsters showed up all of a sudden. Sakura explained it was because of the button she had pressed earlier, which looked pretty strange to everyone. Maria still thought it was weird and asked if buttons weren't supposed to be pressed. Sakura was speechless, unsure how to answer such a simple but confusing question. He asked if she was tired and suggested they take a break. Maria teased him, saying he was lazy because she still had plenty of energy. Sakura then asked her to wait a moment and pulled a tent out of his small bag. Maria was shocked at how prepared he was. He told her he had lots of food and clothes too, so she could ask for anything. Sakura insisted he'd keep watch while she rested first. He also pulled out a chair and some towels. Maria got even more surprised. She asked about the bag, saying it seemed magical. Sakura realized he'd never told her about it before. After explaining, Maria said she wanted a bag like that too. Sakura promised that if he saw another one, he'd give it to her. She was happy and smiled, asking if that was a promise. Sakura said yes. Maria went into the tent to sleep, and Sakura thought to himself that he felt like a babysitter. A few minutes later, as Sakura sat in the chair, Maria suddenly thanked him from inside the tent, saying he was prepared for everything. Sakura was surprised and asked if she even knew how to say, "Thank you." Maria shouted back, calling him rude, but also praised his level 10 fire magic as amazing. Sakura asked why she was suddenly saying all this. She said his fire magic had saved them many times that day, and compared it to Kaido's magic from Senku no Guren. Suddenly, Maria heard a strange noise and woke up, tense. She asked Sakura what was going on and what the sound was. Sakura told her it was nothing to worry about. He then asked how Maria knew about the Senku no Guren team. She said it was obvious. They were the most popular team among young people, considering their looks and strength. Sakura was surprised and asked if they really had merchandise for sale too. Maria said yes, and that she thought the team leader, Kamishiro, was especially cool and wanted to meet him someday. Sakura shared that he had met them before during an adventure, though he hadn't expected them to become so famous. Maria teased him, saying he must be jealous, and laughed, calling him cute. Sakura told her it was noisy and told her to go back to sleep. Later, Sakura remembered when he met them and was asked to team up for an adventure. Since then, he felt a new sense of freedom inside him. About 7 months back, they were at the S-rank Shallow Serene dungeon. Kamishiro asked Sakura if he'd really been hanging out in the dungeon since leaving home, and suggested maybe Sakura should act a bit more grown up. Sakura was puzzled and looked at Kamishiro, who then wondered if he'd said something wrong. Nagasawa, standing nearby, told Kamishiro he should just get used to it. Sakura gave Kamishiro a look of sympathy. Out of nowhere, Kaido jumped on Sakura from behind, teasing that getting kicked out of school, running away, and diving into a dungeon must mean Sakura's life was pretty wild. Kamishiro watched them and said it seemed like the two idiots actually got along pretty well. Sakura was just baffled by everyone's behavior. While he was lost in thought, Mizukawa tried to catch his attention, and when he heard her, he turned around. Mizukawa got nervous and hid behind Nagasawa. She whispered something to Nagasawa, who then told Sakura Mizukawa wanted to know if he played solo. Sakura didn't get what a solo player was, so Nagasawa basically told him not to bother if he didn't know. She went on to explain there were 2 ways people played in dungeons: solo or in teams. It was up to each player to choose, and teams didn't always have to be officially registered. Nagasawa was about to say their team's name, but Sakura accidentally stepped on something, setting off a bunch of monsters. He quickly apologized, tense, but they took down the zombies in no time. Kamishiro then said their team was called Senku Niguren. Sakura got curious about the name's meaning. Kamishiro claimed it came from the first letters of their names and that he thought it was a cool idea he came up with. Nagasawa jumped in saying it wasn't a big deal, and she and Mizukawa actually came up with the name, accusing Kamishiro of lying. Kamishiro snapped back, asking why she brought it up if it wasn't important. Nagasawa said she was just annoyed. Meanwhile, Sakura wondered why he wasn't expected to do anything strong. Suddenly, a monster bird swooped in, but Sakura quickly kicked it down. Then Kamishiro and the others rushed over, asking if he was all right. Kamishiro told Mizukawa to use healing magic, which she did, while Sakura was left confused about what was going on. Without warning, Sakura passed out, and when he came to, he was lying under a blanket. Kamishiro asked how he was feeling. Shocked, Sakura said he thought he'd just fainted. Kamishiro explained that it was poison from a creature called the poison bird, which had a venomous gland in its head. Sakura was confused about the poison part. Kamishiro went on to say the poison seeps in through the wound, slowly damaging the body until it eventually kills. Sakura asked how he was still alive, puzzled. Kamishiro said Mizukawa had used detox magic to clear out all the poison. Kaido from behind added that while Sakura was out cold, he used his skill to bring him down to the 14th floor and told Sakura to thank him. Sakura gave Kaido a quick thanks. Kamishiro reminded Sakura not to forget to thank Mizukawa too. Then Sakura asked what kind of magic jobs would exist if detox and healing magic were a thing. Kaido wanted to know what skills Sakura had and asked him to show off. When he saw, Kaido was shocked. Fire magic, ice magic, and even lightning. Plus, Sakura's fire magic level was higher than his own. Kaido got even more surprised when he saw Sakura was level 71. Without a word, he started heading off somewhere. Kamishiro asked where he was going. Kaido shouted back that he wasn't going to lose and needed to level up. Kamishiro told him to keep it down since people were sleeping. Kaido apologized. Sakura thought Kaido was a weird guy. Kamishiro asked who he meant. Sakura said both of them. Kamishiro checked Sakura's stats too and noticed they still had about 2 hours before their shift changed, so he suggested chatting for a bit. After talking for a while, Sakura asked if they were all in the sword club at Iria School and wondered why they were so good. Kamishiro thought about how to explain that being players wasn't just a hobby. It involved training, mental prep, and earning money, making it pretty interesting. Exploring with friends was fun for them. Sakura asked if that was really true. Kamishiro said he wasn't sure when he'd stop finding people interesting, especially since he enjoyed talking to Sakura. He mentioned Kaido seemed more interested than usual too. Sakura wasn't quite sure yet, so Kamishiro asked if he didn't find it interesting. Sakura thought back on the fun times they had together but still wasn't decided. Later, as they moved toward the next floor, Sakura thanked Mizukawa. She was surprised and acted a bit awkward, like she was double-checking if he really meant it. Sakura thanked her again for helping him, and she blushed, saying she hadn't done anything special. Sakura insisted she did, saying if it wasn't for her, he'd be dead. Mizukawa said she didn't have useful skills like the others, so helping was all she could do. Sakura told her no one should think like that. Saving a life is a big deal. He thanked her again. She got even more embarrassed but accepted his thanks. Nagasawa was happy to see the exchange, but Kaido jumped in, claiming he deserved credit for saving Sakura too. Nagasawa told him to shut up angrily. As they neared the stairs down to the next floor, Sakura sensed something and told Kamishiro. Kamishiro agreed, noticing the air had turned really cold, a sure sign the floor boss was waiting on the 15th floor. When Nagasawa suggested they settle it with rock, paper, scissors, Kaido jumped right in. Sakura, curious, asked Mizukawa what that was about, but she just nervously said she didn't know. Nagasawa explained that since beating the boss gave loads of experience, they'd usually decide who gets the final hit by playing rock, paper, scissors. Kaido quickly pointed out that Sakura couldn't join because he was already level 71 and not part of their team. Nagasawa asked Sakura to confirm if that was true. Mizukawa surprised everyone by saying Sakura was their friend, so it wouldn't be right to leave him out. Kaido felt the pressure and glanced at the others who were smiling in agreement, so he gave in and let Sakura play just because they were friends. They all played rock, paper, scissors to decide. The scene moved to the 15th floor, where Kamishiro warned Kaido not to go alone since it was so dark. As they searched for the boss, it suddenly attacked Mizukawa. Sakura jumped in to take the hit, shocking everyone. He yelled for them to stay back and quickly asked if the attack was poisonous. Kaido showed up and punched the monster. Sakura hesitated. Surprised, Kaido stepped in. Kaido told him to stand back and watch. He'd handle the boss. Mizukawa started healing Kaido, while Kamishiro checked on Sakura. Sakura noticed something weird. After the boss hit him, his health dropped halfway, probably because of a special effect. He also pointed out Kaido was only level 24. Suddenly, Nagasawa spotted something and shouted Kaido's name. Kamishiro looked over and saw Kaido was struggling. The boss, called Two-Tail, had bitten him twice and his health dropped by 75%. Kamishiro and Nagasawa rushed to help and started fighting the boss, while Mizukawa healed Kaido. Kaido was mad at himself for messing up and told Mizukawa to run since the boss would keep attacking him. Just as the boss lunged at Mizukawa and Kaido, no one could stop it. But Sakura used lightning magic to take down the boss, leveling up by 20 levels. Everyone was stunned, but even more so when Kaido got up and walked towards Sakura. Sakura asked if he was okay, but out of nowhere, Kaido punched him. The others were shocked, and Nagasawa asked why. Kaido snapped at her to be quiet and demanded to know why Sakura had stolen his kill. Sakura was shocked and asked how Kaido could say that now. Kaido ignored him and walked ahead. Nagasawa wondered what was wrong with Kaido, acting like that even after Sakura saved him. Kamishiro said sorry to Sakura too, admitting he didn't expect Kaido to act like that. Sakura just shrugged, saying he kind of saw it coming. Then he stood up, thanked everyone, and said he'd head back alone. They tried to stop him, but Sakura decided from now on he wouldn't tag along with anyone anymore. Just then, he kept hearing someone calling his name. The scene jumped back to the present. Sakura woke up and it turned out that whole thing was just a dream from his past. Maria asked him how he could fall asleep while on guard duty. Sakura noticed Maria had changed clothes and told her the new outfit looked great on her. Maria gave him an annoyed look, thinking his comment was irritating. Sakura asked where the clothes came from since he didn't remember giving her anything new. Maria said she had just altered the clothes he'd already given her. Then Sakura turned and saw the tent was packed up neatly like before. He wondered how something he found too complicated to set up was now packed away so easily by Maria. He praised her for being great at handling chores. Maria smiled and said it was nice to hear that, but called it funny to say she was unexpectedly good at it. After that, they moved through the dungeon floors steadily, clearing them one by one. Now on the 19th floor, they somehow got lost. Sakura smiled and said it was the first time he'd seen a dungeon so maze-like. Maria asked why he was laughing. Sakura explained that if you keep one hand on a wall in a maze and follow it, you'll eventually find your way out. Maria was amazed and asked if that really worked and why. Suddenly, Maria heard some voices and told Sakura she thought someone was talking nearby. Sakura agreed, saying it felt like a scene straight out of a horror movie. Maria got scared and told him not to say things like that because it was too creepy. Sakura apologized for the comment. Just then, Nagasawa and the others showed up. Nagasawa was happy to see Sakura and greeted him warmly, saying it had been a long time since they last met. Back then, Maria was watching a show about the Senku no Guren team. Her secretary mentioned that Maria's dad really admired their skills. That got Maria fired up to be like them and work hard to become a top player herself. When Sakura showed up, everyone was surprised. Kamishiro thought it was just a coincidence. Nagasawa got curious about the kid with Sakura and teased if she might be his girlfriend. Meanwhile, Maria got super excited, shaking Sakura and shouting that this was the Senku no Guren team she saw on TV. Sakura told her to chill since he already knew. Maria then started talking about the team. Kaido had some unique powers and used strong buffs to beat enemies like a true fighter. Nagasawa fought with amazing speed and beautiful kendo moves, both powerful and graceful. Mizukawa was praised for her versatile skills, always backing up the team and helping them win. When it came to Kamishiro, Maria admitted she didn't know much about him. Kamishiro asked who she was. Maria blushed, stepped back, and hugged Sakura, feeling awkward after their eyes met. Sakura apologized for Maria, explaining she was a huge fan of all of them. Nagasawa walked over and said Maria was cute, then asked her name. Maria froze, shocked that Nagasawa called her cute. Then Mizukawa recognized Maria and asked if she was the professional model from a popular magazine. Sakura was surprised to hear that. Maria nodded and said she was honored Mizukawa knew her. Now it made sense why Maria had asked Sakura why teaming up with her wouldn't help. Kamishiro wondered what a model like Maria had to do with Sakura. Sakura explained they met at the dungeon entrance and teamed up temporarily to help her out. Hearing this, Nagasawa suggested they team up again. Kaido and Sakura were both shocked by that idea. Maria was thrilled and asked Nagasawa to make sure she really meant it. Sakura decided to form the team for Maria's sake since he had promised her. Still remembering Kaido's last punch, Sakura hoped everyone would back them up. Kaido didn't seem to care and told them to do whatever they wanted. Nagasawa was happy and invited Maria to join. As they moved on, Sakura noticed everyone was kind of famous, Maria as a model and the others as skilled players. He felt relieved that he wouldn't get too much attention. Later, Nagasawa whispered something to Kamishiro. Then Kamishiro went over to Maria and offered his hand. She happily shook it and smiled. Nagasawa was glad to see them getting along, but then a monster showed up. Sakura took it down with a single punch. Kaido stayed mad through dinner. During the meal, Mizukawa's hand accidentally touched Sakura's, which embarrassed her and made Sakura nervous too. Everyone laughed, and they enjoyed a fun moment together. The scene then jumped ahead to the 20th floor of the Red Shadow Dungeon. Seeing the floor boss, Kaido warned everyone not to touch it no matter what. Sakura said if Kaido's life was at risk, he'd step in to help. Kaido yelled at Sakura not to even think about it. Kamishiro told Nagasawa to get ready to support Kaido if needed, and Mizukawa to prepare her healing magic. He also told Maria to stand back. With that, they began the fight against the floor boss. While Kaido was still locked in battle with the floor boss, Kamishiro turned to Sakura and apologized softly. She said she knew that if they hadn't teamed up, Sakura could have probably defeated the boss all by himself. Sakura looked at her, puzzled. Kamishiro shrugged it off, saying it was nothing and that Kaido's victory meant the fight was over anyway. Sakura admitted he did want to fight the boss himself and act freely, but he wasn't sure how to explain his feelings beyond that. He then started wondering aloud about the real reason behind his craving for freedom, even though he himself wasn't truly free. He told them it was strange, but also interesting to think about. Suddenly, without warning, a strange blast erupted around them, filling the entire area with thick smoke. When the smoke finally cleared, Sakura's heart sank. Everyone was lying unconscious on the ground. It was the doing of the floor boss called Nine Tails. Sakura's anger flared up fiercely. He felt like he was being forced down a path he never chose, and this cruel, undeserved loss of freedom was something he simply couldn't forgive. Outside the dungeon, Takota Koko, the dungeon reporter, was streaming live. She told viewers that a crowd was gathering at the H-rank dungeon in Okinawa province. Some sources said her early coverage was catching the attention of young people, especially since the Senku no Guren team was inside the dungeon. Without realizing she was still on air, Takota got excited about the chance to get their autographs and maybe even interview them later. Then she snapped back to the broadcast and asked if it had been 5 days since the government announced the reward, wondering if anyone would clear the dungeon. Back inside, Sakura tried punching the Nine-Tails monster, but it didn't work. Then he noticed Mizukawa sitting up, looking okay. He rushed to her, asking if she was all right. Mizukawa, still shocked, asked what had happened, realizing everyone else had been defeated. It was both painful and shocking to her. Sakura put a hand on her shoulder, explaining that the others were badly hurt because of the Nine-Tails explosion, but Mizukawa might have avoided the worst by staying behind him. He asked her to use her healing magic since she was the only one who could help. As the Nine-Tails attacked from behind, Sakura tried ice magic, but it melted instantly. He told Mizukawa to look after everyone while he got ready to fight. She seemed worried, but he told her not to stress and to focus on healing. Sakura then used fire magic, but the monster blocked it easily. He thought maybe physical, ice, and fire attacks weren't working because the Nine-Tails' body was made of fire. Then, he floated up using cloud magic and launched a lightning attack as a last shot. The monster defended itself and pushed the lightning back at him. That moment made Sakura remember his school days, a time when he felt powerless. He recalled getting flowers stuffed in his shoes and angrily demanding who did it. Sakuraba mocked him, saying he wouldn't have the courage to face life if he were in Sakura's place. Furious, Sakura threw his bag at Sakuraba's face, which led to his group attacking him. Sakura said he couldn't fight back then, but if he had, maybe his classmates and teachers would have stood by him, and he might still be in school. Still, he decided not to dwell on those painful memories, because now he had something worth protecting. Back in the present, Sakura decided that if one move wasn't enough, he'd keep fighting with everything he had. Suddenly, Maria called out to him, and he was glad to see her. She told him not to be tense because he was the strongest. Encouraged, Sakura unleashed a series of lightning attacks on the Nine-Tails, teasing the monster that it was out of its league. He wondered if this time could be different from when he felt weak before, determined to protect what mattered most. In the end, the Nine-Tails was defeated, and Sakura leveled up by 417 levels. After Sakura's win, Maria started cheering loudly, and one by one everyone else began to recover. Sakura felt relieved knowing everyone was safe. Kamishiro gave credit to Sakura, saying none of this would have been possible without him. Mizukawa also praised how strong he was, and Maria kept going on about his power. Then Kaido called out to Sakura, saying he wouldn't lose next time, and even apologized for their last fight. Mizukawa asked Kaido to speak up, but he said if they had energy to shout, they should use it to get better and come back. Mizukawa pointed out that Kaido was actually louder than usual. Kamishiro announced they had finally cleared the H-level dungeon. When they all came out, everyone cheered, shouting that the Senku no Guren team was back. Sakura showed them something, and Kamishiro asked what it was. Sakura said it was a drop from the Nine-Tails, proof they'd won, and offered it as a keepsake. In return, Sakura asked them to tell the world the 5 of them had finished the dungeon, but to leave him out. Kamishiro wondered how they'd agree to that. Sakura suggested they should, since he didn't want to attract too much attention. So Kamishiro declared the H-level dungeon conquered by the Senku no Guren team, with Maria's help. Everyone praised them and cheered for Maria, admiring her for being both cute and powerful. Kamishiro asked Sakura one more time if he was sure about this. Sakura said yes, and told them it was time to go home. They were surprised and asked why so soon. Mizukawa begged him to stay a bit longer, but Sakura smiled and said maybe next time. She said she'd remember this. Kamishiro told Sakura their doors would always be open, not just as teammates, but as friends. Sakura then headed home, frequently glancing at his hands. He was thinking it wasn't just about levels. He could get stronger by using his skills better. He realized he'd never tried combining skills to make new combos or strategies, which he found interesting. Suddenly, Maria called from behind. When Sakura turned, he saw her running toward him. He asked what was up. Surprised, Maria said they needed to go tell his parents about their victory. Sakura was puzzled and asked why they both had to go. He thought one person would be enough. Maria looked a bit sad and asked how he could say that, insisting they should both go together. He repeated that he thought just one person was fine. Without warning, Maria jumped and hugged him tightly. Sakura, still confused, asked why she was hugging him so hard. Maria smiled and said they'd been through so much together, adventuring, talking, eating, fighting, and there was still so much she didn't know about him. She told him she'd always been happy, growing up surrounded by her parents' love, but she knew the world outside had many more amazing things. She believed that if anyone could understand that, it was Sakura, and everyone would agree. So, she said he shouldn't worry, and they should go tell his parents together. Sakura, still confused, asked what she meant. Then, thinking about his past, he told Maria she was really amazing. He admitted that about 8 months ago, he'd fought with his parents and hadn't gone back home since. But he was still their son, and he knew he needed to apologize properly. Maria paused for a moment and said she'd also be upset if Sakura didn't care about his parents. Maria then said that once Sakura became a true gentleman worthy of her, they'd meet again. Sakura smiled, said goodbye, and agreed they would see each other again. Maria bragged that they were the strongest team after all. Sakura laughed, shook her hand, and agreed. The scene shifted to Morioka province at Sakura's house. He had already told his mom he was coming, so when he opened the door, she ran to him, hugged him tight, and started crying. His mom welcomed him warmly but called him a big idiot. Sakura went inside and greeted his dad, who seemed hesitant to say welcome. Seeing this, Sakura felt tears welling up. Just like that, his 8 months of loneliness came to an end, but his life as a player went on. He talked with his parents, showing them he was serious about becoming a full-time player. Later, he wondered where to go next and decided that after finishing rank H, it was time to aim for rank G. Sakura told his parents he was leaving, but as soon as he opened the door, Maria was standing there about to ring the bell. She greeted him with a cheerful, "Good morning," excited for their date. Sakura felt nervous and quickly shut the door. Maria got mad at his reaction. Sakura finally stepped outside and noticed that Nagasawa and Mizukawa had come along with Maria. Both greeted him with a cheerful, "Good morning," and reminded him of his earlier promise, maybe next time, in Okinawa. They pointed out that this time, that next time, had finally come. Nagasawa added that Maria had told them she would be heading back home next week, so this outing was also their chance to say goodbye to her. Mizukawa awkwardly apologized for crashing the moment. Sakura replied that he was planning to go on a dungeon run. Nagasawa laughed and asked why that was all he ever cared about, urging him to save some time for youth and fun. Sakura calmly responded that he believed dungeon exploring was part of youth. Nagasawa got a little frustrated, wondering what was wrong with Sakura's priorities. Then Maria chipped in and asked if they could all go to the dungeon after their date. Sakura thought for a moment and finally agreed to join them. Upon hearing this, the group started celebrating. Sakura then asked Maria how she had gotten his address. Maria answered with a mysterious smile, saying there were some things he was better off not knowing. Sakura tensed up, finding her reply a little intimidating. The scene shifted to a shopping mall where Maria pointed out that Sakura always wore old clothes, and since she was a professional model, she insisted on picking something new for him. Sakura was at a loss for words. Suddenly he recalled something and asked Maria if she hadn't told him before that they wouldn't see each other for a while after saying goodbye. Maria admitted she thought he might be sad. She asked him to relax and enjoy the moment. Sakura agreed, since he was already there with them, he might as well enjoy himself. Maria picked out a t-shirt for Sakura, which made Nagasawa frown since she didn't like the choice. However, Sakura praised Maria for her pick, calling it very beautiful. The scene then moved to Umino Aquarium. Maria ran inside excitedly, shouting how much she loved aquariums. Nagasawa called out for Maria to wait and mentioned that this aquarium was a bit smaller than the one in her hometown, but she still wanted to see the penguins. She shouted again, telling Maria to wait because she was coming too. Mizukawa laughed, commenting on how much Maria was enjoying herself. Sakura then asked Mizukawa if it had been her idea to visit the aquarium and inquired what she wanted to see. The scene changed again to inside the aquarium near the jellyfish exhibit. Sakura asked if Mizukawa liked jellyfish. She nodded enthusiastically, saying jellyfish were mysterious and mystical creatures. She also shared that some types could even be kept as pets. Mizukawa added that there was a whole jellyfish museum in the world, which housed some very rare species. Suddenly, she took off running towards it, calling for Sakura and the others to come along. After leaving the museum, Sakura said he had a lot of fun. Mizukawa agreed, saying she especially enjoyed seeing the rare jellyfish and hanging out with him made her very happy. Suddenly, Sakura remembered something and said he almost forgot he had brought a gift for her. Mizukawa was surprised and asked why. Sakura smiled and said she should keep it as a souvenir. He also mentioned he had brought something for the others as well. Mizukawa got really happy and teared up a bit, thanking Sakura and saying she'd treasure it forever. Sakura just chuckled, thinking maybe that was a little over the top, and quietly wondered if he'd just grabbed it by chance while checking out the Umibuta t-shirt. Then Sakura asked where the other two were. Mizukawa said she hadn't seen them around. Right then, Mizukawa's phone rang. It was Nagasawa calling in a panic, telling her to come quick because only she could help. Turns out Nagasawa was scared of rides, and Maria was trying to convince her to go on one. Sakura and Mizukawa were surprised to hear about Nagasawa's and Maria's likes and dislikes. Later, the scene changed to Nagasawa talking with Sakura. She looked worn out from dealing with Maria, and Sakura was surprised that Maria and Mizukawa were actually great at riding those rides. Nagasawa then brought up splitting the loot from the Red Shadow dungeon evenly. Sakura got a bit tense since she kept pressing, but he said it was fine by him. Still, Nagasawa wasn't totally comfortable. Sakura explained that since he cleared the dungeon, it was his call, and honestly, he just wanted enough money to get by without stress. He also said he just wanted to enjoy the dungeon for fun. Then he asked if their team, Senko no Gorin, had any plans. Nagasawa said yes. They were aiming for the scary A-rank dungeon called Horrendous Mount Dungeon, or the Last Dungeon. Hearing that, Sakura wondered if it was that mountain dungeon near Usori Lake in Aomori Province, known to be super scary. He said he'd been there a couple of months ago, but the entrance was locked tight, and no matter how hard he hit it, nothing happened. The place felt cold and lifeless. Sakura wanted to ask more, but Nagasawa cut in, saying they shouldn't talk about dungeons while just hanging out. So now Sakura had to make up for it by buying drinks. Sakura was confused, asking why Nagasawa brought up dungeons in the first place. Still, he went to get the drinks. When he came back, two guys were there trying to hang out with Nagasawa. Nagasawa ran to Sakura asking why he took so long. The two guys were shocked to find out she was waiting for her boyfriend. Nagasawa told Sakura those guys had been bothering her while he was away. Sakura asked if they were friends, but Nagasawa snapped back, asking which part of him thought that. Suddenly, one of the guys stepped forward angrily, saying he heard her calling them weirdos and demanded how she could say that. Nagasawa fired back, calling them thick-headed and mocked their weird shirts. The guy yelled they were actually famous YouTubers, the Tsuchikura brothers, and now she owed them for trash-talking. They bragged they were both level 99 and warned she better apologize before they took action. Sakura got a bit annoyed inside, thinking about his own level being way higher, around 20,000. The brothers laughed again, demanding an apology or else. Lin then told Sakura and Nagasawa they should film a fight with them as a way to make up. Even after being turned down a bunch and having his favorite t-shirt mocked, Lin got lucky to meet Nagasawa from Senku no Gorin and her boyfriend. Both Sakura and Nagasawa quickly shouted that they weren't actually dating. Lin shrugged it off and said it didn't matter because if anyone got hurt, their staff could fix it fast with some level 8 healing magic. Nagasawa shot back angrily that Lin should be the one worried. Lin just laughed, saying there was no chance he'd lose. Nagasawa demanded to know why he was acting so cocky. Lin explained that when the leveling system kicked in, everyone got starting stats that show their physical power, and his were way better than most. Sakura thought that might be true since his own starting stats were low too. Lin asked them to check out the numbers, pointing out that both brothers had way higher strength. Even if Sakura and Nagasawa were at level 99, they wouldn't stand a chance. That made Nagasawa really mad, and she yelled at the brothers to stop talking and fight her instead. She called them weirdos again. Sakura tried to calm her down, saying there was no reason to fight, but Nagasawa was fed up and told him to just watch if he wanted. After that, Sakura asked Nagasawa what level she was and what weapon she used. She said level 94 with a sword. Sakura said he didn't want to fight but was willing to take her place. Nagasawa was confused and asked why. Sakura said how could she fight someone with better stats at level 94, especially if she couldn't even land a hit. She agreed but warned him if he lost, she'd kill him. Sakura smiled and said okay, sure he wouldn't lose. Lin told his crew to get ready to record, and the fight kicked off. Lin charged at Sakura and threw a kick, but Sakura just blocked it with his hand. Lin laughed and teased him, asking if it hurt and if he could block again. When Sakura didn't react, Lin got angry and yelled, "Can you block this?" He kept punching, but Sakura dodged every hit easily. Nagasawa was shocked by how fast Lin's punches were, and Tin bragged that nobody ever stood up after Lin's punch flurry. But Lin was frustrated since none of his attacks hit Sakura. Then, Sakura landed a single punch that sent Lin flying. Everyone gasped at the power. Sakura got nervous, worried he'd accidentally used all his strength. Tin shouted it was impossible Lin could lose and accused Sakura of cheating with magic. Tin cast air magic with both hands, but Sakura jumped to dodge. As he jumped, he wondered if, like healing magic, someone could use both hands to stabilize a spell. He figured he'd ask Maria about it later. Suddenly, Sakura noticed Nagasawa behind him, about to get hit by the air magic. He quickly ran, grabbed her, and put her on his shoulder to protect her. Tin was stunned that both Sakura and Nagasawa dodged easily and realized he'd lost. Suddenly, a dolphin plush flew out of nowhere and smacked Tin right in the face, knocking him out cold. Sakura quickly checked if Nagasawa was okay, realizing he'd dodged without even noticing she was right behind him. Nagasawa, strangely blushing, quickly regained her composure and asked Sakura if the stuffed toy he'd just thrown wasn't supposed to be a gift for Maria. Sakura tensed up, realizing he'd messed up. Later, Mizukawa and Maria were surprised to find the Tsuchikura brothers casually sitting and chatting with Sakura. Mizukawa asked Nagasawa, confused, if those guys were her friends. Nagasawa snapped back, asking from what planet Mizukawa saw them as friends. Then she turned to the brothers, demanding how long they planned to stick around. But honestly, both brothers were low-key intimidated by Sakura and admitted they'd follow his orders forever. They quickly apologized to everyone and left. Nagasawa, totally drained by the whole mess, suggested they should head home. Mizukawa and Maria agreed, but Sakura got annoyed and told them to hold on. They still had a dungeon to clear. He asked if they were coming. Maria happily said yes, excited about the idea. Mizukawa also said she was fine with it if everyone agreed. Sakura looked at Nagasawa to see what she thought, but her face told him she probably just wanted to go home. The next day, Sakura checked his phone and got tense, seeing that the fight video with the Tsuchikura brothers had gone viral, already 800,000 views. He was surprised by how famous those brothers were, but also mad they'd filmed him without asking. Just then, his phone rang. It was Kamishiro. Sakura was surprised at first, then remembered they'd swapped numbers back in Okinawa. Kamishiro greeted him and said he'd seen the Tsuchikura brothers video. Sakura grumbled, saying he was unlucky since he didn't want any attention. Out of nowhere, Kamishiro asked Sakura what level he was at now. Sakura blinked, asking him to repeat. Kamishiro clarified that he wanted to challenge Sakura to a one-on-one fight, confident he could beat him. A few days later, deep inside the G-rank Blue Cave dungeon on the 20th floor, Sakura was busy fighting dragons and clearing them out. Suddenly, stronger dragons showed up and attacked him. Sakura got excited. This was the real challenge he'd been waiting for. One by one, he took down the dragons, and his level kept climbing as he fought. The story then flashed back to Sakura's last conversation with Kamishiro. Kamishiro had said that from the moment they met, Sakura had shown him his status board, which had skills with crazy experience points and unlimited leveling. At first, Kamishiro thought it was funny, but after seeing Sakura fight the Ninetales and beat the Tsuchikura brothers, he realized Sakura was way past level 99. Sakura wasn't sure what Kamishiro was getting at and nervously asked why he wanted to fight him and what the point was. Kamishiro laughed and said he knew it probably didn't mean much to Sakura, but he had always gotten everything he wanted easily, feeling like he was on top of everything before and after the leveling system existed until Sakura showed up. So Kamishiro wanted to really push himself and try to beat Sakura. Sakura felt tense and didn't know what to say. Kamishiro went on and said he wasn't expecting to fight right then and there, knowing Sakura had his own life. Whenever Sakura was ready, Kamishiro would be too. Back to the present, Sakura checked his stats and saw he'd hit level 23,011. He wondered if Kamishiro was right, maybe even he wouldn't know how to beat someone like that. Then suddenly, something dropped from above. It was a girl. She cried out in pain as she landed, making Sakura turn around to see what happened. The girl got up and ran to him happily, asking if he was Sakura. Surprised, Sakura asked how she knew his name. She said she'd watched the Tsuchikura brothers video and thought he was really cool. She also asked if he was the one who beat the dragons, and Sakura said yes. Excited, the girl got close and introduced herself as Iso Miki, thanking Sakura for saving her. Sakura said he didn't remember saving anyone. Iso explained she'd been swallowed whole by a monster, and if Sakura hadn't fought them off, she'd have been stuck there forever. Sakura got nervous, wondering what was going on with her or if she'd taken something. Then he noticed she wasn't the only one without gear or weapons. He stared at her, lost in thought, which she took as a staring contest, and stared back, trying to show confidence. When she looked straight in his eyes, Sakura got tense and quickly looked away. Iso took a moment to enjoy her win, grinning and saying she'd never actually lost before. She reminded Sakura about their deal that whoever lost would buy burgers. Sakura argued he never agreed to any bet and asked if she'd been alone in the dungeon since he hadn't seen anyone else. Iso said yeah, she'd gone solo. Sakura was surprised, thinking there was no way someone could get to the 20th floor of a G-rank dungeon alone, without gear or weapons, unless they had unlimited level-ups or something. He asked her what level she was. She checked and said she was level 22. Then she admitted shyly that she was 18 years old. Sakura was shocked and told her that it seemed impossible to survive a G-rank dungeon at that level. Iso got curious why Sakura thought she was lying and told him to look at her stats for proof. While they were talking, a dragon suddenly appeared, grabbed Iso in its mouth, and flew off. Sakura was shocked, but realized if Iso really was level 22 and had gotten that far, he needed to figure out how she managed it. He watched the dragon tossing her around, blowing fire, almost like it was playing with her. Using his magic cloud power, Sakura swooped in to save Iso from the dragon. When he got her back, he was surprised to see she didn't have any injuries at all. He wondered what kind of person she really was. Meanwhile, Iso was just smiling, happy, and said they were holding hands. After Sakura got Iso safe, he asked if she was alright. She just said she was okay. When he pressed how she could be fine after all that, she laughed and said it was obviously because he saved her. Sakura said he didn't mean just the rescue. He meant how she took fire straight on and got swallowed by a dragon without a scratch. Iso smiled and said it was thanks to some special powers she hadn't told anyone about. Watching her, Sakura realized she had a kind of negation ability that made all attacks against her useless. Iso nodded, confirming it. Basically, she was nearly untouchable. Out of nowhere, Iso dared Sakura to try to kill her. At first he said no way, but she kept pushing, getting close to him. Eventually, with her face so near, he gave in. He told her to step back, then lightly tapped her forehead. The impact caused a big shock around them, but surprisingly, Iso wasn't harmed at all. Seeing Sakura's reaction, Iso asked if he thought it was cool how a barrier formed over her body to block everything. Sakura was impressed, but warned her low-level players should pick easier dungeons that match their gear and skills. Iso admitted he was right, but said she needed a lot of money fast. Sakura got curious why. She explained she'd been told that rare items from high-level dungeons could be sold for cash. That surprised Sakura. Iso didn't seem like someone who cared about money. After a moment, he said he had to move on to the next floor. Iso said she'd come along and that they should help each other out. On the way, Sakura felt uneasy. Even with her unbeatable skills, something felt off. He worried something bad like before might happen again. Later, Iso found herself surrounded by monster lizards, licking her from both sides. She nervously asked Sakura for help. He wasn't surprised this would happen. Iso said her vision was going blurry and her body was weak, unable to move. Sakura guessed the monsters must have poisoned her. He noticed Iso couldn't dodge attacks that messed with her body's state. After they beat the lizards, she was saved but still poisoned and paralyzed. Sakura gave her some detox herbs, thinking maybe he was treating her like a pet. When she could move again, Iso thanked him. Sakura said it was nothing but still advised her to pick easier dungeons to level up safely. Iso smiled but firmly said no. She needed to earn money fast and couldn't do that in easy dungeons. Sakura tried to warn her again, but this time Iso said she had debts to pay off. Sakura stayed quiet for a moment after hearing her story. Iso explained their parents had died, leaving behind a big debt that she and her sister had to handle. Money was tight for them. Her older sister worked hard to pay off the debts, support Iso's schooling, and even gave her pocket money when she went out. Iso made it clear her sister always put her needs first and cared a lot. She said that's why she wanted to earn money, to clear the debt and let their parents rest easy, and also so her sister could finally enjoy life. She smiled and wondered if she was talking too much, but said she just felt like telling Sakura everything. Sakura got a bit emotional, thinking about what Maria had said about her own parents. Iso said she was about to leave, but when she started to walk away, Sakura grabbed her hand and told her to wait. She brightened up and asked what was wrong. Sakura said it was nothing and apologized if he made her uncomfortable. Then, a bit shyly, he said if she was okay with it, he wanted to help her finish the dungeon, whether that meant helping her level up or clearing it together. Iso looked at him surprised. Sakura realized he'd kinda stumbled over his words and apologized if it sounded confusing. Iso squeezed his hand and told him not to worry. She wouldn't forget his offer and hoped he'd keep helping. Sakura wondered if he would have said no before, but maybe Iso's determination made him change his mind. Mostly, though, he thought it was just too risky to leave her alone. On their way, Iso said it felt like having a little brother around. Sakura thought maybe she saw herself as an unreliable older sister. Iso admitted she felt lonely going it alone, but having Sakura, who she said was level 20,000, with her made her feel safe. That shocked Sakura so much his face changed instantly. Iso got tense, wondering what was wrong. Sakura started sweating nervously, trying to figure out how she knew about his level. Meanwhile, Iso kept talking, trying to snap him out of his distracted state. Sakura nervously asked how Iso knew his level. She said she accidentally caught a glimpse while falling and realized how strong he was. He felt a bit better, but was still tense about how careless he'd been. Then Iso said she'd work hard to reach level 20,000. Sakura told her the real limit was level 99. Iso was shocked and asked how he got past that. Sakura wished he hadn't said anything but figured it might be common knowledge. Since she already knew, he explained everything and asked her to keep it secret. She said okay. The scene switched to the 22nd floor where they faced a goblin that only threw fireballs. Iso got scared, but Sakura told her not to worry since the goblin only had one attack. He encouraged her to try fighting it. Iso got ready, charged, and attacked. The goblin was scared since its fireballs didn't hurt her. Sakura was ready to step in if needed, but after about an hour, Iso defeated the goblin and leveled up 13 levels. While she fought, Sakura ate and praised her, impressed she did it solo. He thought to himself he didn't expect her to manage alone. Her damage immunity made up for her low attack power, so she'd win in a long fight. Sakura asked if she really didn't need his help. Iso said, "What? I absolutely needed you. Alone, I just ran and hid. Only because of you did I try fighting." Sakura noticed the axe she was holding and asked about it. Iso said it was a dropped item, and having a good weapon meant it was time to push forward. She slowly cleared floors up to the 30th, got the flash magic skill, and earned 110 of the experience needed for the next level. Now they had collected 5 more dropped items: Ex Machina, Exodia, Gargantua, Dragon Mail, and Stone Bomb. Sakura said it was his first time seeing those and didn't know their uses, but trusted the Stone Bomb would work, as its name said. Iso was happy thinking these could sell for a lot of money, and Sakura hoped the money would help her pay off debts. On the 60th floor, Sakura saw snake monsters and hesitated. But thinking of her sister, she got determined and beat them, leveling up to 60 and gaining a skill called Magical Detoxification. On the 69th floor, Sakura faced dragons. Even though scared, she attacked, vowing not to get swallowed again. Iso watched impressed, sure Sakura would become a great player. Iso finally reached level 71. Sakura praised her, saying she probably didn't need his help after all. Iso just smiled and said, "No way, I was super scared. That's why you had to come with me." Sakura noticed a skill called Magical Identification and asked what it did. Iso guessed it probably helped her learn more about monsters and items. Sakura was amazed such a skill existed. She tried it on her own weapon, and it showed the name Destructive Axe. Iso thought the info might be limited since her skill was only level 1. They tried identifying other unknown items but got no results. Iso apologized, thinking it was because her skill was low level. Sakura told her not to apologize and pointed to a dropped item on the floor before they moved on. The scene moved to the 40th floor where Iso was amazed by a grand but chilly room. Sakura said it felt colder than usual, like they were close to the bottom. Suddenly, the gate they came through slammed shut, and Iso told Sakura they were trapped. Sakura sensed something else nearby. Looking closer, she spotted a floor boss named Dark Liger appearing out of nowhere. She shouted Iso's name to warn her and wondered if the boss had been waiting there all along. Iso said Dark Liger looked really scary. Sakura asked if Iso could use identification magic on it. Iso tried and said the only weakness she found was holy light magic. Sakura decided she'd hold Dark Liger off while Iso had to defeat it. Iso nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Dark Liger let out a huge roar, shaking them both. Iso tried using her ice magic at level 10, but it didn't work at all. She couldn't even activate it. She felt something was wrong with the floor. Sakura realized why. Magic was sealed on this floor. Sakura said his magic was sealed, and Iso confirmed she couldn't use magic either. This meant they had to fight without any magic at all. Suddenly, Dark Liger charged at them. Iso told Sakura to leave the fight to her. Iso swung her axe, but when Dark Liger got close, its body split apart like slime. Iso was shocked, and Sakura tried to stay calm, realizing this boss seemed nearly impossible to beat. She thought she might still handle it, even without Iso's help. Then Sakura realized something was off. Dark Liger was sealing magic, but as a floor boss, it shouldn't be able to do that. While thinking, she saw Dark Liger attacking both of them and quickly pushed Iso away. Iso shouted Sakura's name worriedly. Sakura reassured her she was okay, even though Dark Liger's slimy body was swallowing her whole. Iso said there was no way she was okay. Despite using all his strength, Sakura was still trapped inside the slime. He told Iso to get away and warned her not to touch anything. Dark Liger swallowed Sakura completely, leaving Iso shocked and speechless. Inside, Sakura found himself in a strange space, unsure if it was the boss's stomach or some other dimension. Suddenly, he heard Iso calling him from below. He realized he was trapped inside a crystal in that room and decided to break out. He punched the crystal with all his might. It was tough but not unbreakable. He kept punching, hoping Iso could hold on. Meanwhile, Dark Liger attacked Iso, who defended herself with the axe but fell down. As she fell, an item called Gargantua slipped from her dress. While dodging attacks, she heard a cracking sound. Looking down, she saw Gargantua had cracked open. Suddenly, a huge explosion rocked the floor, forcing Dark Liger to take a defensive stance. From the cracked item, a giant Gargantua appeared. Iso was amazed and relieved, feeling less alone now. Sakura, watching, wondered how Gargantua would fight Dark Liger. Gargantua punched back at Dark Liger, but just like Sakura, it got swallowed too. Iso tensed up, worried. As Gargantua fell beside Sakura inside the slime, Iso got an idea. She shouted she wasn't finished yet and would use another item if needed. She pulled out Exodia and showed it to Dark Ligger, but nothing happened. Frustrated, she shook it, pulled it, then opened it. It looked like a lighter. She lit the lighter, and suddenly a strange creature appeared from it. The scene cut back 3 hours earlier on the 38th floor, where Iso was calmly sitting in a chair. Sakura approached and said she had something for him. Iso replied with a simple, "Okay," but then suddenly vanished right in front of her. Sakura tensed up and asked where he had gone. Suddenly, Sakura greeted him from behind, startling Iso. She asked if what she had just seen was magic. Sakura confirmed it was, instant relocation via teleportation magic he had just learned from leveling up earlier. He explained that since his teleport skill was only level 1, it consumed a large amount of MP and made him feel slightly nauseous after using it, so he shouldn't overuse it. Sakura reassured him, saying he didn't need to worry much about MP and would get used to it. Iso smiled, finding the whole thing fascinating. Sakura added it had been a while since he got a new skill, so he was excited. The story then jumped back to the present moment, where Sakura mentioned the name Gargantua. Gargantua surprisingly responded with a yes, revealing it could talk. Sakura was shocked but asked Gargantua for help, urging it to destroy any obstacle in their way, be it a wall or the ground. Then Sakura left. Gargantua explained that it was impossible because the space they were trapped in was created by a special crystal that couldn't be destroyed. Even if they managed to crack it, it would repair itself automatically. Sakura then asked if Gargantua could use magic. Gargantua said no, which made Sakura laugh, thinking it was hopeless. But Gargantua surprised her by saying that she could use him as a conduit to channel magic. Sakura, confused, asked what that meant. Gargantua explained that by touching him, a user could imbue him with up to 3 of their magic skills. But each skill could only be used once before needing to be recharged. He also noted that he couldn't use revival or healing magic at all. Sakura asked if sealing magic would work on him. Gargantua said no. Those attacks wouldn't affect him, which pleased Sakura. She then told Gargantua they needed to get out of there. The scene shifted to Iso, who asked the strange fiery creature if he was Exodia. Exodia confirmed, introducing himself as the blazing spirit rising from hell. Iso, tense, told Exodia she didn't like him at all. Exodia was surprised and asked why. Iso explained that in middle school, a boy who acted exactly like Exodia had flirted with her. Exodia apologized but asked her not to compare him to such clumsy teenagers. Exodia pointed out that Dark Ligger seemed afraid of him and wouldn't dare approach them. He added he wasn't there to chat or waste time since he was ignited by the fiery depths of hell and had been speaking like that for a very long time. Iso, confused, asked what he was rambling about. Exodia told her to simply make a wish, promising he would grant it. Iso hesitated but confirmed, "You really mean a wish." Exodia affirmed that granting wishes was exactly why he appeared, encouraging her to ask for anything she wanted, be it power, money, or something else. Iso asked Exodia to help save Sakura, who'd just been swallowed by Dark Ligger. Exodia was surprised she was wishing for someone else, but said it wasn't possible since Sakura was stuck in hyperspace above. Iso yelled at Exodia to save Sakura if he knew where she was. Still shocked, Exodia asked again if that was really what she wanted, explaining that with his power, almost anything could happen. Iso gave a puppy-eyed look and said she didn't really want anything else for now. Exodia prepared to grant the wish, but meanwhile, Sakura used teleportation magic with Gargantua's help. Exodia said Iso's wish couldn't be granted after all. Then they saw Gargantua and Sakura appear near Dark Ligger. Sakura told Gargantua to freeze Dark Ligger with ice magic, and together they froze him solid. Sakura told Iso she was fine and didn't need saving. Gargantua jumped in saying Sakura should thank him because she was safe thanks to him. Sakura thanked Gargantua, and Iso felt happy seeing her and ran over. Sakura told Iso he was lucky to get there on time. Iso was confused and asked, "On time for what?" Sakura said she was just about to use her precious wish to save him, but she wanted to keep it for herself. She suggested Iso could finish off Dark Ligger instead. Iso was surprised and asked if she was serious. Sakura said yes, reminding him he promised to help her beat the dungeon. Iso happily gave Dark Ligger the final hit and finally reached level 99. Iso picked up a dropped item called Dark Sphere. Sakura asked what it was, and Iso guessed it must be something awesome. Then Exodia appeared from behind and asked if they were going to keep him waiting, telling them to say their wish. Iso apologized. While Sakura was amazed Exodia waited so patiently. Iso thought for a moment and said she didn't have a wish right now. Exodia said he liked Iso because she was interesting and told her she could call him anytime. Sakura asked if that was really okay. Iso said Exodia already helped a lot, so now she had to handle the rest herself. Sakura laughed, saying Exodia didn't really do anything. Iso was impressed that even after everything, Exodia said that. She gave Exodia and Gargantua a high five. Sakura wondered how much they'd get from all this, and Iso suggested they get something to eat first. The scene switched to the dungeon center where Sakura was surprised and asked if Maya really said 100 million yen. Maya said no, that was just a rough guess, explaining that 100 million crystals were expected to become the world's new energy source. She then asked if they knew that magic appraisal showed the Dark Globe's energy was hundreds of millions of times stronger than normal. Sakura and Iso were amazed. Maya added that even though it was just an estimate, the local dungeon center didn't have the power to set its price, but she was sure it was very valuable. She asked if it was okay to contact Iso once they confirmed the price after checking further. Iso said yes, but Sakura realized Iso didn't really get what Maya meant. Maya asked them to wait and confirmed they had cleared the Blue Cave dungeon. Sakura said yes. Maya explained that since the Red Cave dungeon was cleared, anyone finishing an unmapped dungeon would get a reward. Sakura and Iso looked confused, so Maya realized they didn't understand. She then said clearing the Blue Cave dungeon would earn them 3 million yen once the center confirmed it. Maya asked how they wanted to split the money. Sakura said to give it all to Iso. Iso got angry and said no. Sakura tried to explain it was because Iso cleared it. Iso asked Maya to split it evenly since they both cleared the dungeon. Sakura tried to stop her, but Iso warned her not to make her mad because she could be scary. Maya and Sakura smiled, finding it funny that quiet Iso could get so angry. After leaving the dungeon center, Iso was super happy about the money, thinking her sister would be surprised. She asked Sakura if he was close to Gargantua and wondered if he could sell the item to him. Then she noticed Gargantua wasn't going back into the dungeon. She asked if he didn't want to go back. Gargantua pointed to the entrance and said he was too big for the door and his job was done, so he planned to stay there and rot. Iso told him not to say such negative stuff. Sakura thought for a moment and asked Gargantua if he wanted a new job, to guard him while he slept because monsters kept waking him up. Gargantua said he'd be happy to. Sakura then apologized to Iso for not asking first since Gargantua was hers. Iso said it was fine because Gargantua looked happy. She then asked worriedly what they'd do about the door. Sakura said it was okay since his magic bag would be a comfy space. She also promised Iso that since Gargantua belonged to her, she would never sell him. Iso then remembered something when she saw Gargantua and him together. She pulled out Exodia again. Exodia asked what was happening. Iso said she'd decided on a wish. Exodia got excited and told her to say it, encouraging her to go for it with all her hopes and dreams. Iso surprised Exodia by asking him to be her friend. She talked about a guy from middle school who flirted with her, wondering if he was just bored or really wanted to be friends. Then she smiled and teased Exodia, asking if he was bored too. Exodia didn't answer, but said he didn't need to use his powers for something as simple as friendship. He added, a bit condescendingly, that she shouldn't compare him to teenagers. Iso got mad and yelled at Exodia not to call her little girl, since her name was Iso Miki. She told him to say he was her friend. Exodia chanted that Iso was his friend, then disappeared. Sakura was happy to see they'd grown close. Iso asked Sakura what they should do next. Sakura thought about Kamoshiro's wish, and told Iso everything about his talk with Kamoshiro. Iso asked if Sakura was really going to a player versus player match, and wondered if it was against the Tsuchikura brothers. Sakura said no, if it was them, he would have refused. He explained it was a friend, which made him hesitate because it felt like a meaningless fight and he didn't care who won. Iso said she remembered when they first met, he avoided her eyes. Now, she said, it didn't have to mean anything, but he shouldn't avoid his friends. They glanced at each other until Iso got embarrassed and looked away. Sakura started celebrating his upcoming victory while Iso hid her face, feeling shy. Then Sakura thanked her, but Iso said she should be the one thanking him. They said goodbye, and Sakura sent Kamoshiro a message saying he was ready for the fight. The scene moved to the Senku no Renge group battling a floor boss. Kamoshiro defeated it alone, surprising everyone. Kaido asked tensely what just happened, and Nagasawa noted it was the first time in a while Kamoshiro looked so serious, wondering if something was wrong. Kamoshiro said he was just excited because Sakura messaged him that he was ready to fight. A few days later, the scene moved to Sakura's home where Kamoshiro showed up and said good morning. He asked Sakura to come with him to see his mining spot. Sakura was curious and asked how Kamoshiro got his address. Kamoshiro didn't say exactly, but hinted someone told him. Sakura guessed it was Maria. Then they were at Kamoshiro's mining site, where he tossed a ring called Big Shell to Sakura. Kamoshiro explained that the ring could absorb hits 3 times for the wearer. Each hit changed its color from red to black until it finally broke. Sakura asked if whoever broke the ring first would lose. Kamoshiro said yes, and asked if the ring would help Sakura give his best in the fight. Sakura looked a bit sad and asked if it was really okay since Kamoshiro could end the fight quickly. Kamoshiro smiled and asked why Sakura agreed if he thought that way. Sakura said he felt he had to face his friends no matter what. Kamoshiro thought Sakura had changed and asked if it was because he had fallen in love. They ended their chat and got ready to fight. Sakura was sure he would win, but realized he had never seen Kamishiro go all out. As the fight began, ice filled the area, and Sakura wondered why Kamishiro was only using ice magic. It seemed strange. Sakura decided he didn't understand Kamishiro's plan, but wasn't going to hold back. Sakura attacked using teleportation magic and landed the first hit, teleporting far away. He felt tense since teleportation wasn't something he was used to. Kamishiro praised him for the hit. Sakura tried attacking again, but an ice block blocked his path. When he moved the same way again, he found Kamishiro wasn't there. Suddenly, Sakura sensed an attack from behind and dodged quickly. Kamishiro smiled seeing the dodge and tried hard to hit Sakura, but Sakura kept dodging. The fight went in a pattern. Kamishiro attacking from behind, Sakura countering, and Sakura using teleportation. Kamishiro was ready this time and landed a hit on Sakura. Now they were tied with one hit each. Sakura realized Kamishiro tricked him by baiting him into using teleportation. He noticed ice magic had been used from the start without Kamishiro needing to prepare. Sakura asked where Kamishiro had cast his magic. Kamishiro was impressed Sakura figured it out and said he currently had 4 skills. He said one was ice magic, another let him level up using only 1/10 of the usual experience points, and the third was called Magic Field. Sakura was curious and asked what Magic Field was. Kamishiro explained that Magic Field was a spell working within a certain area, and its effect could change a lot depending on who used it. His version, called Magical Domination Expansion, let him cast magic freely inside that space. Suddenly, the entire area filled with Kamishiro's ice magic. To avoid it, Sakura teleported up into the air. Kamishiro said Sakura's moves were too easy to predict and that he was really bad at reading his opponent. He added that he already knew Sakura would dodge upward and to the right. When Sakura teleported up, Kamishiro expected it and launched another ice attack from behind, landing his second hit. Kamishiro shouted that he had checkmated Sakura. Kamishiro's childhood showed him surrounded by classmates asking for help with their studies, and all he did was smile. He had this habit of smiling instead of saying things he couldn't put into words. His parents always told him not to let the world around him affect his focus and to keep pushing hard. Working hard felt natural to him. In a middle school national kendo contest, Kamishiro easily beat his opponents, surprising everyone who praised his strength. But as he kept getting stronger, he started feeling distant from others. He'd been holding back in fights to make them last, but because winning was so easy, people called him a genius who was just messing around. Fast forward to now, Kamishiro wondered if he'd ever have a real, thrilling fight. Sakura had gotten huge boosts like infinite level-ups and crazy experience, but Kamishiro noticed all his moves were easy to predict. At first, Kamishiro thought Sakura's skills were the real deal, but that wasn't it. Sakura said Kamishiro was good, though by good he meant just average since he was starting to use his true power. Kamishiro attacked with ice magic from all sides, but Sakura dodged without trouble. When Kamishiro swung his sword, Sakura pretended to punch him, but it was just a trick. Kamishiro hit back with magic circles, but Sakura teleported above the attack and launched a spell. Kamishiro wondered why Sakura was attacking from far away. He then hit Sakura with ice magic, and Sakura got surprised when his magic field stopped working. The scene jumped back to school days when Kamishiro was practicing taekwondo alone. Kaido came over asking if practicing solo was really fun. Kamishiro didn't recognize him at first, and Kaido said he was also a first-year student. Kamishiro asked what Kaido planned to do about it, and Kaido grabbed his collar, annoyed that Kamishiro wasn't taking fights seriously. Kaido wanted him to give his all, but Kamishiro just smiled and dared Kaido to try and make him pay since he thought one hit would end it. Then Nagasawa showed up, telling them to stop. Kaido was mad, but Nagasawa said fighting like that would cause trouble and first years would suffer the consequences. She also reminded them of a school rule where problems could be settled by sword fights instead of arguing, adding she knew Kaido couldn't beat Kamishiro alone, which was why he was scared. Kaido looked ready to yell, but Nagasawa jumped in and asked Kamishiro how he'd feel about taking on 3 people at once. She didn't care about the rumors calling Kamishiro a genius. She just wanted to know if he was ready to give it his all. Kamishiro felt the pressure and wasn't sure what to do. Kaido told him not to doubt himself and said the only thing truly unbeatable was a real genius. Back in the present, Sakura was struggling to cast spells inside the magic field and commented that creating a magic circle in a certain spot was tricky. Then Sakura suddenly attacked, but Kamishiro saw nothing in front of him. Out of nowhere, Kamishiro sensed an attack from behind and guessed Sakura had teleported a magic circle there. Sakura used lightning magic. Kamishiro remembered Kaido's words about real geniuses being unbeatable. Both fighters had taken 2 hits, so only 1 strike remained to decide the winner. Kamishiro was happy to see Sakura going all out and lunged forward with his sword, shrinking the magic field to aim better. He mixed in ice magic to reshape the battlefield and moved faster. Sakura was surprised and wondered how much Kamishiro had practiced those moves. Sakura dodged, and Kamishiro liked that Sakura finally seemed to trust his instincts to avoid attacks. Kamishiro noticed Sakura could combine magic, but he had a secret weapon, a new skill called Cloning Magic Level 10. Kamishiro sent out a clone to attack from both sides, but Sakura used teleportation and ice magic together to block it. Sakura pointed out that Kamishiro had shown 4 skills already. Kamishiro realized he had let that slip earlier in the fight, a big mistake. Then Sakura landed a powerful final hit. The fight ended with Sakura winning, beating the so-called genius Kamishiro. At Kamishiro's place, dinner was about to start, and Sakura looked at the table full of food, clearly surprised if Kamishiro really ate that much. Kamishiro said no. He'd told Kuyo that a friend was coming, so she made all that food. Sakura thanked them and complimented Kuyo on the meal. Kuyo said she was worried Sakura wouldn't like the food, but was glad he did. Kamishiro thanked Sakura again and admitted he'd lost badly in the fight. Sakura said it wasn't that simple, mentioning that even with the level gap, he had a tough time too. After some chatting, Kamishiro asked Sakura to get to the point. Sakura looked puzzled. Kamishiro then asked if Sakura would officially join Senko no Gorin. Sakura said no. Hearing that, Kuyo got close and stared at Sakura seriously, making both Kamishiro and Sakura feel tense. Kamishiro asked why Sakura refused. Sakura said being in a guild with set plans felt boring to him. Kamishiro smiled, saying he kind of expected that answer. Then Sakura asked if he heard right about Kamishiro wanting to conquer the A-rank dungeon, wondering if there was a bigger reason behind it. Kamishiro smiled and asked Sakura what he thought a dungeon was. Sakura was confused. Kamishiro explained that dungeons had appeared a year ago, but they still didn't fully understand the leveling system or monster drops. Only a few chosen ones did. Then the scene moved to Iso's sister. A boy named Dummy came to say hi to Mika, Iso's older sister. Mika was staring at a photo of Iso. Dummy asked if she was still looking at it. Mika said yes. Dummy wondered why she didn't just video call Iso. Mika got mad and said there was no signal. She jumped up and explained that Iso was in a dungeon, and she was worried because Iso had cleared a rank 6 dungeon with a boy. Dummy realized something serious was happening. Mika angrily said she wouldn't let Sakura get away with what he did to Iso. Dummy told her to calm down, saying he believed her theory. Mika calmed down and told Dummy to forget what he'd heard, saying these days anything could happen at any age. Then the scene showed Mika's badge, revealing she worked as a researcher at the dungeon center. Back at Kamishiro's house, he shared how much he wanted to understand everything about dungeons. The why, how, who, and what. He believed the answers were inside the A-rank dungeon. Sakura said he got it, but hadn't really thought about it much. No matter what, he was just thankful the dungeons brought him friends. Kamishiro laughed, and Sakura asked what was funny. Kamishiro said he thought Sakura had really changed. Sakura replied that Kamishiro had said that before, but wasn't sure it was good. Kamishiro insisted it was, but deep down wondered if everyone might get tired of it someday. He added it was an endless cycle. Since Sakura was a player, he couldn't avoid meeting new people. Kamishiro believed Sakura would face lots more changes ahead. Sakura laughed and said he was looking forward to it. In the city, people were buzzing about Iso. They said she was the strongest female player and had cleared the rank 6 dungeon. Some even said she didn't need anyone protecting her. Just her axe was enough to beat the dungeons. Plus, she had this scary, bloodthirsty monster with her. While some folks were scared, others found it surprising that Iso was actually kind and soft-spoken. The scene then switched to the 14th floor of the rank G Misty Depths dungeon. Iso was searching for something but suddenly realized it wasn't in her bag. She started to get a little teary, upset because she had been looking forward to eating it as a reward. Exodia got annoyed by Iso crying over what he thought was a hamburger and told her to stop crying and keep moving to the next floor. Iso gave him a weird look. Exodia asked why she looked so strange and mentioned he hadn't eaten anything yet. Iso got mad and said she never said it was a hamburger. Exodia tried to change the subject and complimented her new nails, asking if she'd just gotten them done. Iso shouted again that it was just the two of them and asked if he had eaten while she was asleep. Exodia firmly said no, but Iso kept insisting he had eaten and called him a big liar. Frustrated, Exodia went back into his lighter and told Iso she was too stubborn, saying goodbye. Iso shot back that she'd ignore him forever too. On the 15th floor, the deepest one, Iso kept moving and tried to talk to Exodia, but he didn't reply, so she gave up and went on. Suddenly, the floor boss Lark attacked her. Iso panicked and shouted, then realized she was feeling dizzy, probably poison and the fog making her sleepy. She needed to detox fast. Just then, Exodia appeared from the lighter and started fighting Lark. Iso anxiously asked if he was okay. Exodia told her not to worry, that he'd be fine. Encouraged, Iso grabbed her axe to fight back, but the boss snatched it away. With no other choice, she used flash magic to attack Lark, and finally, they cleared the floor. Iso checked if Exodia was okay, and he said yes. Then she picked up a dropped item called the Mirror of Memory, which could show past events at that spot. Excited, she asked the mirror to show when they had been resting and when her hamburger went missing. Exodia tensed up and quickly told her to wait. Iso asked nervously, "What?" Exodia started explaining that he hadn't planned to tell her this, but once he granted a wish, he would vanish and be reborn somewhere else with no memory, just the urge to fulfill someone's request. But Iso was different. She showed him he wasn't just some tool to grant wishes and then disappear. Iso said she was happy to hear that and asked if he was always this serious. Exodia told her to wait because he wasn't finished yet. But Iso didn't wait. She ran to the spot where she had been sleeping, eager to see what really happened. The mirror showed exactly what went down. A monster tried to grab her bag, but Exodia popped out to save it. In the chaos, her hamburger fell from the bag. Then Exodia secretly ate the hamburger. Iso caught him doing it and was sure he had lied to her. She said she felt worse about the lie than losing the burger. Exodia claimed the mirror must be broken. Iso got mad and asked why he lied. Exodia apologized and said she always seemed to love hamburgers so much. He got curious about how they taste. He added he didn't tell the truth because he thought she'd be mad at him. Iso said she hated lies. Exodia apologized again, saying he didn't realize. Then she asked if he actually liked the hamburger. He said yes. Iso said they'd have hamburgers together after the dungeon. She also said sorry, admitting she hadn't known he liked food too. As they left, Iso asked Exodia to finish what he wanted to say earlier. He tried to brush it off, but Iso insisted she really wanted to know. Exodia finally said he had never actually planned to grant her wish. Iso was confused. When they reached the dungeon exit, she stepped out, cheering that she'd cleared another dungeon. Then she thought about telling Sakura and started typing a message. Exodia asked why she didn't just call. Iso wasn't sure why, but said it felt weird when it was Sakura on the other end. Exodia thought for a second and sneakily hit the call button on her phone. Iso yelled that he was bullying her, and Exodia laughed. Sakura answered, saying hello. They started talking, realizing it had already been a whole year since the dungeons showed up. Before Iso called, Sakura had been busy since finishing the Blue Cave dungeon with Iso about 2.5 months ago. Without thinking much, he focused on clearing as many dungeons as he could. His level was around 40,000, and he'd picked up some new skills like healing himself from status effects, resisting magic, boosting magic power a lot, and needing way less experience to level up. Because of this, a lot of people noticed him, praising him or even crushing on him. One day, while Sakura was out, Sakuraba suddenly appeared and asked for his autograph. Seeing Sakuraba made Sakura remember old times. Sakuraba told Sakura he'd heard rumors that Sakura was the guy who took advantage of Team Senku no Guren, hiding behind the top solo player Iso Miki, and that he was known for staging a fight with the Tsuchikura brothers for fame. Sakuraba said he was happy to meet Sakura, but also called him a useless kid. His friends said Sakuraba was better since he just cleared a J-rank dungeon. Then Sakuraba asked Sakura to hand over his wallet, thinking it'd be no problem. Sakura quietly watched them, while Sakuraba's friends mocked him. Sakura thought Sakuraba hadn't changed and was still a jerk. After Sakura left, Sakuraba and his friends got tense, wondering where he went, and decided they had to catch him because they felt insulted. Then Sakura teleported away, since he didn't want to waste time with them. By accident, he bumped into a boy and said sorry. The boy asked if he was really Sakura, and Sakura asked if the boy's name was Izuin. At that moment, Sakura remembered back when his teacher questioned him. The teacher said Sakura had claimed he was trying to stop Izuin from being bullied, and that's why he fought Sakuraba. Sakura agreed. The teacher pointed out that none of Sakura's classmates knew about any bullying, and Izuin himself denied it too. Because of this, Sakura got expelled. Back in the present, Izuin said he had been following news about Sakura and admired him as a player. Sakura asked if Izuin was a player now, and he said yes. Izuin added he'd dropped out of school and respected Sakura's courage. He apologized for not admitting he was bullied, which led to Sakura's expulsion. Sakura said it was fine since Sakuraba and the others were really to blame. Izuin thought Sakura must be popular with girls, but Sakura told him to keep quiet since he was just speaking honestly. Izuin thanked Sakura again for helping last time and asked how Sakura saw him. A friend, classmate, or just a bullied kid? Sakura honestly said he didn't really know. Sakura was about to say something more, but Izuin cut him off with a quick goodbye. Sakura felt a bit uneasy, but said goodbye too, and they each went their own way. While Sakura was thinking about the F-rank dungeon he wanted to explore, Iso suddenly called him. He picked up fast, surprising Iso. Meanwhile, Sakuraba and his crew were still looking for Sakura when they ran into Izuin. Sakuraba was happy to see him and joked about having some useless trash to deal with that day. He smiled and invited Izuin to chat. Back with Sakura and Iso, Iso was telling the story about Exodia and Hamburger. Sakura laughed and asked Exodia if anyone could resist something that tasty. Exodia agreed, knowing Sakura got the joke. Iso got annoyed and teased that Exodia and Sakura were teaming up now. Sakura laughed again, making Iso blush. She said she liked seeing him so cheerful because he looked different. Exodia said Sakura seemed pretty pumped up too. Then Sakura asked Iso if she remembered when he told her why he dropped out of school. Iso said yes. Sakura said he tried to push it out of his mind, but deep down it still hurt bit by bit. He felt powerless since he couldn't help, and his absence made Izuin's bullying worse. But meeting and talking with Izuin today made him genuinely happy. The scene then switched to Izuin and Sakuraba. Sakuraba and his gang were apologizing because Izuin had beaten them all by himself. Izuin laughed sarcastically and told Sakuraba to say sorry for not being the useless nobody he used to think he was. Sakuraba got angry and yelled how someone like Izuin could beat them when they were all level 99. Izuin just laughed and revealed his real level was 10,000. Turns out, there was another player with infinite leveling, but this one was corrupted by pride over his skills. A few days later, at the G-rank dungeon called the Dungeon of Endless Desert, Sakura woke up to some voices. He wondered why he'd been out cold. When he opened his eyes, 2 people were asking if he was okay or still out. Sakura remembered he'd been poisoned. The boy told the girl to bring out the panacea they had. Sakura stood up and thought back to a time he'd accidentally eaten a poisonous eggplant and passed out. Seeing him move, they checked if he was really alright since they'd thought he was paralyzed. They were surprised he was fine. Sakura explained it was because he had a skill that lets him recover from status effects. He wondered if they were really going to use such an expensive medicine on him. The 2 were amazed by his skill. They didn't know abilities like that existed. The boy introduced himself as Utsuka Eiji and the girl as his wife, Hiroko. Sakura was surprised they were a couple. Utsuka asked if it was Sakura's first time in the dungeon and warned it was really dangerous. Sakura nervously said he was already level 99. Hiroko didn't believe it, thinking no one above 90 would get knocked out by a poisonous eggplant so easily. Utsuka asked to see Sakura's status bar, genuinely concerned. Sakura hesitated, but they started patting his head, telling him it's no shame to be low level since everyone starts at 0. Sakura wanted to refuse but didn't want to tell the truth, so he just said he wanted to clear the dungeon. Hiroko asked if he really wanted to finish it and offered to help. Utsuka agreed, saying it was too risky for Sakura to go alone. Sakura wanted to say no, but felt they truly cared and remembered Kamishiro telling him to meet new people if he kept playing. So, he accepted their help and thanked them. They patted his head again like a kid, telling him not to worry and to ask for help anytime. Sakura told them to stop messing with his hair. Then they moved on to the dungeon's 2nd floor, where many paths appeared. Even with choices, Utsuka confidently picked the middle one. Hiroko agreed and warned Sakura to be careful since it was pretty dark there. Sakura asked how they knew the middle path was right. Utsuka said they'd been through the dungeon dozens of times, slowly leveling up and gathering stuff along the way. Hiroko added they'd made it to the 28th floor last time, and now aimed for the 30th. Sakura was surprised. Hiroko explained they were 3rd-year university students exploring dungeons to save money for their wedding. They'd been friends since kindergarten and wanted a big, fancy wedding. She asked Sakura if he liked anyone, promising to keep it a secret. Sakura said no, not interested in anyone romantically right now. Hiroko looked surprised and asked if he really wasn't close to any girls. Sakura said he did have some girlfriends. Hiroko got happy and said he'd probably catch feelings for someone soon. Listening to them chat, Sakura got a bit tense, thinking maybe he should just leave to avoid more personal questions. He thought about his childhood friend, a girl he knew before his dad remarried, and wondered if he was remembering right or not. As they reached a floor with monsters like Yellow Bee and Earth Dragon, Hiroko told Sakura to hang back since it might be dangerous. Hiroko used level 5 explosion magic, blowing up the area and kicking up lots of sand. Sakura wondered how they'd see anything now. Then Hiroko cast level 5 location magic to find the Yellow Bee and told Utsuka it was at 2 o'clock. Utsuka didn't hesitate and took down the Yellow Bee. Sakura was impressed by their teamwork. First blinding the monster, then using magic to find it. Suddenly, an earth monster showed up behind Sakura. Utsuka told Hiroko something felt off because he hadn't spotted the earth monster near the Yellow Bee. Hiroko quickly tried location magic again, but by then Sakura had already defeated the earth monster and her magic found nothing. They hadn't seen Sakura take down the earth monster and wondered if the explosion had done it. They checked on Sakura and found him buried in the sand. They asked how he got buried and warned him not to wander so far. Sakura picked up a dropped item, and they figured he'd been wandering alone, scolding him. When Sakura came back, they scolded him like older siblings or parents. Sakura said he was fine and felt happy because they were genuinely kind. Seeing his smile, they told him not to distract them with it and to just let them scold him. The scene then shifted after some time, with Hiroko asking Sakura, "He was actually quite strong, right?" Sakura didn't know what to say. Hiroko mentioned that she had definitely heard the name Sakura Makoto before, but she hadn't told Utsuka yet. She laughed, imagining Utsuka's reaction once he found out about Sakura. Sakura responded that he understood and laughed along with her. Hiroko then said she was glad they met Sakura and that they might face the floor's boss on this run. She admitted she was honestly very scared and unsure about it. Sakura asked her why she had chosen to enter the dungeon if she was so afraid. Hiroko responded simply, saying that she loved being beside Utsuka. Despite being scared and unsure, the joy of being with him outweighed everything else. Sakura nodded, acknowledging that Utsuka was indeed a very kind and trustworthy person. Hiroko asked Sakura not to be fooled by Utsuka's appearance, revealing that he was actually a real crybaby in childhood. Sakura urged her to spill the tea. Hiroko began to share that Utsuka used to cling right behind her. Before she knew it, he was always by her side, step by step. She also mentioned that they knew each other so well that they both thought she would definitely not marry him. But guess what? They both are married now, like a strange fate. Sakura was smiling as she heard this. Hiroko got a little angry and told him that if he kept smiling like that, she would get mad. Sakura said that he hoped they had the best wedding ever. Hiroko thanked him for his wish. Sakura then thought of giving her a gift for the wedding and started searching in his bag. Seeing this, Hiroko got confused about what he was doing. After that, he gave a dragon pearl to Hiroko as a gift. She confirmed if he really wanted to give it to her. Sakura responded that he didn't have anything better than that for the time being. Hiroko shared that it was the best gift Sakura had given her and asked if he wanted an invitation to their wedding. Sakura asked in surprise if he could really come. Hiroko laughed and responded with a yes. The scene then shifted 2 days later, when they finally reached the 29th floor. At that moment, Utsuka said they were entering uncharted territory for the time being. Hiroko, using her skills, informed them that the enemy was just ahead on the next turn. Utsuka became serious and asked Sakura to stay back for that fight. As they approached the enemy, they saw it was a monster named Masked Mon. Utsuka commented that he had never seen such a monster before, and although its recommended level wasn't very high, they still needed to be careful. Suddenly, Masked Mon used magic and their surroundings changed from a tunnel to a wide open area. Sakura was shocked and wondered if they were really in that place, as he remembered being in a tunnel just moments ago. Suddenly, a monster named Adamantite appeared behind Sakura, but he easily defeated it with one punch. Afterward, Sakura wondered aloud that an Adamantite should be a floor boss in another dungeon. As he was thinking, another monster appeared, a mechanical knight of level 107. Sakura easily defeated that monster with one kick and started thinking about finding the other two monsters as soon as possible. Right after Sakura realized he hadn't leveled up even after beating the boss, the mechanical knight suddenly grabbed his leg and a huge explosion went off. Sakura got hurt, but because of his endless leveling ability, he didn't die. He figured out it was a self-destruct move. It did some damage, but not nearly as bad as the one from the Nine Tails. He got serious and started thinking hard. Meanwhile, Utsuka and Hiroko took down the last mechanical knight. Utsuka told Hiroko they should go find Sakura because he might be in trouble. But Hiroko felt confident Sakura would be okay. Just then, Sakura showed up, which made both of them a bit relieved. Sakura saw the fallen mechanical knight and got tense, knowing what might happen next. He shouted at them to get out of the way fast. Hiroko didn't get what he meant at first, but it was too late. The mechanical knight grabbed her. Everyone froze, and Sakura quickly used teleportation magic to get to Hiroko and rescue her. Before he could reach her, a big blast happened, and Hiroko died in the explosion. Utsuka and Sakura were both stunned. Utsuka saw her health hit 0 and started crying, letting out a painful howl. It was a brutal reminder of how dangerous the dungeon really was. Death was always lurking nearby. Sakura thought back to the notice board he'd seen before entering the dungeon. It had warnings about lots of injuries, deaths, and missing people in the city. The government was telling everyone to pick dungeons that matched their power levels. He mentioned that all the dungeon centers showed level info and offered things like protective gear, healing magic, and supplies. Even when the world felt chaotic, one thing stayed clear: humans were fragile. Later, Sakura told Utsuka he knew someone who could use revive magic. He asked Utsuka to let him teleport her so he could try it out. Utsuka shouted, telling Sakura to check Hiroko's HP bar. Sakura remembered that when someone dies, their HP bar hits 0 and fades out after some time, and the clock said 3 hours. Utsuka yelled he didn't know if revive magic would work, but it had taken them 3 days to reach the 29th floor, so returning in 3 hours was impossible. Sakura suggested using some healing items or first aid on her wounds and lungs to ease the shock. Utsuka told Sakura to be quiet and thanked him for caring, but said nothing could be done now. Then suddenly, Hiroko's bag started glowing, and the dragon pearl came out. A beam of light shot from the pearl, and to their shock, Hiroko woke up. She asked if she'd just fallen asleep. Sakura looked away, embarrassed. Hiroko got confused and then embarrassed when she realized she was naked. Tense, Hiroko asked where her clothes had gone. Utsuka started smiling through tears and hugged her. Hiroko, confused, asked what was going on because he was scaring her. Sakura was curious about the dragon pearl too. Hiroko asked why Utsuka was crying. After some explaining, she was shocked and asked if she'd really died. Utsuka confirmed it, saying she was brought back by the dragon pearl. Hiroko said she didn't remember any of that, but did remember struggling to breathe. At that moment, Utsuka and Sakura both looked sad, kneeling on the ground. She told them to get up, saying it wasn't time to mourn. Now that she was back, they should move on to the next floor. Then, Utsuka surprised her by saying they were going home. Hiroko asked in disbelief, "What?" Utsuka said they were turning back because what happened was a miracle, and he couldn't handle going through that again. He started crying again. Hiroko came over, held his face, and asked if he remembered he was supposed to protect her. She told him not to be a crybaby and admitted she'd been careless. She was glad he was there, but said they needed to think like players, treating this as their last dungeon and finishing it no matter what. Sakura watched them and for some reason showed them his status. Utsuka and Hiroko were shocked. Sakura admitted he'd been naive. Even with his high levels, stats, and skills, he'd still let someone die. But he promised it wouldn't happen again. He told them to move on to the next floor and assured them that as long as he was around, no one else would die. Utsuka thanked Sakura for opening up and apologized for being useless, feeling bad about relying on someone younger to carry everything. Utsuka also thanked Hiroko, saying she made him realize how much he wanted to clear the dungeon together. Then the scene switched to the 30th floor, a vast, endless desert. There was a floor boss called Dullahan. Both Hiroko and Utsuka were impressed by how intimidating it looked. Sakura told them to let him handle the fight and guessed, like the other bosses, Dullahan probably had some tricky skills. Sakura tried attacking with ice magic to slow Dullahan down, but the ice just bounced off like it hit a shield. Utsuka nervously asked if the attack failed. Sakura said no, but it looked like Dullahan's shield was reflecting his magic. Thinking fast, Sakura planned to combine ice magic with teleportation for a combo. But before he could move, Dullahan struck first, hitting him with ice magic. Utsuka asked if Dullahan could use ice magic too. Hiroko said it seemed more like it was copying. Sakura caught on and wondered if Dullahan was using reflect magic. Sakura stayed on edge, figuring out what to do next. Then Utsuka reminded him they were 3 in total. Sakura remembered he wasn't the only one who could fight and told them to watch his back. Sakura told Hiroko to use her explosion magic while he charged at Dullahan with ice and teleportation magic, but as soon as he got close, he was thrown back like hitting an invisible wall. He realized Dullahan's reflection worked even beyond its shield. He thought maybe the dagger on its right arm was blocking his attacks, but no, Dullahan chose to reflect the explosion magic coming straight at it. Sakura guessed only Dullahan's weapons could block magic attacks. He tried hitting it with fire magic next, but it seemed like Dullahan absorbed the flames. When Dullahan swung its tail, Sakura grabbed it and dragged the boss, ready to slam it down. At the same time, he combined ice magic and teleportation for an attack. The fight got intense, and a big blast covered everything in smoke. Hiroko got worried, wondering what happened to Sakura. When the smoke cleared, she saw he was a bit hurt by the ice magic. Sakura chipped off the ice, thinking Dullahan could reflect even indirect attacks. That meant there was no simple way to damage it. Magic would bounce off its dagger and sword, and physical hits were blocked by armor. He wondered if Hiroko's explosion and his ice magic weren't enough. Just then, Utsuka jumped in to fight and told Sakura he could store and absorb magic. Once magic was stored, his attacks turned magical instead of physical. Sakura thought about Utsuka's sword, but Utsuka nervously said he could only do that once. Dullahan attacked Utsuka, who blocked with his shield. Meanwhile, Sakura disappeared from behind him and ran to Hiroko, saying he had a plan. He explained he'd keep charging magic into Utsuka's sword while Hiroko kept attacking with explosions. Hiroko asked nervously if that meant Utsuka would become the boss's target. Sakura said yes, but he noticed Dullahan was slow to react to Utsuka's sword strikes, probably because it focused on reflecting magic attacks first. They went ahead with the plan. Sakura said they needed a chance to hit Dullahan since that was their best shot, better than risking magic bouncing back by attacking head-on. Suddenly, Hiroko knelt down, coughing up blood. Sakura guessed she'd pushed her magic too far when her MP was low. She apologized, saying she couldn't keep up. Seeing Hiroko like that, Utsuka thought about when she'd died before and got distracted. Still, he managed to block Dullahan's attack with his shield. Sakura ran to Utsuka and told him to raise his sword. Utsuka did, and Sakura loaded fire magic into it twice. Without waiting, Utsuka swung at Dullahan. Surprisingly, the hit didn't do much damage. Dullahan tried to slash back with its reflection. Sakura quickly jumped in to block. Utsuka, shocked, asked what he was doing. Hearing that, Sakura yelled he knew the way to beat Dullahan and told Utsuka to step back because standing behind him was too risky. Using teleportation magic, he explained they'd been attacking with magic and physical hits separately, which let the boss block them easily. To get past Dullahan's reflection, Sakura combined both, punching the boss while charging the hit with fire magic. That finally took Dullahan down, and Sakura leveled up by a huge 489 levels. Suddenly, Sakura felt sharp pain and saw his right hand was broken. He could still move his elbow, but it hurt a lot. Hiroko scolded him for being careless and told him to use healing potions. She couldn't find any in her bag, so she checked Utsuka's. Utsuka just smiled and told Hiroko to rest, relieved that everyone was okay. Hiroko yelled at Utsuka that he was the only one who could move, so he should hurry and get the healing potions out. Utsuka realized he'd totally forgotten first aid in the excitement and apologized. Then he gave them both potions and bandages. After some time, the scene moved outside the dungeon center in Tokyo. Sakura was amazed by how huge the place was. He'd never seen a dungeon center that big before. He asked Utsuka if he could go inside for a look. Utsuka told him to calm down and said they were really tired, so Sakura would have to wait. Sakura apologized. A few minutes later, they all sat on a bench inside. Hiroko was already asleep from exhaustion. Sakura guessed the long wait must have worn her out. Utsuka explained that the Tokyo Dungeon Center usually bought items at higher prices for research, which attracted a lot of players, causing the usual 1-hour wait. Sakura nodded, understanding. Utsuka said the best part of his day was the mix of being worn out from dungeon crawling, seeing how much they earned, and having cute, carefree Hiroko sleeping beside him. Sakura asked if Utsuka really planned to retire after this. Utsuka said yes. For him, the dungeons didn't mean much. It was just her that made it all worthwhile. Utsuka then told Sakura not to tell Hiroko because it was embarrassing. Sakura laughed. He reminded Utsuka to keep his level secret too, so no one would notice. Utsuka agreed, saying he couldn't tell anyone. Then their number was called, and Utsuka woke Hiroko since it was their turn. Later, Hiroko and Utsuka were surprised that the floor boss's drop was only worth 500 yen. The receptionist, Lily, confirmed it. She said the Sword of Karma was a powerful weapon that could deflect magic attacks but lowered the wielder's speed to 0, basically cursing them and making them unable to move. Utsuka got tense, scared since they'd touched it. Hiroko reassured him that Lily had touched it too, without any problem. Sakura thought the sword looked really strong and asked Utsuka if it was okay for him to take it. Utsuka agreed, saying Sakura was the one who defeated the boss. Lily added that besides the sword, they got 7 other items, and with the dungeon clear reward, their total was 6,235,000 yen. She asked how they wanted to split it. Utsuka told Lily to split it half for Sakura and half for his family. Sakura got shocked and gave Utsuka an angry look. He told Lily to divide it into 3 equal parts for all of them. Hiroko and Utsuka got a bit nervous but smiled, realizing Sakura had caught them. Sakura said he knew it might feel awkward, but they had to accept it and plan the best wedding ever. Hiroko praised Sakura for being so kind. As they started to leave, Lily stopped Sakura and said they had something for the player ranked 6th, Sakura. The 3 looked at Lily confused, and Sakura asked, "What rank?" Lily was surprised and explained that the government had released a ranking based on income a few days ago to motivate players. When they looked at the leaderboard, they were shocked to see Sakura at 6th place with total earnings of 53,905,000 yen. Hiroko couldn't believe that Iso, the top player, was just 18. Sakura was surprised too and noticed the whole Senku no Guren team was on the list. Then, seeing Maria's name and her team included caught him off guard. Utsuka was shocked and asked if Sakura really knew Maria, the model. He also spotted Izu and Yoda ranked 15th with a big income. Lily explained the rankings were only about earnings, and the true strongest would be decided at the upcoming tournament. She gave Sakura an invite card, saying the higher-ranked players got first picks. Sakura wasn't interested and said he wouldn't join. But then Hiroko stepped in and took the invite for him, telling Sakura he didn't have to join if he still didn't want to by the tournament day. Sakura hesitated, but Hiroko said it was better to keep options open and urged him not to miss such a chance since he was really strong. She even added, "Who knows how long we got?" Sakura took the card, still wondering what they were thinking and what would happen if he did join. Out of nowhere, people spotted Sakura inside the dungeon, talking about him everywhere. Some wanted autographs, others asked for money. Utsuka was shocked and asked if Sakura was really that famous. He apologized for bossing him around earlier and wondered how to make up for it. Sakura found Utsuka's sudden change weird but said it was fine since he did the same sometimes. Hiroko laughed and teased Sakura about Utsuka being cute, and Sakura smiled, agreeing. After leaving the dungeon center, Hiroko joked they'd send Sakura a wedding invite. They chatted a lot before saying their goodbyes and went their separate ways. As Sakura moved on thinking about the next dungeon raid, a girl suddenly appeared behind him and blew air in his ear. He was stunned. The girl laughed at his reaction, calling him shy and cute. Sakura felt tense because she was dressed like a cat and wondered who she was. She asked if she had his attention and wanted a photo with him. Sakura said no. Then she got closer and asked if he wanted to team up. He said no firmly and that he was fine alone. She happily took that as yes, but he said no again. Confused, she asked why he was so formal, then whispered in his ear again. Startled, Sakura ran away and kept his distance. His mind was full of questions. The girl wanted to say more but just smiled quietly, watching him from behind. So, who is this mysterious girl? Will Sakura join forces with her? And has his mindset really changed to compete for the top player spot? Stay tuned. There's more to come you won't want to miss.
Maria connected to Sakura through a video call and said it had been a long time since they last talked. She wondered why the surroundings were so dark. Sakura was surprised, realizing they were indeed on a video call, and apologized, explaining that she had been calling him earlier, but he had been inside a dungeon where there was no signal. She said she was glad he had finally called her back. As Sakura thought about it, he realized she had called him several times and wondered if she was in Japan. Maria revealed that she was there for him and mentioned that an upcoming player versus player tournament was about to begin. One of the main sponsors was her father, which was how she had become the promotional ambassador. Sakura didn't react much, thinking that she was truly talented. She noticed his pale reaction and asked whether he was planning to participate in the tournament. When he denied it, she said she was excited just imagining how cool he would look on stage. After that, Maria asked if he was heading into another dungeon. Sakura agreed and asked if she wanted to see what it looked like. When she checked, he mentioned that it was an F-rank dungeon. Maria said she had heard that many players had tried, but none had reached the deepest floor. Sakura added that the dungeon still stood there, menacingly, as if waiting for someone to complete it. He sounded genuinely excited about it. Maria commented that he hadn't changed at all and said she had gotten much stronger too. She asked him to explore a dungeon together sometime. Remembering their past, Sakura initially refused, but Maria insisted she was serious and that she had really become stronger. Sakura then admitted he was only teasing and wished her good luck. She wished him the same and suggested they meet the next day. After the call ended, she blushed deeply. Sakura then entered the first floor of the dungeon, where he encountered a paralyzing butterfly. Judging by its name, he assumed it was a poison-type monster and used arch-nemesis to defeat it, gaining 114 levels in one go. He thought that the experience points were increasing rapidly and noticed that his skill progression had improved, now requiring only 1/50th of the previous experience to level up. As he continued exploring, he found an item and realized that the recommended level didn't seem to match the amount of experience earned. Certain monsters, in particular, provided far more experience points. He recalled that there was a website documenting the experience points dropped by each monster type. The item in his hand was labeled Paralyzing Powder, which reminded him of his earlier conversation with Utsuka and Hiroko, when Utsuka had asked why he chose to become a player. Sakura had replied that it was because the world of players was interesting, comforting, and free, a place that accepted people like him, who didn't care about fame or money. But after delving into the dungeon, he realized that everyone else was striving for something greater, even willing to risk their lives to explore. He began to wonder if his casual attitude toward it all was acceptable. Utsuka had told him that over the past year, medicine had improved greatly, with dungeon items being used not only to enhance health, but even to cure previously incurable diseases. It was thanks to the items players brought from dungeons that such progress was possible, and Sakura's contributions had helped many people. Utsuka reminded him to hold his head high, as that was something truly worth being proud of. Sakura stopped reminiscing and was now battling a unicorn, which he swiftly defeated, gaining 23 levels and obtaining 3 items: a last potion, a unicorn's horn, and the Sword of Twilight. He had no idea what those items were used for and wished he had the identification skill. He recalled that when players leveled up, there was a chance to increase their magic level, learn a new skill, or simply gain a level. The theory was that the higher the level, the higher the probability for those dice rolls, making it easier to learn new skills. As he checked his own skill list, he wondered why he had so few abilities despite the number of levels he had gained. He questioned whether it was because of the infinity level up trait, and if there was any way to change that, thinking it would be nice to know what each skill actually did. Looking around, he sensed someone's presence. Suddenly, Medusa, a giant monster covered with writhing snakes, appeared and attacked him. Sakura managed to defeat her easily, gaining 11 more levels. However, he was shocked to find himself unable to move, realizing that Medusa's petrification effect had taken hold. It was unbelievable. He felt a pang of guilt for Utsuka and Hiroko, thinking how sorry he was for them. Deciding to wait for his body to recover naturally, he was startled when he saw the girl he had met earlier suddenly return. The girl approached him, saying it was amazing and that she hadn't known he could recover like that. Sakura wondered if she was the same woman he had seen at the dungeon center. She introduced herself as Yumasaki Kirara, mentioning that she was 15 years old and that he could address her casually. There was no need to call her that woman. She said he could simply call her Yumasaki or Kirara, adding that her blood type was O and that she was level 79. Sakura then wondered why she was so eager to join him. Kirara asked if he had been too hasty during the interview, and if that meant she was already accepted. Growing excited, she said she had become a player just to meet him. Then, embarrassed, she quickly asked him to ignore that remark. She explained that with her invisibility and ninja step skills, monsters wouldn't be able to detect her presence, and she could also use level 6 identification magic, assuring him that she would be useful to his party. Sakura thought about her invisibility skill and admitted to himself that he wasn't opposed to forming a party, though at the moment he didn't see any particular reason to. As he hesitated, Kirara looked disheartened, assuming he was about to refuse. Sakura clarified that he hadn't said anything yet. She then asked about his infinity level up, which took him by surprise. Kirara smiled and asked if he was wondering how she knew about it, revealing that she possessed level 10 mind-reading magic. She said she might have startled him, but that the skill allowed her to read anyone's thoughts, so when he thought about the identification magic or the infinity level up, she immediately knew. Sakura questioned whether she was trying to threaten him, but Kirara looked confused and said it wasn't like that at all. She explained that she had only learned about his leveling ability just then, and the reason she had become a player in the first place was because of him. She even swore it was true. Eventually, Sakura agreed to form a party with her. Although she mentioned that monsters couldn't sense her presence, he reminded her that it would still be dangerous for her to wander alone. Sakura still couldn't understand why Kirara wanted to stay there, but she didn't seem to be lying. She grew cheerful, asking how he had figured that out, saying it was really fun, and teasing him not to tell her that he could read minds too. Sakura replied that he couldn't, saying he wasn't that overpowered. He added that since she was in the dungeon, she should enjoy her stay and that she would be safe as long as he was around. Kirara laughed and called him a merciful saint, though Sakura quickly denied the title. After some time, as they continued walking, he thought about her invisibility and ninja step abilities. Even when she was right beside him, he couldn't see her, and he felt as though he were walking alone. He wondered what she was up to, but she suddenly startled him from behind. When he jumped in surprise, she called him cute and told him not to worry. She wasn't planning anything naughty. He thought to himself that her ability to read minds made things both amusing and slightly uncomfortable. She lightly poked him, telling him not to be so negative and explaining that she had no choice. The effect lasted for a while once activated, and it was a level 10 skill after all. Sakura tried to clear his mind, but random thoughts kept popping up. When he began thinking about grilled mochi, Kirara immediately asked if he was hungry. Suddenly, a monster appeared in front of them. Sakura confirmed that Kirara was indeed invisible and told her to step back as the creature prepared to attack. He asked whether she had moved away, and she replied that she had. Sakura then defeated the monster, increasing his level by 14. Kirara observed that his attack had used septuple magical efficiency, remarking that seeing level 10 magic used at that range was incredible, though the mana consumption sounded impractical. Sakura said he probably wouldn't need it, but admitted that it was still a cool skill. She then mentioned that once players reached level 99, their magic level stopped increasing and they couldn't learn new skills. However, by resetting their level, they could level up again to acquire new abilities. She wondered aloud whether not resetting sounded better and asked what consumption meant in that context. Sakura admitted he had no idea either. A moment later, he discovered an item on the ground. When he picked it up, Karara used her identification magic to check it and found that it was a healing seed. She explained that if they planted it and waited half a day, it would grow into a tree bearing medicinal and magical herbs. Sakura was impressed and thought it would be helpful if she could appraise his other items as well. Kirara said she could, but teased him for asking with his mouth open, saying it wasn't polite. Sakura handed over his belongings, and she identified each item for him. He thanked her afterward, and she happily said she was proving useful to him. At that point, Sakura noticed that he could finally see her again. Kirara explained that it was because she had been using her skills non-stop since morning, and her mana had drained completely. Sakura suggested that she should take a rest, to which she playfully asked if he was worried about her. He replied that she had helped him with the items, though in truth he was more concerned about her mind reading than her invisibility. She smirked and reminded him that her mind-reading magic was still active. They dug a small hole to plant the seed, and soon the sprout began to emerge. Sakura glanced at Kirara, wondering if something was wrong with her. She denied it, but when she noticed Gargantua standing nearby, she grew curious about what it was. Gargantua greeted her politely, asking to be allowed to guard her while she slept. Kirara was surprised and remarked that it looked like a dove, then said she would leave things in Gargantua's care. Sakura told her to go ahead and rest. Thanking him, she went inside the camp and lay down to sleep. Outside, Sakura remained with Gargantua, who commented that Kirara was truly a lovely girl. Sakura replied that she was more on the annoying side. Inside the tent, Kirara blushed furiously, thinking about how much she liked Sakura. She felt completely captivated. Her heart had been struck by a smooth criminal, as she put it, and she couldn't stop thinking that he was really cool. At the same time, she worried that if she didn't try to make a better impression, things might turn awkward between them. While she was lost in thought, Sakura called out to her, wondering if she was even listening. As he opened the tent flap, he told her he was cooking something and that if she was hungry, she could come eat. Embarrassed, she quickly pulled the curtain closed, saying she needed to clean off her makeup and calling him an idiot. Gargantua quietly told Sakura that he might have come at the wrong time. Realizing that, Sakura apologized to Kirara. She felt even more flustered, thinking that perhaps he still hadn't figured out what was really going on. The next morning, she did her makeup and came out to say good morning, only to find that the tree had grown incredibly fast. Sakura was flying in the sky, observing it, and mentioned that it just needed a bit more pruning before they could leave. He wondered if she wanted to give it a try too, and when he asked, she agreed. Gargantua helped her get closer, and she asked if Sakura was fine, despite not sleeping last night. Sakura replied that he was totally fine, but Gargantua pointed out that he had been dozing off several times earlier. Kirara called herself heartless, and then they both went to the 8th floor, where a large horde of goblins suddenly attacked. Sakura was shocked, and when Kirara went to help, she found herself struggling too. Sakura wondered where she was, as she seemed to have turned invisible. They were surrounded by goblins, and when she finally got closer to him, Sakura still couldn't tell where she was. He worried about her since she wasn't replying and shouted for her to answer. He thought about using offensive magic but realized that it might put her in danger, so he decided to find her first and ensure her safety. She was getting excited by the fight, while Sakura kept calling out for her. Eventually, Sakura broke free from the goblins and slimes, and suddenly Kirara fell on a slime and became visible again, wondering what had just happened. Sakura was surprised and asked where she had suddenly appeared from, but she brushed it off and told him to focus on the incoming slimes. Soon, the king slime appeared, and Sakura felt that defeating it would give him a huge amount of experience. As it charged toward them at great speed, Kirara wondered how they could possibly keep up. Sakura used teleportation magic to get close to the slime and prepared to land a hit. Kirara, unable to see where Sakura was, felt a sudden wave of pressure and became confused. Sakura's level increased by 10,338, and both his teleportation and identification magic reached level 10. He obtained a rare drop and decided to check it. Kirara came over, wondering if he had already defeated the king's slime. Sakura confirmed it and showed her the item, explaining that it increased all stats by 100. She asked if he had used identification magic, and he said yes. Kirara then looked disheartened, thinking that he no longer needed her now that he could identify items himself. Feeling low-leveled and useless, she thought that being funny wouldn't be enough anymore. Sakura was confused and told her that he had never cared about usefulness in the first place. As long as they were having fun together, that was enough for him. Overjoyed, she hugged him, startling him completely. She said she didn't want him to look at her right now since her makeup was all washed off. Sakura wondered what was going on again, and she quickly stepped away, questioning what she was even doing. Sakura decided to act oblivious and avoided looking at her face. He mentioned that he was exhausted from lack of sleep and apologized, asking if she could just chat with Gargantua while he rested. As he fell asleep, Gargantua sat in front of Kirara, who felt embarrassed, thinking that Sakura might hate her now because she had gotten too excited and overdid things to the point that he wouldn't even look at her anymore. Gargantua remarked that it seemed like Kirara liked Sakura. She looked confused, but he told her not to worry, as Sakura had already fallen into a deep sleep barely 10 seconds after closing his eyes. She smiled faintly and agreed, saying that Gargantua was quite observant, then admitted that Sakura was really special to her. She revealed that they had been neighbors and used to spend a lot of time together. Sakura had always cared for her when she was a shy and introverted kid. Unlike her, he had many friends, but whenever she was around, he would turn them all down just to play with her. That always made her feel guilty, and one day she gathered the courage to ask why he preferred spending time with her. Sakura had looked surprised and asked if she didn't like him. She quickly replied that it wasn't like that. She was happy, but she was moody, a crybaby, and had no friends. Sakura said he understood what she meant and told her that as long as they were having fun, it was enough, because she was an interesting person. She blushed at that moment, and before leaving, Sakura had told her that if she ever wanted to befriend someone, she should just gather the courage and talk to them directly. He had been such a fun person to be around, and those memories still shone brightly in her mind. She said that later, his parents had moved away for work and eventually remarried, which meant they had to part ways. But it was thanks to Sakura that she found the will to improve herself and change. Eventually, she chose the player name Kirara, which got approved after some time. Gargantua then mentioned that Sakura probably didn't recognize her and asked if she planned to tell him the truth. She replied that it had been years, and revealing it now would feel awkward and embarrassing. After all, thinking about who she used to be still made her flustered. She added that those memories were just the beginning, and even if Sakura had changed, she was still herself. She wanted to reach him again, but this time as Kirara. Suddenly, Izyuin appeared, asking if she happened to be a player. He gave her a cold, intimidating look as he approached. Izyuin launched a twisting spell of level 10 at Kirara, but before it could strike her, Gargantua moved swiftly and took the hit on his arm, letting it be cut down. He was relieved that he had managed to save Kirara and quickly used ice magic on Izyuin to trap him. With Izyuin frozen, Gargantua urged Kirara to run away with him. When she hesitated, worried about Sakura, Gargantua told her not to worry, assuring her that Sakura would be fine. Suddenly, Izyuin broke free from the ice barrier, calling them annoying toys. By then, Gargantua had already teleported with Kirara some distance away. Kirara, confused and anxious, wondered why Izyuin was attacking them. Gargantua told her to keep her head down, warning that it would be dangerous if she didn't. As Izyuin caught sight of them, he rushed to attack again, but Sakura stepped in between them. Izyuin was confused about why Sakura was stopping him. Sakura told him that he should be the one explaining first. Izyuin replied that he was only dealing with a threat. Sakura then asked why he was treating Gargantua and Kirara that way. Realizing they were Sakura's friends, Izyuin apologized and said not to misunderstand him. He was only responding to danger, and whether it was a human or a monster, he treated them the same. Sakura questioned if Izyuin always attacked people like that. Izyuin asked whether Sakura wanted to get in his way too, then activated his power and demanded to know if Sakura also had the Infinity Level Up ability. Sakura was shocked to hear the word also, and his expression hinted that he was suspecting something. Izyuin wondered aloud why, if that was the case, Sakura didn't use his power. They could have done whatever they wanted. Sakura replied that it wasn't something anyone should use. Izyuin questioned whether Sakura truly believed righteousness was the nature of humans. He said that if that was what Sakura thought, then he wouldn't consider himself human anymore, and he would kill Sakura. Sakura didn't respond, and the two stared at each other in silence. After a moment, Izyuan turned away, saying that Sakura should understand him since they were both infinity levelers, but now he realized that Sakura and his friends were dull and tasteless. Saying that, he left the place. Kirara and Gargantua later joined Sakura. After some time, while Sakura was cooking, Kirara noticed Gargantua's injured arm and apologized for what had happened. Gargantua told her he was simply glad she was safe. Meanwhile, Sakura was deep in thought. He recalled how Izyuan had denied being bullied and had even seemed happy as a player, yet called Sakura and the others tasteless. Sakura couldn't understand why he had said that and wondered if Izyuan's anger came from his own half-hearted interference and eventual retreat. He felt that he hadn't achieved anything back then. Noticing his troubled thoughts, Kirara glanced toward the pot of rice and mentioned that it might already be done. Sakura offered to take care of it, but she handled it herself, draining the water and calling him over. She told him she had used mind-reading magic on Izyuan earlier, and it was still active, so she could sense some of his thoughts, and she felt that it was Izyuan's fault, not Sakura's. Kirara went on, saying that Izyuan had been rude for attacking them without reason, injuring Gargantua, and even daring to speak ill of Sakura. She added that she wanted nothing to do with someone like him, unlike Sakura, who was entirely different. Sakura pointed out that since she could read his mind, she must know how angry he was at the moment. Kirara smiled faintly and explained that her magic could only sense the outer layer of the heart, not the deeper emotions within. Still, she said she somehow knew what it was like inside him because he had always reached out to lonely souls. Realizing how sentimental she sounded, she quickly looked away and said it was nothing. Gargantua then joined the conversation, saying that he too had been alone for a long time in the dungeon. Even if solitude didn't bother them much, neither he nor Sakura could stand seeing others suffer from loneliness. That, he said, was why they were able to connect with people like Izyuan. Sakura replied that he wasn't even sure if what Izyuan felt was loneliness. Perhaps it was something else entirely. Still, there was no point in sitting around thinking about it. He suggested they finish the dungeon ahead of Izyuan and wait for him at the bottom floor after eating their meal. Kirara agreed and asked if there was a way to reattach Gargantua's arm. Gargantua reassured her that it was fine. He could still use it. Then, to their surprise, he activated a spell through the severed arm, leaving both Kirara and Sakura astonished. Using her bow and arrows, Kirara fought fiercely against the monsters. When one of them lunged at her, she activated her invisibility skill and vanished from sight. The monster, confused by her sudden disappearance, looked around frantically, only for Kirara to reappear behind it and shoot an arrow straight through its back, defeating it instantly. Sakura approached her, curious, and asked if her bow and arrows came from the device on her wrist. She explained that it was all thanks to the magical drop Sakura had given her. It was essentially a level-enhanced item. Sakura praised her efforts, and she teasingly asked him to pat her head. He wondered why, but did it anyway, thinking it was no big deal. As they continued forward, Kirara suddenly stopped, noticing a strange button on the wall. She called Sakura over, puzzled about what it could be. Sakura, a bit confused himself, asked if she could even see it while invisible. She replied that perhaps it wasn't gone, but simply not visible, then used her power to check. When she confirmed it was real, she called Sakura a genius and took his hand, guiding it toward the button so he could feel it too. They hesitated at first, thinking it might be dangerous, but Kirara suddenly pressed the button using Sakura's hand. The ground began to tremble violently. Sakura was startled and asked what she had done. She quickly said it was Sakura who pressed it, not her. Moments later, a hidden passage opened before them. Sakura realized it was a tunnel system running beneath the dungeon. Kirara, excited, said it felt like they had made the right choice by pressing the button and eagerly stepped forward. Sakura asked her to calm down before rushing ahead. When they entered, both froze in shock. The tunnel was swarming with monsters. From behind, Kirara arrived and remarked that the dungeon didn't look like something anyone could finish. Sakura agreed grimly. Kirara readied herself to support him, but Sakura told her to stay back and keep her distance. Then, gripping his weapon tightly, he charged forward to attack the horde of monsters. He defeated all the monsters, raising his level by 6,685. When he returned, Kirara helped him recover, and he thanked her for the support. She smiled warmly and said she was impressed, wondering if his level had increased significantly. It had been around 40,000 when they first met. Sakura replied that it was probably because of his skill, which only required 1 experience point for every 1,250 gained. He admitted that it practically felt like a game bug, and Kirara agreed with a laugh. After that, Sakura suggested they collect the loot and move down to the next floor. Kirara agreed, and together with Kirara, the 3 of them advanced to the 20th floor. As they descended, Kirara shivered, saying it felt cold. Sakura mentioned that it might be the deepest level of the dungeon. She wondered aloud if that meant they were nearing the end. When she slowed down, Sakura pointed out a massive chamber ahead, saying it was likely the boss room. He noticed that Izyuin wasn't there, and several entrances surrounded the area, one of them being the secret passage they had discovered earlier, which turned out to be a shortcut. The fire magic didn't seem to work in that place, meaning the only way to win would be to cut off all 8 heads of the monster at once. Still, Sakura thought it was better than facing a Dullahan. Using his identification magic, he examined the creature, eager to learn more about what awaited them. Kirara looked at Sayoth, thinking that if she got in his way, it would be better to wait outside. She decided to hold on to his bag and told him he could go ahead. South thanked her, wondering why she was suddenly acting that way. She explained that she had only glanced at his hands and asked him to treat it as if she were there with him. She congratulated him for completing the F-rank dungeon, probably being the first to say those words to him. Sayoth told her not to get ahead of herself before he left to clear the dungeon. Kirara then told Gargantua that after the dungeon was completed, she would request some more head pads. When Sakura reached the floor boss, Yamata no Orochi, he was confronted by a swarm of giant, dragon-like snakes. He easily jumped in, cutting off their heads instantly, and his level increased by 21,745. After a while, Sakura noticed that Izyuin had also arrived. Izyuin rushed to attack, but Sakura stopped him. As Izyuin moved, Sakura captured him, forced him to lie on the ground, and tied his hands. Izyuin wondered if Sakura was using teleportation magic, noting that Sakura seemed to exert barely any strength on him. He asked why Sakura was attacking them, since the dungeon had already been cleared. Izyuin remarked that Sakura needed to perform better and then used twisting magic on him, landing a strike that sent Sakura into the wall. Afterward, he placed a leg on Sakura, commenting that Sakura was truly interesting. Sakura was shocked by the sheer power, and Izyuin reminded him that he had already said Sakura would need to do better. Sakura responded by creating fire to form 2 letters. Izyuin leapt away, and Sakura soared into the sky, preparing to kick him. However, Izyuin grabbed his leg mid-air, striking the ground and then countering with a kick, taunting Sakura about how it felt to be defeated by someone else. As they looked down, Sakura was stunned by Izyuin's attacks, realizing they resembled the reflective skills of a Dullahan, almost as if he were punching himself. He took a hit while assuming it wasn't a reflection. Sakura reflected that Izyuin had not possessed such power and speed initially, so it could not be a matter of leveling. The problem must lie in the skills themselves. Izyuin attacked Sakura once again, but Sakura blocked the punch, noting that it was a copy of either his level or stats. Izyuin then grabbed Sakura's hand and forced him to strike at the already damaged area again. He explained that after activating his skill by touching an opponent, his stats would adjust to be comparable to theirs, though not their skills or levels, and the effect would last until his MP ran out. Despite Sakura's stats being 8 times higher than Izyuin's, he still felt weak. He suggested they should talk, as he could not understand what Izyuin was thinking. Izyuin dismissed the notion, telling him to stop with the justice nonsense, which angered Sakura. Even as Sakura bled from a head wound, he mentioned that when they had reunited, he had been genuinely happy and had hoped they could be friends. Izyuin laughed, warning him not to attempt such things again, and implying that Sakura must have thought he was doing a good deed or sacrificing himself to help him. That day might have been an old tale for Sakura, but time had been meaningless for Izyuin ever since, and it was Sakura who harbored resentment. Izyuin struck Sakura again, but Sakura absorbed the blow and countered with lightning magic. Izyuin scattered the attack using twisting magic. Sakura remarked that if this was all, he would now defeat Izyuin. Izuen accused him of being hypocritical, while Sakura realized he truly did not understand the heart of what Izuen valued. They continued battling fiercely, the force of their attacks even causing Karara to be pushed back, and the fight proceeded at the same overwhelming speed. Karara wondered what was happening and realized she could not keep up with their pace. She also questioned what Sakura was even thinking. Izuen remarked that Sakura was now revealing his true nature, noting that it was fitting that Sakura was just like everyone else. He said that in this world, level was everything, and Sakura must yearn for it. As they locked in combat, Izuen prepared to punch Sakura, wondering if he was displaying too much confidence, and noted how favored Sakura seemed. He threw Sakura into a wall, then grabbed his face and dragged him along the wall, using twisting magic once more. Sakura admitted that Izuen was right. He was a hypocrite, weak, and had a flawed personality. Surrounded by overwhelming power, he had resorted only to violence in the past. He recalled leaving behind human relationships after realizing their monotony, though he had since changed and been blessed with good people. Sakura freed himself, rising up, which shocked Izuen because Sakura now appeared completely different from before. As Izuen prepared to strike again, Sakura countered, sending Izuen flying into a wall with flying magic and even throwing him away. The battle continued, with Izuen using twisting magic to attack, and under immense pressure, Sakura rushed to strike him from behind. Izuen realized that Sakura had teleported out of sight immediately after being hit, making him question whether Sakura had done it deliberately to exploit his growing power, speed, and agility, giving the impression that he was no longer the same person. Karara observed the lights surrounding Sakura and thought that such a glow usually appeared when a monster was defeated, so she wondered why it was emanating from Sakura. She questioned whether this meant their levels would reset, and pondered the significance of the consumption. Sakura called out to Izuen, saying that if no one else could knock some sense into him, he would be the one to do it, and that he was willing to burn all of his level for Izuen. Izuen, despite being severely injured, laughed and remarked that Sakura did not have the courage to actually follow through. Sakura recalled the time he had defeated a monster and noticed a notification stating that his level had increased by 6,658. However, upon checking, he was confused to see that his level had actually decreased. He wondered if he had subconsciously activated his level consumption skill and decided to test it on the next monster. He soon realized it was a skill that, when a character's level was reduced, would significantly boost their stats for a short period. The greater the level loss, the longer the stat boost would last. As Sakura's level dropped rapidly, he resolved to use all his enhanced stats to overpower Izuen. Izuen, unsure of what was happening, watched in alarm as Sakura's stats surged and realized he needed to activate Trace again. But before he could, Sakura struck him into the wall with a punch, sending him flying into the sky. Without giving him a moment to recover, Sakura rushed to kick him. Izuen had planned to make minimal contact before using Trace, but Sakura got behind him and slammed him to the ground, believing Izuen would have no chance to react. Sakura continued attacking, and in the process, he remembered the first time Izuen had leveled up. It had been exhilarating, and he had thought that with each higher level his power would grow, he would change, and no one would bully or look down on him again. Sakura kept increasing his level, recalling the time he had faced High or Ogre, whose recommended fighting level was 120, while Izuen's was only 99. It had seemed impossible, but it had proven true if approached correctly. As he battled, he reflected on the unfairness of the system, realizing that life felt like a cruel game that was never meant to be fair, and he vowed not to be subdued again. Once, while injured, he discovered a treasure. A creature appeared and offered to grant him a wish. Izuen asked for his level cap to be removed. The creature granted it, giving him the infinity level-up parameter Trace, along with a level 8 twisting magic. He felt certain that from then on no one would ever look down on him again. One day, he discovered Sakura and observed his movements. In a video, Sakura had mentioned that he also possessed an infinity level-up. People assumed that Sakura's level was clearly higher than Izuen's, but Izuen couldn't understand why it had to be Sakura. It was Sakura and his foolish sense of justice that made Izuen appear so pathetic. Now, however, Izuen had gained the power to make anyone yield, and the shame of being looked down upon no longer affected him. He continued moving forward, taking the prey of others to level up himself, reflecting on the fact that they had been bullied by the same person and shared similar powers. Yet they had no choice but to leave things as they were, even if that was Sakura's way. Izyuin wondered what he had truly been seeking and questioned whether, had he known all this, there would have been any point in standing up again. In that moment, he called Sakura, who came to strike him in order to defeat him. By that time, Sakura's level had even reached 14. After the blow, Sakura fell to his knees and Kirara rushed to him, asking how he was. She wiped her tears and told him she had been worried because he looked so frightening and was bleeding. She said he must have used all his level to endure the hit and wondered why he had done that. Sakura replied that his level was currently 1, which shocked her. When they checked his stats, Sakura observed that his attributes seemed stronger than when he had first started. Kirara said she wondered whether he had been unaware that starting stats could change depending on his condition that day, and she added that he had put on some muscle since then. She reassured him that he need not worry and that he would begin leveling up easily. Sakura, however, explained that he had not been putting any effort into the dungeon because he was level 1. Kirara brightened, took his hand, and told him that she would protect him from now on, and that she should be the one to worry. Gargantua agreed, and both urged Sakura to trust them. Sakura then asked them to help lift Izyuin because they could not leave him behind. Kirara agreed. Sakura lifted Izyuin and they started heading upstairs while Gargantua and Kirara cleared the path. They found a return stone that would let them teleport to the surface once, useless if it broke on the surface, and they decided to keep it for their return. After some time, Izyuin finally woke up. Sakura told him they were outside the dungeon. Izyuin was ecstatic. Sakura then asked Izyuin whether he had ever killed anyone. Kirara looked at Izyuin and said she did not think he would kill someone. Izyuin wondered how she could be so sure, then realized he had misspoken earlier. Kirara explained that when he had attacked her, he had aimed at her face, but steered slightly to the left so as not to hit her. She had also heard the sound he made when he was hurt. Even when he had been attacking and telling her to die, she had heard a noise like someone trying to run away. Izyuin snapped that they were only showing off and threatened to break her neck. Kirara replied that she hated him for cutting Gargantua's arm, but she did not believe he was evil by nature. She thought he was a product of his circumstances. Izyuin said she should not pity him. Sakura called Izyuin pitiful too, but he insisted that the truly pitiful ones in the past had not been Izyuin but 2 others, and that those people had turned Izyuin into what he was. In the end, Izyuin had embraced that twisted sense of justice, and Sakura warned him that if he continued down the path of becoming a pitiful man, Sakura would beat him up the next time. Izyuin told them to shut up, saying he never wanted to see Sakura again. After that, Sakura and Kirara left the place. Kirara wondered if Izyuin would be fine sitting there alone, and Sakura asked why she hadn't read his mind. She replied that she wouldn't carelessly use her mind-reading ability like that. Sakura then thought about what she had said earlier, that there wasn't real evil in Izyuin's nature, and said that if she was right, Izyuin would figure out what to do next. Kirara asked if he really trusted her that much. Sakura teased her, saying she was the one who had trusted him first by agreeing to party up right after their first meeting. She replied that it was because he was cute. Sakura laughed at that, remembering their first meeting, but then a memory of a girl from his past crossed his mind. He was about to ask Kirara something, but stopped, wondering if he was being too sensitive. He turned ahead to keep walking. Kirara, confused, wondered aloud if he planned to leave her hanging like that. Sakura said she might have already read his mind anyway. Kirara smiled and replied that no one would ever know. They both laughed as they continued walking, and she said it didn't matter whether she had read him or not. Sakura, deep down, knew that the girl he had remembered was the same one connected to his past. The scene then shifted to Maria, who was looking at a tournament advertisement poster. As she adjusted it, a woman told her she couldn't keep putting up such ridiculous posters and should replace it with the updated one. Maria had already made Sakura the face of the advertisement, inviting players to sign up, and had even included her own photo beside his. She felt thrilled and couldn't help but think how exciting it all was. The scene shifted to March 23rd, the day the first top player battle tournament was about to begin, with Maria as the host. Sakura was walking alone outside, holding a pamphlet in his hand. He thought that since it was the first tournament, there weren't many participants. The players who passed the first day's preliminary round would move on to the second day, while the higher-ranked ones would receive a direct entry. Still, he wondered why he had been summoned on such a day. Suddenly, Maria ran up and hugged him tightly, saying it had been so long and that she had really missed him. She had been dying to see him again. She added that she had secretly snuck out just to meet him and asked whether he had watched the opening ceremony. Sakura nodded and said that she had grown taller since the last time they met. Maria then asked what he was doing there. Sakura replied that he wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble, so he had asked everyone to meet him there instead, but questioned why she was asking that. At that moment, Miki and Kurara arrived. Sakura greeted Kurara and told Miki that it had been a while since they last met. Both Kurara and Maria looked confused, while Miki simply nodded in agreement with Sakura's words. Maria grabbed Sakura's hand and, with a curious look, asked if the two were his friends and what kind of relationship he had with them. Sakura asked Maria to calm down, explaining that they were all just friends who used to explore dungeons together. Miki agreed, confirming that they were indeed friends. Kurara, however, felt a bit left out, thinking that no one had ever told her about that. She had believed it was just the two of them, and that they could handle things on their own if they tried. She recalled how Sakura had once told her that he would be participating in the tournament, and she asked if she could come to cheer for him. The scene then returned to the present, where Sakura turned to Miki and commented on her hair. Miki smiled and said she had learned how to tie it from her older sister. As Sakura complimented her, Kurara didn't like it and began to feel jealous. She even wondered if Sakura had a crush on Miki, but decided she wouldn't use her mind-reading magic this time. She was determined not to lose to her. Kurara then changed the topic and asked Sakura about Gargantua. Sakura replied that Gargantua was doing fine, and mentioned it had been a week since the three of them had last been together. Kurara agreed, saying it really had been a while. Gargantua had hoped that Kurara was doing well too, since it had been such a long time since they had met. Miki added that it had been ages since she had seen Gargantua, and noted that Sakura and Gargantua seemed to get along quite well now. Sakura smiled and said it was all thanks to Miki. After some time, Mizukawa and Nagasawa arrived to call Sakura over. Maria ran up and hugged Nagasawa, who smiled and told her she had done an amazing job at the opening ceremony. From behind them, Kamishiro and Kaido approached, and Sakura was genuinely surprised to see all of them gathered there. Mizukawa teased Nagasawa, saying there she was. Didn't she have something to say to Sakura? Nagasawa smiled and wished Sakura the best of luck for the next day, saying she would be cheering for him. Sakura thanked her warmly. Maria and Kurara exchanged glances as they watched Sakura, realizing he was suddenly surrounded by 5 girls. Kaido, standing nearby, wondered aloud what all the excitement was about. A flare beast beside him commented that it didn't know either. Kaido sighed, saying it was stressful being around so many women he didn't even know, but the beast seemed to understand. The two shared a kind of brotherly bond. Sakura turned to Kamishiro and asked if he had brought the item he'd requested. Kamishiro nodded and handed it over. Sakura then asked whether Kamishiro wouldn't be participating in the tournament. Kamishiro replied that he had some business to handle in Tokyo and was disappointed, as he had really wanted to face the current Sakura in a match. Kaido then told Sakura they should get going too, since Maruyama and Sandashi needed to return to the stage. Before leaving, Mizukawa wished Sakura good luck. As everyone dispersed to their duties, Mizukawa turned to the 2 girls and suggested they go watch the first round. But first, they should grab some drinks. Kurara hugged Miki, saying that they both would come and that she wanted to hear more from Miki as well. Kamishiro agreed, and the beast asked them not to leave him either. Sakura, Maria, and Kaido left for the tournament, and Sakura wondered if they had been walking for a while and where exactly they were going. Kaido asked if Sakura hadn't heard that people wanted the rankers to meet firsthand to prepare for the fight the next day, describing it as a small meeting. Sakura turned to Maria, who was holding onto his shirt, wondering if she was upset about something. She turned her face away, acting cute, and said he surely had a lot of great friends. Sakura agreed, but she still didn't seem happy about it. He then told her he wanted to give her something. When she asked what it was, he handed her a bag, and she wondered if it was like his, and whether it was really for her. Sakura reminded her that she had asked for one back in Okinawa. Grateful, she thanked him and suggested they keep walking. When they finally reached the meeting room outside, they entered, and a lady informed them that someone would arrive soon, so they should get comfortable in the meantime. The players present were Tatsuomi, rank 3 and level 99, Bizun, rank 8 and level 99, Kaori, rank 2 and level 99, and Kaido, rank 10 and level 99. Tatsuomi reminded Sakura that he was the Great One who had completed the F-rank challenge. He asked if those were all the participant ranks and said he wanted to fight the first rank. Whatever the case, he mentioned that since Sakura was there, he had always been curious about him, the first person to finish both the G and F ranks. He stood up and walked closer to Sakura, saying that he hadn't expected him to show up because a little birdie had told him that Sakura wasn't the type to seek attention. He then asked why Sakura was there. Sakura recalled his conversation with Kurara, during which his level had increased by 130. She had wondered if he had really leveled up or if he had just used level consumption. He replied that it was much more fun this way. He no longer needed to avoid attention, and since there were so few chances to fight other level 99 players, he couldn't afford to miss the excitement. Sakura's rank was 6, and his level had already reached 99. He said that he would win fairly and squarely. Tatsuomi remarked that he was quite an interesting person. Before the tournament began, a man introduced all the players and explained how they would be fighting against each other. He mentioned that, based on the results of the draw, those would be the duels for the next day, and it truly was an impressive lineup of rankers. Then, realizing he had forgotten to introduce himself, he apologized and said that he was Kawajiri, the operator. He added that the well-known rankers would face off against the players who had made it through the qualifiers, and they must all be excited for the matches. As for himself, he said he would simply stand by and watch. Finally, he wished everyone the best of luck for the next day. Tatsuomi commented that it was frustrating since he could only face Sakura if they both reached the finals. He told Sakura not to lose before then. As he left, he muttered something about wondering what Kamishiro's team name was, adding that whatever it was, they should catch them all by the next day. Kaido glanced at Tatsuomi, then turned to Sakura and told him they should go. Sakura replied that he had just been waiting for Kaido. As they walked, Kaido complained that Tatsuomi hadn't even looked at him and declared that he wouldn't lose to that guy. He even swore on his mother that Sakura shouldn't dare to lose either. Sakura told him he was being too loud. Just then, a girl called out to them. Kaido wondered if Kaori was talking to him, but she didn't seem interested, so Sakura pushed him back, wondering if Kaori was talking to him instead. Kaori nodded and asked who he was. Sakura introduced himself, and there was an awkward silence between them for a moment. After that, she simply said she wanted to win, then left. Kaido was left confused about what she even meant, while Sakura thought that it wasn't just about wanting to win. Kaido commented that Sakura seemed to attract strange people. Sakura thought Kaido was pretty strange himself. Just then, Sakura received a photo from Kurara, saying that everyone was having fun and asking them to join when they were free. Sakura asked Kaido if he wanted to come along. Kaido hesitated, wondering if it was okay since he only knew Mizukawa and Nagasawa, but not the others. Sakura called him petty, which made Kaido finally agree to go. On May 24th, the host announced that the second day of the tournament battles had begun. The first day's qualifiers had already stirred up excitement throughout the arena, and now everyone was eagerly waiting for the rankers' matches. The host, a lady named Koko, introduced herself, with Kawajiri standing beside her. Koko then asked Kawajiri to explain the rules. Kawajiri explained that it would be a one-on-one match with a 30-minute time limit. There were no restrictions on weapons, protective gear, or skills. Each fighter would wear a bracelet, as he demonstrated, and whenever a contender's HP dropped by 5%, the bracelet would emit an alarm. There were 3 ways to win: removing the opponent from the battlefield, forcing them to surrender, or breaking their bracelet ring. Even if a player's HP dropped to 0, it would stay at 1 to prevent instant death, as the battlefield was equipped with safety enchantments. He reassured everyone that 20 level 10 healing magic users were on standby around the stadium to ensure safety. Finally, he announced that the winner would receive a mysterious item that not even level 10 identification magic could analyze, an artifact known as the Rainbow Egg. Hiroko and Eiji were also there, and she urged him to hurry up, saying she thought Sakura's match was the first one. Eiji replied that there was no need to rush. She shot back that it was his fault for oversleeping. Just then, Miki approached them and asked if they were Sakura's friends. Eiji agreed and asked Hiroko to grab Miki's shoulders, wondering if she was Sakura's girlfriend and saying she must be her. Miki told her to calm down, explaining that she wasn't and was just heading to where everyone was. She asked if they also wanted to come along to cheer for Sakura, and they both agreed. When they arrived, Eiji wondered who the newcomers were. Miki replied that they were Sakura's friends and that she had met them on the way. Hiroko was surprised to know that all those girls were Sakura's friends. Eiji remarked that Sakura wasn't defeating a harem accuser anymore, while Hiroko got even more excited for Sakura. Koko then apologized to the viewers for keeping them waiting and announced that the fighters were now in position for the first round. The third-place qualifier, with a record of 1 loss in 50 PvP matches, was a YouTuber with 2 million subscribers named Goku. He was about to face Kaori, a mysterious powerhouse ranked 2nd. When Kiko signaled for the match to begin, Goku said he wouldn't hold back just because Kaori was a girl and that this was going to be a true fight. He declared that he would defeat her in the arena to take revenge on Sakura and make his name known. He apologized before launching forward with incredible speed to attack Kaori, but Kaori summoned a giant dragon that struck him with its tail, completely dominating him and securing her victory. Goku admitted that it must have been summoning magic, a rare type of magic, and wondered if anyone could even defeat such a dragon. Sakura felt that it was truly amazing, and his excitement grew, sweat trickling down his face. Koko praised the scene, saying they were witnessing summoning magic, something truly unbelievable. She explained that while anyone could technically summon monsters, it required an entirely different level of skill to fully master and control them. That, she said, was the true power of Kaori. A man approached Sakura and asked if he was ready for the next fight. Sakura looked at him, and the man introduced himself as Takanashi. Sakura introduced himself as well, and they shook hands. Sakura then realized that Takanashi was his next opponent. As Sakura held his sword, Takanashi mentioned that he was really excited. A staff member called out to both of them, saying that their match would begin in just 10 minutes and that they should get ready and head toward the stadium gate. As Takanashi walked away, Sakura said that he was excited too. Takanashi only smirked before leaving. After that, a man sitting nearby commented that Takanashi was the husband of the 4th ranker, Raicho. The man approached Sakura and mentioned that although Takanashi had shown great skill during the qualifiers, he had never actually displayed his full strength yet, and his performance wasn't particularly glamorous. The man then introduced himself as Sito, the 2nd-ranked qualifier. Sato added that he believed Sakura too hadn't revealed his full strength yet. He then compared Kaori to a princess captured by an evil dragon and claimed that only Sato, the great prince, could rescue her. To ensure his own performance looked as grand as possible, he said, Sakura would also need to shine brilliantly in his match. Saying that, Sato turned and walked away. Just then, Kirara walked up to Sakura, asking what that scaredy cat had said. Sakura was surprised to see her and wondered why she was there. She replied that she came to help him ease his stress and, besides that, to talk with him. Sakura asked if she was feeling fine. She nodded and said she was just curious about the sword Kamishiro had given him and whether he was really going to use it. Sakura recalled his earlier conversation with Kamishiro, where Kamishiro had asked if he was really entering the competition while remaining at level 99. He had said that if it was truly about strength and interesting brain chemistry, Sakura would have to think differently. Sakura had asked if Kamishiro wasn't planning to participate himself, and Kamishiro had confirmed it, explaining that something important had come up on that date. Sakura had said that was quite fortunate. Kamishiro had then made a proposal. During their talk, Sakura had found the discussion quite interesting, though he had admitted he wasn't really a sword-type fighter. Kamishiro had replied that he had already taught Sakura something before. Even though Sakura was a bit rough, there was potential in him. He had explained that the sword would disable Sakura's passive skills that consumed no MP, such as decouple, up to 10 times, while providing strong magical efficiency and resistance. In exchange, his active skill MP cost would be reduced by half. Kamishiro had compared it to a typical trade-off system found in video games and said he believed Sakura would make good use of it. Returning to the present, Karara commented that Sakura seemed really happy and that he looked very cute when he smiled like that. She asked him to give her his hand, saying she wanted to make something in it. Sakura said he didn't need it, but she replied that he couldn't be sure of that. She was certain that once he had it, he would never lose. Finally, Coco announced the start of the next round. The first fighter was someone who had drawn attention as the first to conquer both the G-rank and F-rank dungeons, none other than Sakura. His opponent was the one who had placed first in the qualifiers, a man of astonishing power who baffled everyone by not being a ranker himself, Takanashi. Coco continued by saying they should begin the fight, calling it fate that both contestants had shown up wielding swords. As they faced each other head-on, she explained that weapons looted from dungeons were typically only effective against monsters. They might deal impact damage, but couldn't actually cut or harm the human body. She added that it would be interesting to see what would happen, noting that Sakura was considered a pioneer in dungeon exploration for his generation, and she was eager to see what his attacks would look like. As the match started, Sakura made his first move forward, but suddenly slipped, losing his balance. Goku laughed, saying it was a top-ranker moment and must have been stage fright. The crowd burst into laughter, mocking Sakura. Sakura felt frustrated by the inconvenience, while Mizukawa wondered aloud what was wrong with him. Takanashi observed that Sakura's body seemed much slower than what his mind was trying to command. Sakura told himself to get it together. After all, he was level 99. He jumped forward and swung his sword, but Takanashi effortlessly dodged and counterattacked. Sakura managed to retreat just in time, and Takanashi's blade struck the ground with such force that it shattered the arena floor. Sakura barely escaped, putting some distance between them. Coco commented in disbelief that Takanashi's slash had actually split the arena in half, wondering if he was using an enhancement skill. Then she realized it wasn't magic at all, but pure physical strength. Takanashi smirked, saying he liked the expression on Sakura's face. The skill level of every competitor was insane, he said, before calling out to Sakura to come at him again. The battle continued, and the footage was also being streamed across other platforms. Karara was looking for her friends but couldn't find them. She thought she must have mixed up the seats and wondered where she could find them now that the fight had already begun. An old lady called out to Kirara, mentioning that there was an empty seat next to her. Kirara decided to sit there and, upon looking at the lady, thought she was truly beautiful. On the ground, Sakura launched a direct fire attack, thinking he would use magic to keep up the pressure while avoiding high MP-consuming spells like teleportation. Just as he restrained his opponent with repeated magic strikes, Takanashi rushed forward and tried to punch him. Sakura stumbled back, but quickly thrust his sword into the ground to steady himself. At that moment, Takanashi came in for another strike, but Sakura managed to block it with quick reflexes. Takanashi acknowledged the block with admiration, and Sakura responded that he was quite familiar with spear attacks. The battle raged on as Coco commented that the contestants were exchanging brilliant blows, and even the clash of their weapons sent shockwaves that left the spectators stunned. All of Sakura's friends were worried, wondering what was happening to him, while Miki remarked that Sakura actually seemed happy. Sitting beside the old lady, Karara heard her say that Takanashi had always been passionate since his youth, and like a child, would do whatever he pleased, no matter the situation. His fiery spirit, she added, had spread to others, including herself. Karara responded that Sakura was the same and that the two would probably get along quite well. Coco continued to announce that the fight had been going on for 10 minutes, with both contestants gradually draining each other's HP. She wondered aloud who could have predicted such an incredible fight. Takanashi questioned why Sakura had stopped using magic, to which Sakura replied that it was simply more fun without it, and that winning through magic alone would be meaningless. Takanashi laughed, saying he had been waiting a long time for a fight like that. He then rushed towards Sakura with incredible speed. Somehow, Sakura managed to dodge by jumping, thinking that if Takanashi landed a direct hit, he would be done for. Takanashi struck again, challenging Sakura to dodge his next attack. Sakura realized that Takanashi must be waiting for him to lose balance and fall. Then, as Takanashi leapt in to strike once more, Sakura dodged again and countered with a kick. Sakura thought that his mid-air maneuver had been quite impressive. He believed that their reflexes, visual awareness, and body control were exceptional. Even if their levels were low, their experience was equivalent to that of a level 80,000 fighter. They both kept battling until Sakura finally managed to land a strike on Takanashi. Blood trickled from Takanashi's nose, but he quickly countered by striking Sakura's hand, forcing him to drop his sword. Sakura jumped back to retrieve his sword, thinking he just needed one more move. Takanashi was preparing to strike with a blow powerful enough to shake the entire ground. Sakura then used his whip to pull his sword back, and as he leapt behind Takanashi, he struck at his opponent's arm. When Takanashi was about to land another hit, the equipment in his hand began to emit a sound. He realized then that it was over. The fun had ended too soon. Finally, Sakura won the round. Koko commented that Takanashi had likely stepped into a crack in the stadium floor, giving Sakura the opening he needed to unleash a decisive strike that turned the tide and secured his victory. Takanashi remarked that Sakura didn't seem particularly happy. Sakura admitted he wasn't. Takanashi laughed, saying they should have a rematch soon, and told Sakura to stand tall because he was truly strong. The two shook hands as the maintenance crew entered the arena to repair the ground. Koko then announced a recap of the fight's highlights, thanking the sponsor, Ride Shaw. Takanashi went to his wife, Raichu, and apologized for letting her witness his humiliation. Raichu turned out to be the same old lady with whom Kirara had been enjoying the battle. She remarked that old habits truly did die hard. Takanashi was puzzled and asked what she meant. Raichu explained that he had been fighting with a sword that cut his stats in half, so people might misunderstand and think he had lost on purpose. Takanashi admitted he couldn't help it. Raichu then asked if he had at least enjoyed himself. When he agreed, she smiled and told him to come along so she could treat him to a nice meal. He immediately brightened up, excited at the thought of finally getting some hamburger steak. Kirara approached Sakura, expressing that it was all thanks to him. Sakura agreed and told her to wipe the smile off her face. She congratulated him for making it past the first round. Sakura wondered why she was there again. She explained that she had gotten lost, couldn't find everyone, and needed him to lead the way. Sakura felt genuinely excited and agreed. Tatsuomi was watching the highlights of Sakura's match, noting that Sakura had taken a calculated step back to force his opponent to step on a crack, which demonstrated how disciplined Sakura was. A man then told Tatsuomi to get ready for the next match. While Tatsuomi was occupied, Mizukawa went to speak with Kaido. Others wondered where Mizukawa had gone. Tatsuomi explained that he had been calling Kamishiro to inform him about Sakura's match and expressed concern about her being alone. Mizukawa told Kaido that she knew he had been stressed and that was why she was there, to talk to him. Kaido replied that it was nothing stressful and admitted that he knew he was the weakest one. She teased him, calling him a stressful guy to kick. He wondered what she was doing and noticed that his HP had decreased. She explained that it was a form of healing, which made him suspect that she had been planning to kick him all along. She questioned his attitude, asking if he was really intending to give up. Kaido, angered, insisted that he was there to win. Mizukawa mentioned that it was right there and that the loudmouth guy, Shino, was about to prove he wasn't all talk. He intended to win this match and then defeat Sakura in the next one as well. Koko told the audience that they would not have to wait any longer for the fight. For the first round match, the first competitor, accompanied by the cheers of his die-hard fangirls echoing through the stadium, was none other than Tatsuomi. His opponent was Kaido, who was gaining popularity as a member of Japan's #1 party, Senku no Guren. Tatsuomi wondered about the top party. recalling that everyone only knew Kamishiro as the strongest. Meanwhile, Kaido, whom Tatsuomi considered nothing more than a minor figure, appeared and wasted no time. Kaido used level 10 summoning magic to conjure a Cyclops arm. He stood ready with his 2 swords and remarked that Tatsuomi was quite a loudmouth himself, adding that he would let him deal with some goldfish tricks as well. As the fight began, Koko mentioned that round 1 was highly anticipated, a ranker versus ranker match. With his summoning magic, Tatsuomi was constantly putting pressure on Kaido, forcing him to stay on the defensive. Kawajiri noted that Tatsuomi's summoning was completely different from the magic Kaori had shown. Koko added that by limiting his own summoning, Tatsuomi intended to grab Kaido and throw him off the stadium, but the Cyclops did not seem inclined to cooperate. The Cyclops' weakness was magic-coated weapons, which was an annoying coincidence for Tatsuomi. He attacked Kaido, urging him to give up, claiming that Kaido was only wasting time and that his skills were limited to pathetic strength enhancement. Tatsuomi made sure never to let Kaido close the distance. Kaido managed to land a hit, causing Tatsuomi to wonder if hard work could really overcome talent. Kaido began to fall back, but regained his balance using his swords, only for the Cyclops' giant hands to attack him again. Kaido launched a skill attack, questioning whether this was the best Tatsuomi could do. Tatsuomi told him to stop being so clingy. At that moment, one of the Cyclops' hands was cut down, leaving everyone stunned. The hand continued slashing through the air, leaving Tatsuomi momentarily confused. Kaido then used his tactic to jump onto that sword and charge forward. He recalled a past battle where he had been injured while with his party, and Nagasawa had healed him, warning that if he continued wielding such a large sword, he would expose countless weak points and could have been killed. Kaido insisted that those people could not have killed him if he had defeated them first. That was the true power. Mizukawa urged him to act rationally for once. Kamishiro remarked that it was difficult to maintain balance with such a large sword and questioned why Kaido did not dual wield, suggesting it would have been easier. Kaido attacked Tatsuomi, thinking he knew that Tatsuomi was the weakest one. Yet, even with that belief, Tatsuomi refused to give up and pushed forward for victory. To reach his goal, he discarded his big sword and leapt to strike Kaido, knowing he could not simply let such a threat go unchecked. Wielding the giant sword, Kaido struck at Tatsuomi, who fell back, calling Kaido a moron and explaining that he had full control over the items he had summoned, including the ability to revive them. He brought the giant hand back to life, and before Kaido could react, the punch hit him, sending him to the ground. Tatsuomi wondered if Kaido was truly blind to how ineffective he was. Tatsuomi criticized Kaido, thinking that if he had joined a team, Kaido's situation would have wasted his talent. But thanks to the dungeon's appearance, Tatsuomi's talent and true power had been transformed into money, a reflection of the real nature of the world. Kaido, however, found someone talented to cling to, and shouted for Tatsuomi to shut up. Tatsuomi used the revived hand to strike Kaido again, acknowledging both their strength and his talent. Kaido recalled the refusals he had faced everywhere and, relying on his skill, discarded the giant hand to rush toward Tatsuomi, declaring that perseverance was his true talent. Before Tatsuomi could react, Kaido landed a strike. Later, when Tatsuomi attempted to use lightning magic, Kaido threw one of his swords to distract him, then struck again with the second sword. When Tatsuomi summoned a shield, Kaido destroyed it and delivered a brutal series of punches. Even so, Tatsuomi managed to dodge and Kaido collapsed there unconsciously. Kawajiri wondered what had happened, and the referee called for a stop. Koko suggested that it might be because Kaido had run out of MP, but clarified that, unlike in video games, magic could still be used when MP reached 0. Continuing to use magic at that state, however, would cause immense stress on the brain. Kawajiri remarked that even thinking about it felt terrifying. Koko added that it was speculated that the M in MP might not stand for magic, but rather mind, and that everyone should take care to stay safe. She noted that it had been a crazy fight between 2 rankers, and although some technical difficulties had occurred, it was ultimately determined that since Kaido could not continue, the winner was Tatsuomi. After some time, Kaido woke up to find himself lying on a bed, with Nagasawa and Mizukawa sitting beside him. He wondered why he was there and where he currently was. Mizukawa explained that it was the recovery room and that Kaido had fainted, so he had been brought there. Nagasawa added that Kaido did not need to overexert himself. They then heard about the result of the next battle. Baizen had won, while Sato had lost horrifically, confirming the top 4 players. Mizukawa announced a 30-minute break. She told Kaido that Tatsuomi had mentioned earlier that their strength had been thanks to him. His pursuit of defeating Kamishiro had motivated them to keep up, and even Kamishiro himself admired it. She praised Kaido, calling him a cool and ordinary kind of person. Looking at his face, she wondered if he was crying, but Kaido shouted, questioning why he should cry over such a thing. Meanwhile, Sakura was sitting alone with his sword, thinking about his next opponent, the Dragon Summoner. At that moment, Miki approached and asked if she could sit with him. Sakura agreed, and she simply looked at him with sparkling eyes. Miki said that they hadn't really had the time to sit down and talk properly. The last time they had spoken was through the Fool, which reminded him that he wanted to ask her something. He asked whether, after paying off all her debts, she planned to continue being a player or if she had other plans. She replied that she intended to return to help her sister, as she believed her sister had discovered some interesting things in the high-rank dungeons and the family affairs were in order. She added that she would assist her sister in understanding those discoveries. Miki also mentioned that there was something she personally wanted to do. She wanted to help Exodia regain his memories. Sakura was curious about this, and she asked if she hadn't told him before. She explained that after granting his user a wish, Exodia would disappear and be relocated, with his previous memories removed. Sakura remarked that Exodia was a unique case, neither a monster nor quite an item. Miki confirmed that Exodia was a good friend of hers. Sakura wondered whether Exodia would be upset if she acted without asking him. Miki reflected that wishes were meant to satisfy the deepest and darkest desires of people, and Exodia was merely a tool to grant those wishes before disappearing. She added that some unwanted stories were best forgotten, yet it would be sad if they couldn't remember the happier days. Finally, she admitted that she had something she wanted to ask Sakura. When he wondered what it was, she asked him to form a party together. Miki clarified that this wasn't going to be a temporary arrangement like before. Sakura agreed, and she felt genuinely happy, wondering if he was truly certain. Sakura replied that it wasn't as if he wanted to PvP her anyway. He added that just thinking about deciphering the tangents, exploring higher-level dungeons, and searching for Exodia's lost memories sounded like a lot of work, but he guessed it would also be a lot of fun. She was so happy that she grabbed his hand, which worried him a little. Sakura thought it might be a bit irritating, but he still thanked her, calling her sis. He was surprised when she insisted that he should be the one thanking her. Sakura mentioned that he didn't know whether it was something she had done with her hair, but she seemed more mature than before. She explained that she had grown up a lot and asked him to trust her. Sakura was genuinely glad that they had formed a team. She wished him the best of luck for his next match and promised to cheer for him as a companion. Sakura acknowledged that it was time and thanked her once more before leaving. Unbeknownst to them, Exodia had been listening from a hidden spot nearby. Meanwhile, Coco announced that the first top player battle tournament had determined 4 participants, all of whom were unsurprisingly the beloved rankers. She then said that it was finally time to introduce what everyone had been waiting for, the tournament prize, the rainbow egg. Most people in the audience seemed to think the prize was nothing more than a strange round rock. Even the strongest identification magic, even at level 10, couldn't reveal anything beyond the item's name. Faced with such a mysterious object, none of the players could contain their excitement. The quarterfinals were about to begin in just a few minutes. As Sakura walked through the area, he kept thinking about everything Miki had said to him earlier. Along the way, he noticed a crowd gathered around something and decided to take a look. Pushing through, he saw a giant monster, and standing beside it was Kaori. Sakura wondered what she was doing there, and her presence reminded him of Miki's words about wanting Exodia to be her friend and helping him regain his memories. Coco's voice echoed through the arena, announcing that the wait was finally over. The first quarterfinal match was about to begin. She introduced the first participant, the summoner who had claimed victory in the blink of an eye against Goku, Kaori. Her opponent, she continued, was the one wearing the tournament's official merchandise just like her, the 6th-ranked player, Sakura. Coco cheerfully added that the merch was still available for purchase in the main hall before asking both players to begin their battle. Kaori called out to her dragon, which seemed to respond immediately. Sakura was confused by her words and wondered what she meant. Kaori asked why it wasn't her turn and appeared jealous of the dragon's attention. Koko commented that Kaori had finally summoned her dragon, and the crowd roared in excitement to see how Sakura would respond. Sakura quickly cast identification magic on the dragon and discovered that its weak point was the crystal embedded in its forehead. The dragon lashed its tail toward him, but Sakura dodged effortlessly, earning loud cheers from the spectators. He reminded himself that the goal was to knock the opponent off the stage, so he activated his flying magic to get closer to Kaori. However, before he could reach her, she cast a level 10 barrier spell, telling him to stay away because she didn't like him getting close. Sakura noticed that some spectators had realized the dragon's weak point as well. Remembering Karara wishing him good luck earlier, he thought about how his arm had healed and prepared to deliver a decisive shot using his bow and arrow. He aimed carefully, though a small distraction made him glance away for a moment, something he immediately regretted. The dragon charged again, its massive tail cutting through the air. Sakura dodged, and Kaori, noticing that he had lowered his weapon, wondered why he did so. Sakura stood still, eyes focused, as the dragon lunged toward him with tremendous force. Sakura leapt high into the sky as the dragon unleashed another wave of blazing flares. He swiftly dodged the attacks, moving through the air with precise, controlled motions. Koko's voice echoed through the arena, giving a live update as she cheered on the action. She announced that the dragon was launching a relentless barrage of non-stop attacks, while the contender, Sakura, was doing his best to evade and search for an opening to strike back. Meanwhile, Kaori's thoughts drifted back to the past, the moment she had first learned about Sakura. She recalled how the dragon had once mentioned that the prize for the grand tournament she planned to enter would somehow be connected to Sakura himself. The dragon had confessed that something about Sakura deeply intrigued it, though it couldn't explain why. Kaori had been having a meal back then when she declared that she really wanted to win that tournament match. The dragon had quietly thought to itself that if that were to happen, it would inevitably have to face both of them, Kaori and Sakura, sooner or later. Back in the present, Sakura hovered high above the arena, suspended in the sky. Koko announced that the audience should switch to the live aerial feed being transmitted from the unmanned drones. As the screens changed, everyone saw that Sakura had stopped moving midair. Koko wondered aloud whether this was a deliberate counterattack strategy. But before anyone could find out, the ancient dragon seized the moment. It refused to let such an opportunity slip away and immediately unleashed another attack, this time using powerful fire magic that illuminated the entire sky in blazing light. Before the fire could hit Sakura, he used teleportation magic to appear below the dragon. Koko became excited and said that Sakura had made an incredible maneuver, just like the one they had seen from him in the first match. Kamajiri noted that Sakura had used a rare magic skill that consumed a large amount of MP, and keeping that in mind, Sakura left the dragon suspended in the air and charged toward Kaori on the ground. Sath thought it didn't look good and realized that the sword was helping him reduce his MP consumption by half. He planned to restrain Kaori with ropes as soon as he landed, and if there was a barrier, he believed he could teleport inside. He had around 2 or 3 more skills left with his remaining MP, but as he got closer, Kaori suddenly admitted defeat. Sakura was confused as Kaori made the dragon disappear and started walking away. Koko announced that it was an unexpected ending. Despite having the upper hand, Kaori had forfeited, which meant the winner was none other than Sakura. As the second quarter-final match began, Sakura approached Kaori, who asked if he was surprised. Sakura didn't say much and only wanted to know the reason for her surrender. Kaori asked why he hadn't attacked the dragon. Sakura replied that while the idea of fighting a dragon had excited him, he couldn't bring himself to harm a creature that was a friend of someone, even though summoned monsters could sometimes act wild. After a short while, Kaori shook Sakura's hand and said that he was surrendering because he liked the dragon. She added that she didn't dislike Sakura, but would start to if he failed to win the finals. Sakura promised that he would definitely win. Kaori smiled and said it was good to know before leaving. Soon after, Sakura's friends arrived. Maria rushed in and hugged him tightly. Eiji, emotional, said that Sakura was truly amazing and that reaching the finals made him proud. Sakura replied that it wasn't such a big deal. Hiroko also said that Sakura was incredible. Kaido then approached, saying he had hoped to face Sakura in the finals, but things hadn't gone that way. Sakura wondered if Kaido had been eliminated, which shocked Kaido, who asked if Sakura hadn't watched his match. Sakura said it was a shame, as he had been looking forward to fighting him. Kaido looked at Sakura and said that Sakura didn't seem very satisfied, even though he had made it to the finals. Sakura replied that maybe he was just feeling that way a little. Kaido went on to say that he had been talking about Tatsuomi, and that match had also ended. The winner was someone else, not Tatsuomi. Tatsuomi grew furious, calling Bison talentless, and saying that his good skills were being wasted. The announcement was then made that the final battle would be between Sakura and Bison. The scene shifted to Hayato and Mika, who were watching the match on TV. Hayato commented that it was nice the finals had arrived and that Sakura wasn't a bad player at all. Mika added that if Sakura won and tried to impress Miki would probably put him on the back of milk cartons, and the same would happen if he lost and made Miki sad. Hayato looked confused, and Mika stood up, saying she was only joking. She then mentioned that dungeon exploration around the world was becoming more difficult, especially with the rise in dungeon rankings from E and above. Whether it was about promoting exploration or advancing dungeon research, she believed it was far better for strong players to handle it rather than scientists. Finally, she wondered who would shape the future of mankind, and said it was definitely not Sakura. Hayato told her to calm down. As Sakura and Tatsuomi crossed paths, Sakura wondered if he had spent too much time talking and began searching for the waiting room. When they passed each other, Tatsuomi remarked that Bison neither had talent nor anything particularly special, yet even so he had lost to him. Bison had taken control of that summoning magic, and Dark Swami, unsure of what had happened, told Sakura not to get one-shotted out there but to do his best. Sakura then looked at his sword and wondered how they had even ended up in the same competition. When he saw Bison greeted him, saying it was good to have Sakura as his opponent. He added that Sakura didn't have a fixed attack pattern, he simply did whatever he found interesting, calling it an unstable fighting style where Sakura seemed to waste his power purely for personal thrill. Bison mentioned that he had expected to face Takanashi or Kaori in the finals, but since it was Sakura, he had no intention of losing. Sakura, meanwhile, thought that he just needed to have fun, but as he looked back at everything, his friends and even the strangers cheering for him, he realized he needed to give them proper closure. He decided he would fight with everything he had to win. Bison, however, still declared that Sakura wouldn't be able to defeat him. Coco announced that the second day of the top player tournament had reached its final match, and she introduced a special guest commentator for the event, the famous teenage model and promotional ambassador of the tournament, Maria. As Maria stepped onto the stage, the crowd erupted in loud cheers. In the audience, Nagasawa remarked that Maria truly had a lot of fans. The cheering for her was even louder than for the actual battle. Coco then asked Maria how she thought the final match would turn out. Maria simply told Sakura to do his best, saying it already felt unfair at that point. Bison looked around, reminded of all the people cheering for him as the final match was about to begin. He opened the fight by using level 10 flying magic to strike at Sakura. Sakura quickly noticed that the field was affected by a decuple magical efficiency, and with tremendous speed, Bison rushed toward him for another attack. As Sakura dodged, Bison hit him again, using magical resistance to strengthen his blows. Sakura realized he didn't have to worry too much about his MP consumption. There was a magic circle that reduced MP cost by 1/5 for anyone within its range, which explained why he felt so light. But before he could catch his breath, Bison cast level 10 fire magic, launching another devastating strike. When Bison prepared to attack again, Sakura quickly used teleportation magic to appear behind him, thinking that if he could freely use his skills, he would soon gain the upper hand. However, Bison smirked, saying that he had been waiting for that teleportation move, and immediately landed a powerful blow that sent Sakura backward. Before Sakura could recover and counterattack, Bison appeared behind him again, continuing his relentless assault. Sakura endured the hits, realizing that Bison was casting magic through his feet. He then understood that Bison was simultaneously using flying, fire, teleportation, and magical resistance magic. Sakura knew that Bison had even taken control of summoning magic, and to activate those conditions, he only needed to witness a skill once, something Sakura had been eager to test. Though Bison wasn't using lightning or another form of flying magic, Sakura suspected there must be a restriction in play. Still, Bison was clearly benefiting from a tenfold magic efficiency boost by default. Sakura then activated level 10 copy magic, scanning Bison's skills. He managed to observe 5 of them, realizing he couldn't see them earlier in the waiting room. Bison clearly possessed numerous passive skills, far more than most competitors. Sakura wondered which skill remained hidden, but the sheer number he could already sense was enough to excite him. He thought about how copy magic truly shined against opponents with vast and powerful skill sets, where pure talent no longer mattered. Tracking Bison's stats, Sakura prepared his next move, remembering how Bison had once shown incredible mastery over copied skills. Now, with his heart racing, Sakura wondered how he should approach his attack, and the battle was only becoming more thrilling. Bison recalled the time when he had wished to become a humble company man in the future. Someone had asked him what he considered his strength, and he had replied that he couldn't really answer that during the interview guidance. That person had wondered whether Bison knew he didn't have to get so worked up about such questions, and soon after, their enemies had appeared. Bison had also wondered about getting too worked up, to which the other person had agreed. He understood that his parents wanted him to have a stable job, an ordinary job suited for a man without any exceptional talent, and a straightforward life without any ups or downs. But that one day had been the exact moment when he spoke to that person who mentioned the massive earthquakes from the previous day and that a dungeon had appeared near his home. Bison had wondered if those people were inside that dungeon. When the person confirmed it, he had asked why Bison suddenly brought up such a question. Bison had replied that it was nothing, and then mentioned the upcoming weekend, asking whether the other person wanted to go check out the dungeon. The scene then shifted back to the present, where Bison attacked Sakura, surrounding him with multiple magic circles and striking him with 4 fireballs. Sakura thought that, based on his own experience using multiple skills simultaneously, the hypothetical upper limit should have been 10. Flying magic cost 0, teleportation magic cost 6, and each attack spell cost at least 4. He wondered how Bison was managing to cast 3 or more attacks at once. Bison then landed a punch on Sakura's face, and as Sakura fell, he used both fire and lightning magic together on him. Coco said that Bison was completely dominating Sakura with his magic power. Maria was visibly worried about Sakura. Kawazira commented that it was difficult to clearly understand what was happening. All of Sakura's friends were deeply concerned and hoped that he would be fine and get back up soon. Exodia appeared next to Mickey, noting that things seemed rather hasty and wondered whether they truly were. She replied that she had been observing Sakura, pointing out that was exactly what he had been talking about with those 4 eyes. The scene then shifted to Kamashiro, who was waiting for someone while watching the entire situation unfold on his phone. A man approached him, greeting him and asking if Kamashiro was watching the match. As the man looked closer, he noticed that Bison was also present. Kamashiro wondered whether the man knew Bison. The man confirmed, explaining that Bison used to help him with conquering 1 or 2 dungeons. He added that Bison, a mercenary who contacted players online to assist with dungeon explorations, had participated in dungeon assaults that had a 100% success rate. The man explained that Bison's skill was copy magic, and his magic efficiency was 10 times normal, making his recovery rate extraordinarily fast. Kamashiro reflected on all this and concluded that Bison was more knowledgeable about the skills than anyone else and could easily be considered an expert. However, it was unfortunate that Bison had crossed paths with Sakura, who was like a curious and unpredictable monster. Sakura had a way of sensing when the battlefield was going to change, such as when an explosion occurred, and Bison had realized that he shouldn't act hastily despite his enormous advantage. Still, Bison felt a nagging sense that he might regret not finishing Sakura off. Sakura reasoned that Bison's strategy involved 3 steps. First, sending out flames and immediately removing the magic circle. Second, having the teleportation magic circle shoot the flames and then remove itself again. And third, teleporting and shooting the flames once more. This approach allowed Bison to attack from multiple angles effectively, And the fire magic was ideal for this strategy because the magic circles could be removed immediately after each attack. Sakura realized that if his level had still been as high as before, he would never have considered this strategy. He began using level 10 teleportation magic along with level 10 fire magic. Upon creating a fire circle, he immediately removed it and teleported the circle to a different spot, repeating the process quickly. He then summoned numerous fireballs around Bison to strike him. Coco, excited, remarked that Sakura had unleashed a barrage of magic spells, while Maria was visibly thrilled for him. Kawajiri commented that they were confused about what had just happened. The attack struck Bison, forcing him to sit down, while Takanashi and his wife watched. Takanashi noted that this was why Sakura was considered so formidable, with no fear in his heart. Sakura then strode forward into the darkness, continually improving himself. Being a natural seeker, he closed in to punch Bison and followed up with attacks using Levantine fire magic and Levantine flying magic. Bison, severely injured, wondered how he could have made such a rookie mistake in managing his MP. He was reminded of a time when his hand had been badly injured and a girl had urged him to run away. Reflecting on those emotions, he clenched his hand, steeling himself for the fight. Bison recalled a time in the past when he and his two friends had faced a skeleton monster. A girl had asked him to take an injured boy and run, but he had left Takumi with Nayu, asking her to take care of him, and had gone to fight the monster himself. Nayu had wondered if he had truly gone mad. After the battle, Takumi had survived and remarked that healing magic was incredible, as the bleeding had stopped and the scars had disappeared, leaving no pain. However, he had not been able to express his relief fully. Nayu had cried, pleading with Bison not to get worked up about it, admitting she would not have believed it without both of them. Takumi had guessed that he could not have played video games like that before. Bison had apologized, taking responsibility and suggesting the trip to them, but Naomi had dismissed it, saying it was nonsense since he had chosen that dungeon, so Sakura had no reason to apologize, as it was his own doing. Even though the situation was ordinary, Naomi had admitted that he wished he could be special like Bison. Bison had reflected that he could not accomplish anything alone and had refrained from saying such things. He noted that, though the two of them had been truly kind, their group had disbanded soon after, as life was not like a video game where simply having fun was enough. When Bison had been about to leave, his siblings had appeared, wondering if he was heading to another dungeon. His sister had wanted to join, but Bison had clarified that he was not going for play but for work, leaving them behind. During a battle, Sakura had thought that Bison seemed so close, almost as if he had stepped out of his mother. Bison had felt as though he were standing in front of himself, urging Sakura to surrender for a normal life and avoid risking himself. He had considered it a good chance to give up and live as an ordinary company worker. He had already seen how chasing a far-fetched dream could ruin a man, and thought the tournament pointless, believing Sakura should abandon his dream. But Bison had stood up, insisting that he would not forget him if he simply quit. After that, Bison had prepared himself, and his battle with Sakura had begun, drawing excitement from everyone. People had cheered for both, including the two who had previously been in Bison's party. Mizukawa had commented on how suddenly loud the stadium had become, though the two friends likely could not hear it. Bison had told Sakura that he guessed Sakura had applied his style, and they had both used fire magic simultaneously, once again catching each other's legs. Bison had fallen to the ground, remarking that he was completely warmed. Sakura had extended his hand, urging him to rise, admitting he felt the same way. Bison had thanked him, saying it was truly good to compete with Sakura, and Sakura had agreed, saying he had enjoyed it immensely. They had then sat together in the middle of the battlefield. The time for giving the rewards arrived, and Sakura had been declared the winner. Maria had placed a medal on him, as well as on Bison and Kaori. Kuku had mentioned that the top 3 would receive medals and monetary rewards, and that Sakura would be awarded the rainbow egg. Sakura had taken it, noting that although it was small, it was surprisingly heavy, which was problematic since his dexterity and vocabulary skills were not at an elementary level. Kaori appreciated Sakura, and he thanked her for it. Coco continued that the event coordinators had planned a closing statement, but they didn't like unnecessary formalities. So, with the remaining time, she suggested giving a warm welcome to their esteemed guest, the brand ambassador of the tournament, who had also recently debuted as a singer, Maria. Maria came onto the stage and began singing, while everyone cheered enthusiastically for her. Sakura knew that she was truly famous. After everything ended, Sakura and Maria were outside when she wondered where everyone might be after that. Sakura agreed, thinking the same, and mentioned that since Kaido and Baizen had school the next day, they would only stay for a short while. She agreed, saying that she wanted to find them and say goodbye before leaving Japan. Just then, Baizen called out to Sakura, and Maria started to leave. Sakura told her jokingly not to get kidnapped. As she left, Baizen wondered if Maria was Sakura's girlfriend. Sakura was confused about why Baizen thought that way, while Maria, from some distance, playfully agreed that she was indeed Sakura's girlfriend. Sakura then asked Baizen if he needed something. Baizen showed him a card, and Sakura found that it was an advertisement for Baizen's dungeon assault service. Sakura remarked that Baizen was a communication monster. Baizen looked puzzled and asked what that meant, insisting that he was human. Sakura explained that he had been called a monster a few times himself, though those people had gone pale after saying it. Baizen told Sakura to call him anytime he needed help, and even if he couldn't assist, he would still try his best. Sakura wondered why Baizen was being so kind. Baizen revealed that it was because of Sakura that he had come to believe being a player was actually a good thing. It had been a long time since he had felt so alive. Baizen then thanked Sakura for his time and congratulated him on his victory. Sakura thanked him and after a while left along with the other two. When Kirara heard that Sakura was forming a party with Miki, she felt jealous. She asked if it was true, and after Miki told her everything, Sakura asked her to calm down and wondered what she was talking about. Kirara admitted that she liked Sakura but also liked her senpai and that she was feeling conflicted. Then she asked Sakura to promise that he and Miki wouldn't do anything weird when they were alone. Sakura agreed, adding that it wouldn't just be the two of them since Exodia would be there as well. Kirara complained that Exodia was a pervert too. Just then, Gargantua mentioned that he would also be there, which made Kirara calm down a little. After a while, some of Sakura's other friends called out to Kamishiro, saying he was really late. Kamishiro headed straight towards Sakura, and Sakura was genuinely happy to see him. Kamishiro mentioned that there was a V-ranked dungeon nearby that covered a huge area, and Sakura agreed to go there. Kaido asked him to wait, saying he'd be there first. Mizukawa and the others were surprised to see that, and Nakazawa commented that she couldn't just stand there and watch. Eiji suggested that they should go after them, and everyone agreed. That's how the first top player battle tournament ended, with a sparring match between Kamishiro and Sakura. The scene then shifted 2 days later. Miki finally contacted Sakura, and the two of them arrived in Morioka City in the Iwate Prefecture. Sakura startled her a little by saying that she should do her best that day. He remarked that she seemed really excited. Miki admitted that she was. It was their first dungeon exploration as part of an official TV broadcast, and she hadn't been able to sleep all night just thinking about it. As she spoke, she reached out her hand towards Sakura. Sakura said that he had gotten a good night's sleep to prepare for the trip. They joined hands and finally reached the dungeon Miki had mentioned. Reports said that the monsters inside were experiencing sudden spikes in their levels, something completely unprecedented. Some were even stronger than the ones in G-rank dungeons. Feeling excited, Sakura told Miki to head inside with him. As they entered the first floor, Sakura immediately noticed how cold it was. Miki touched the sand and mentioned that it actually felt like snow. Sakura called out to Exodia, wondering how his body heat could be similar to a human's, even though he called himself a fire spirit. Exodia began giving a long lecture in response, until Sakura finally told him to shut up. They continued moving forward, and Miki commented that it was a perfect place to escape the summer heat. Sakura brought up that Miki's hometown was Akita and asked how she handled the cold. She replied that it wasn't great, but she loved both snow and muscular people. Sakura was left wondering what she meant by that. After a while, they encountered their first behemoth monster. Sakura remarked that it was enormous. Exodia stepped forward to join the battle, but before anything could happen, the monsters suddenly collapsed. Exodia was confused and wondered what had just happened. Then they noticed a dragon nearby. and sitting on it was Kaori, who said that they had kept her waiting long enough. Sakura was completely confused upon hearing that. Sakura and Miki were shocked to see everything. Sakura immediately approached Kaori, wondering why he was there and what he meant by keeping them waiting. Kaori explained that they had promised to team up until Sakura's next egg hatched, but Sakura completely denied ever making such a promise. Kaori then remarked that Sakura was the kind of man who avoided taking responsibility. Miki told Sakura that he should keep his word. At that moment, Kaori glanced at Miki's beautiful appearance and quickly approached her, addressing her as the first-ranked player. Miki introduced herself, wondering if something was wrong with her face since Kaori kept staring at her. Kaori asked her to stay still for a moment. Sakura then showed the reward he had received from the tournament and asked if that was what Kaori had been referring to. Kaori grew excited upon seeing the dragon egg and wondered if Sakura truly didn't know what it was. Kaori explained that the egg had been calling out to Sakura for a long time, though he didn't fully understand why. However, Sakura was the chosen one. Kaori expressed curiosity about what the baby from the egg would look like. After that, Miki suggested that they should let Kaori join them in conquering the dungeon. Sakura agreed, thinking he also wanted to learn more about the egg. Out of curiosity, Kaori asked Miki if she liked dragons. Miki nodded, saying they were really cool. Hearing that, Kaori grabbed her hand and welcomed her to his team, and she welcomed him in return. Sakura told them that there were some dropped loot items ahead, but the materials were cheap and he didn't need them. The materials were ice fangs, and Sakura knew he had been hoarding too many items that he couldn't sell, with no idea what to do with them all. Kaori told Miki that he didn't know how strong she and the others were, but since the dungeon was difficult, he and his dragon would handle it. When Sakura defeated a monster, his level increased by 410, leaving Kaori completely shocked. It was far beyond what Sakura had shown during the tournament. Miki reminded everyone that Sakura had wanted to keep it a secret. Exodia mentioned that rumors claimed Sakura wasn't restricted by the level cap, which made Kaori wonder what that meant. Then Miki told Exodia that Sakura had asked them not to reveal anything. As a monster was about to strike Miki, she saved herself with her power. Exodia pulled Kaori aside, saying Miki was even more terrifying than Sakura, invincible, with a weapon that had a counter effect. Kaori warned her not to get too close. Sakura continued defeating monsters, and his level kept rising. Soon, Kaori's dragon joined the fight, and Sakura wondered if it had also held back during the tournament. With many monsters surrounding them, Sakura used teleportation magic, level 10 fire magic, and flight magic to guide missiles. The monsters began attacking one another, and Sakura took advantage of the chaos to strike them all. When a monster tried to attack him from behind, Kaori's dragon saved him. After the battle ended, all the monsters were defeated, and Sakura's level reached 9,829. Kaori noticed that Sakura and his dragon were growing close, which made him feel jealous. Sakura then suggested that Kaori should give his dragon a name. Kaori replied that he had already given it one name, but she was still undecided, as there were many options to choose from, like Cool Dragon, Dragon 800, Dragoroman, Dragon Gongyaban, and Dragoon. Sakura interrupted and suggested keeping it simple by naming it just Dragon. Kaori then admitted that she was quite jealous of Sakura for being unrestricted by levels and said it was no surprise he was the one chosen by the egg. Sakura wondered how Kaori knew about that. Exodia and Miki approached him, and since Exodia avoided meeting his eyes, Sakura realized Exodia was the one who had told her. Miki commented that Sakura had looked really cool earlier, and Sakura thanked her for saying that. Exodia added that if he had been there, those monsters would have been defeated long ago. Sakura revealed that he had learned a new skill and wanted to test it out. They all became excited, and Exodia mentioned that Sakura hadn't even needed to use his full power to defeat the monsters. Sakura's new skill was creation magic. He asked Kaori if she knew anything about it, and Kaori explained that it was a rumored form of black magic, similar to resurrection magic, and suggested that Sakura try using it on his materials. Sakura agreed, and as he lifted a fang and used the magic, it transformed into a crystal sword, astonishing everyone. He noticed that the material had vanished from his hand and been replaced with a weapon. When he used identification magic, he discovered it was the Ice Fang sword, a remarkably strong weapon. Kaori mentioned that, as rumored, Weapons made with that skill could surpass those dropped from dungeons and were worth an incredible amount. Sakura wondered whether he could alter the material's form or combine multiple materials at once to enhance the result. As he crouched down, Kaori asked if he had dropped something, but Sakura replied that he still had many materials left and wanted to craft them all. Miki, watching his cheerful expression, blushed slightly. Just then, Kaori stopped him, saying that the dragon had told him about the existence of a special item, one that couldn't be found anywhere or dropped by any monster. It was said to be the only thing capable of hatching the egg, and Kaori wondered if Sakura could create it using his creation magic. After some time, Kaori's dragon came to him for attention, and Kaori realized that the dragon only knew of an item said to hatch the egg, but wasn't sure whether it could actually be created through creation magic. He felt that things were moving a bit too hastily. Sakura thanked Kaori and wondered if ancient dragons were also born from eggs. Kaori denied it, explaining that he had met that dragon inside a dungeon, and it had felt strangely nostalgic. Just then, Miki remarked that it was so close, then looked at Exodia and said it felt the same as them. Exodia, feeling awkward, asked her not to get too close. Sakura was confused by Exodia's reaction, but turned to Kaori, saying he needed more time to practice with creation magic. Kaori agreed to wait for him there. The scene shifted to the second basement floor, where Miki was examining an object curiously, wondering what it was. Sakura found it fascinating, a board that displayed the stats of beasts and animals. The item could even capture an image of whatever the user was looking at, and the photo could be instantly developed and sent in real time, even without being linked to its developer. Sakura thought it was an intriguing invention, but wondered if Miki had somehow brought a modern camera into the dungeon. She asked if he was curious about it, and Sakura replied that they only had a few shots left, following Miki's sister's orders. Miki then commented that the monster in front of them was adorable, while Sakura thought it was terrifying that something so cute had such a high danger rating. Just then, Kaori's dragon kicked something nearby, and Kaori asked if they needed the rabbit it had startled. Sakura replied that it was fine. Kaori mentioned that the experience points were valuable, and Sakura asked if he wanted to level up faster. Kaori pulled out a wand and pointed it toward his dragon, making Sakura curious. He asked whether Kaori could actually transfer his experience points to the dragon and why Kaori was looking at him as if that should have been obvious. Miki chimed in that it was her first time learning about such a thing too. Kaori was shocked and asked if they didn't know how summoned monsters could be revived after being defeated. Sakura explained that he did, but reviving them consumed a huge amount of experience, so summoners often used special items that stored excess experience points. After reaching rank 10, they could start strengthening their dragons with experience directly. He compared it to a video game system with skill trees, saying it sounded really fun. Sakura also wondered why something so important wasn't more widely known. Miki mentioned that Kaori was the only rank 10 summoner among them, saying it was really impressive. Kaori became excited, proudly saying that both he and his dragon were truly amazing and cool. Suddenly, a monster appeared, unleashing its skills, and captured Sakura, hurling him across the ground. Kaori was shocked, and as the monster turned toward him and Miki, Kaori quickly grabbed Miki and leaped aside to dodge the attack, apologizing and thanking her afterward. Sakura was badly injured and realized he couldn't move a muscle. He began to suspect that the monster's touch had inflicted some kind of abnormal status effect. When he managed to look at it closely, he recognized the creature. It was Mahapadma, the floor boss, which shocked him, as it shouldn't have been on that floor. Before he could react, the ground beneath them collapsed, and the three of them fell into a lower area. Sakura found himself in a vast, unfamiliar place and wondered which floor he was on, suspecting that the floor boss had altered the environment to cut off areas, allowing it to move to the second floor. Exodia appeared beneath him, emerging from the rubble, and remarked that he only got caught up in the mess because he had been standing next to Sakura. Sakura asked if it was safe for Exodia to be so far from his summoner. Exodia dryly replied that Sakura would probably drop dead the moment he stepped out of his own bedroom. Sakura worried that Miki might have also been affected by the monster's abnormal status since it had touched her, and he said they needed to regroup with her quickly. Exodia immediately started running in one direction, urging Sakura to follow. Sakura told him to calm down, saying rushing blindly wouldn't help, but Exodia snapped at him to be quiet, saying he needed to get back to Mickey as soon as possible. His words triggered a memory. Sakura recalled a moment in the past when Exodia had been beside Mickey after she finished a call with him. Exodia had commented that Sakura seemed like an interesting person and suggested they explore a dungeon together. Mickey had admitted that she had been feeling strange lately, and it was all because of Sakura. She said she genuinely wanted to team up with him. Exodia had been surprised, saying he didn't think that was the case, but suggested calling him anyway. When he reached for the phone, Mickey took it back, insisting that such things should be said face to face, which Exodia found troublesome. Later, during the tournament, after Sito was defeated and the competitors were down to the top 4, Mickey had been watching Sakura surrounded by children. Exodia had suggested they approach him since he was alone, but Mickey hesitated, saying she didn't want to interrupt during the tournament. Exodia had then teased her, asking how casually she expected him to become friends with Sakura. He added that once the tournament was over, Sakura and the other boys would probably rush off to another dungeon, and Mickey would only get to see him once in a blue moon. He told her that, for once, she should think about what she wanted. When Sakura was sitting alone, Exodia told Mickey that he would wait there for her, and that she should go talk to Sakura. She agreed, asking him to wish her good luck before heading off. The scene returned to the present, where Exodia told Sakura that Mickey had been looking forward to that day for so long that she wouldn't even stop talking about it when they were supposed to be sleeping. Now that they were separated, he said it was completely unacceptable. He asked if Sakura had any idea how happy Mickey had been just to be part of his team, and whether he couldn't see how miserable she must be now. Sakura replied that he understood. He felt the same way as she did, and that was exactly why he was saying they shouldn't rush around recklessly. They both stopped, and Exodia, feeling guilty, asked what they should do next. Sakura then asked how Exodia usually found his way back to his summoner and whether there was any way to pinpoint her location. Exodia answered that he simply knew what he had to do. After thinking for a moment, Exodia suddenly dashed off in the opposite direction. Sakura, a bit confused, pointed out that it was the way they had come from before, but decided to follow, trusting his instinct. As they continued, they finally emerged into an open area where 3 figures were standing. Sakura called out to Mickey, telling her that everything was okay now and that they had finally made it. Kaori was still beside Mickey, worriedly noting that her body felt unusually hot, likely due to an abnormal status, but he had never seen a condition quite like that before. The 3 who had arrived quickly reached Kaori, and seeing Mickey's state, Kaori's concern deepened even more. 3 monsters stood in front of Sakura and Exodia. Exodia muttered that they didn't have time to deal with them, but Sakura immediately rushed forward to attack. Within moments, he defeated the monsters, and his level increased by an astonishing 927. Exodia was left speechless in shock, while Sakura simply urged him to keep moving. Exodia couldn't help but praise him, saying how unbelievably cool that was. Suddenly, Sakura collapsed to the ground, realizing too late that he shouldn't have touched those beasts. He groaned and asked Exodia to carry him, telling him to bring him along to their destination. Exodia felt embarrassed by the request, but had no choice. Meanwhile, the 3 remaining beasts closed in on Kaori. Kaori, holding Mickey, thought about how strong and admirable she was. He quickly summoned a barrier to shield them both and began running, carrying her in his arms. His dragon swooped down and unleashed flares upon the monsters, but Kaori warned it not to touch them directly and to destroy them swiftly instead. Without warning, sharp spikes erupted from the ground, striking toward both Kaori and the dragon. They were thrown back by the force and fell nearby. The dragon struggled to recover, trying to get back on its feet to continue fighting alongside them. Kaori looked down at Mickey, encouraging her to hold on and stay strong. He reminded her that he was still ranked 2nd, and even if it was just a bronze medal, she could trust him to handle it. As the monster lunged toward him, Kaori decided to use his special magic, a spell that scaled its damage output based on the amount of MP spent. Determined to end it, he poured all his remaining MP into holy light magic, aiming to burn the monster to ashes. He muttered that if he hadn't forfeited earlier, the 2 of them would have been in first place together. Just then, he noticed something happening with Mickey. Her condition was worsening, and the monster nearby was crawling away to seek safety. When Kaori's dragon noticed, it swooped in to attack, but the monster split the ground open and escaped underground. Kaori rushed to Mickey's side, reassuring her that everything was fine now. As he checked her, he noticed several medicines, ones for high fever, paralysis, confusion, sealing, and frostbite. Realizing she was affected by 5 different abnormal statuses, he was astonished that she had brought cures for all of them. Mickey explained weakly that she had always been vulnerable to such effects, which was why her sister had told her to carry every type of antidote. She apologized for causing so much trouble, but Kaori shook his head and told her not to say such nonsense. She was the one who had saved him earlier, and he should be the one thanking her. Then he said they needed to find a way to reconnect with Sakura and Exodia. Mickey was startled to realize they had become separated, and as she looked around, Kaori noticed her gaze fixed on something, an axe lying nearby. She said she believed Exodia could locate their position, but the lighter wasn't with her anymore. The scene shifted to Sakura and Exodia, who had found the lighter at the very spot where they had been separated from the others. They confirmed it was the 2nd floor, but Kaori and Mickey were nowhere to be found. As they searched, a massive shadow loomed over them. The monster before them began to transform, revealing its final form, ready to face Sakura in battle. Mickey and Kaori went to the bottom floor, thinking they might meet the others there. Mickey wasn't sure which floor they were currently on, but judging by the atmosphere, it seemed they were quite deep inside. Kaori agreed and wondered how long it would take them to ascend, though she thought it might be better to stay and wait for Sakura instead of moving on their own. Suddenly, she stood up and began drawing, explaining that there were many intersections and stairways in the dungeon, and they couldn't know which route Sakura would take. They remembered that when Sakura had passed through that floor earlier, there had been only one path leading to the bottom. Kaori then understood why Mickey had suggested going there, though she still wasn't sure whether the others were safe. Mickey replied that if it was Sakura and Exodia, she was confident they would be fine, and said it was enough to send their plan to them. The scene then shifted to Exodia, who shouted in frustration, wondering what they should do and how they would find Mickey without her light. He called out to Sakura, asking what they should do next. Just then, they managed to contact Sakura through the camera he had received from Mickey, which was now working. Sakura checked it and found a photo with the message, "Let's meet at the bottom floor." Exodia quickly snatched the photo, remarking that it seemed the two were safe. Sakura said that at least they could communicate, even if only one-sided. Then he found another photo showing Mickey smiling, which made him wonder what was going on. Kaori, who had taken the picture, was told by Mickey that there was no need to send such a photo, but Kaori replied that Mickey would thank her later. Sakura thanked Gargantua for the photo, then handed the lighter to Exodia and suggested they move out. The group of 4 continued along 2 different routes deeper into the dungeon. After several battles, Sakura and Exodia reached level 11 and wondered if Mickey and Kaori were there as well. Exodia handed a dropped item to Sakura, asking why they had to defeat every monster along the way. If it was for leveling up, that made sense, but collecting loot was wasting too much time. He suggested that if they just focused on moving forward, they might reunite with Mickey and Kaori sooner. Sakura agreed, but said he needed to think about what would happen after the reunion, as he didn't want the same mistakes to repeat. He also reminded Exodia that their true goal was to conquer the dungeon. Kaori and Mickey continued forward and soon learned that the deepest floor was only 3 levels away. They had descended quite far. Ahead of them stood a massive door, and as they approached, Kaori noted that even the stairs were enormous. He urged Mickey to move on, but she cautioned him that there might be danger. Kaori replied that he only intended to scout the area. As Kaori stepped onto the sand in front of the door, Mickey tried to pull him back, but in that instant his leg froze solid, leaving them both startled. Mickey quickly began searching through her belongings for medicine, and after some fumbling, she finally found what she needed. Kaori, wincing, recalled something and asked why she had picked up so many dropped items from monsters earlier. Mickey explained that they would need materials to handle future enemies and would have to rely on Sakura as well. She was gathering resources to craft armor using creation magic. That was why she had been collecting so much. Sakura, she said, was likely doing the same. She added that she might have been overthinking it, but she didn't want to take any chances. After finishing the treatment, she asked how Kaori was feeling. Kaori thanked her, and Miki told him to rest for a while since the area was warm enough to wait in. Time passed quietly as they stayed there, until Miki apologized for making him wait so long. Kaori wondered aloud how much time had gone by, and Miki revealed it had been nearly 10 hours. Curious, Kaori asked whether Miki had known Sakura for a long time. She shook her head, saying she had only met him a few months ago. Kaori was surprised and questioned whether she wasn't placing too much trust in someone she barely knew. Miki admitted that perhaps she was, but said she was doing it simply as a friend. Kaori smiled sadly, saying Sakura was really cool, and admitted he didn't truly understand what friendship meant. He confessed that he wasn't good with people and never knew the right distance to keep, which was why he often felt alone and disliked. He said it always seemed like there were unspoken rules about how friends were supposed to do things together, just like in school, but exploring dungeons and fighting dragons was already exciting enough, and being around Sakura and Miki made it even better. Spending time with them felt so joyful, like he finally belonged somewhere. Still, he feared he might be misunderstanding their relationship, and that thought scared him. Miki stood up and hugged Kaori gently. He felt warmth spread through him, and Miki felt it too, as if they had been friends forever. Kaori began to cry, admitting that Sakura wasn't like Miki. He didn't believe Sakura saw him as a friend. Just then, Sakura arrived. From a higher ledge, he spotted them and jumped down to meet them, apologizing to Kaori while holding some of Kaori's belongings. He mentioned the photo of Miki that he had received earlier. Curious, they asked why he was wearing short sleeves. Sakura looked at them as Exodia explained that they were now on the 40th floor and had been checking every level carefully before finding the photo near the deepest floor. Sakura smiled and said he had been sweating a lot during the search. Kaori asked Sakura whether he was happy to have found him. Sakura seemed puzzled for a moment, but then admitted that he was simply relieved. Kaori, rubbing his stomach, complained that he was starving and asked Sakura to give him some food. He also asked for the photo of Miki, but Sakura immediately refused, leaving Miki surprised. After that, they all prepared a meal together. Once they finished eating, Sakura looked at everyone and said that after their meal, they should go and defeat the Mahapadma. With the new equipment, Miki was now able to fly and praised her own creation, claiming it was the best. Exodia complimented her, saying she looked like an angel. Soon after, Kaori appeared with the new equipment, and Sakura wondered how it was. Miki commented that Kaori looked really cool, and they all appreciated Sakura for his work. Sakura explained that he had experimented with a few things while traveling and using creation magic. By touching an item with the hand not holding any material, part of its stats and effects could be transferred to the targeted item, though its appearance might change. Kaori remarked that the technique seemed more like combination magic than creation magic. Sakura went on to explain that their solution to abnormal statuses was to drink a potion that temporarily nullified such effects, though each person could only create up to 3 of them. He mentioned that Exodia had said he was fine dealing with those statuses, prompting others to wonder who they even thought he was. Gauri mentioned that his dragon had strong resistance, so it was fine, but he wondered how long temporary actually lasted. Sakura admitted he didn't know, and they couldn't test it since only 9 bottles were available. Gauri pointed out that the entire floor would cause a freezing effect, and once their potions ran out, they'd turn into frozen meat. Sakura then showed an ice hairpin, saying he would combine the ice fang into items he had forgotten to sell. When Gauri wore it, she remarked that they finally looked like a real team, which made her feel really cool. Miki thanked Sakura sincerely, and Sakura replied that it was totally fine since they were all part of the same team. They then decided to move forward together. Miki blushed and suggested that they should choose a team name. She proposed Dragon, and Sakura commented that the name really suited her. They then proceeded to the deepest floor, the 14th. As they walked through the frozen area, Kaori remarked that it was amazing how wearing the enchanted gear kept him completely safe. Miki also said she felt so warm while wearing hers. Sakura reminded everyone to take the potions once they reached the door. Finally, they arrived at the massive door. After opening it, they drank the potion and advanced further. A short while later, Kaori called out to Sakura, pointing ahead where it was too dark to see clearly. What they saw were enormous poles, and behind them loomed a terrifying monster. Suddenly, they found themselves in a strange place filled with monsters. Kaori fought to protect himself while noticing that Miki had been captured by a group of them. Sakura continued fighting and called out to Miki, asking if she was all right. She thanked him for the help, then spread her wings and soared into the sky to fight back against the monsters. Exodia was impressed, amazed that an item could make such a difference for them. As the battle raged on, a massive explosion erupted, and Sakura's level increased by 48. Still, he felt that his progress was slow and considered using his experience points for revival. He noted that the monsters were created with minimal EXP but were still incredibly powerful. Knowing that the immunity to abnormal statuses would soon wear off, he decided he had to end the fight quickly. He glanced toward the dragon and the massive monster, realizing he needed to reach them. Kaori noticed that the giant creature wasn't showing any signs of movement and decided to let the dragon unleash its full firepower to finish it off. Just as he realized that something was about to strike the dragon from behind the giant creature, countless massive spikes shot toward it. While the others continued battling, Kaori saw in horror that his dragon had been crushed by the giant monster. Somehow, Sawtooth managed to save Kaori, but the dragon had been crushed in a single strike. Kaori was furious that such a thing had happened to his dragon. Channeling his power, he repeated the word "kill" several times and managed to summon his dragon once more. Sawtooth noticed Kaori jumping onto the dragon and heard him say it didn't feel good to be a loser, that it was time to fight back. However, Sawtooth stopped him, insisting that Kaori should leave the giant monster to him and focus on the smaller enemies with Miki. Kaori was shocked to hear that and protested, saying he didn't want to lose again and would fight alongside him. Suddenly, the dragon turned toward the others, and when Kaori tried to command it to retreat, it instead charged ahead to fight. Sawtooth called out to Miki, telling her that he trusted them all completely. Miki blushed at his words, and Exodia teasingly told her to stop thinking about such things and focus on the battle. Snapped back to reality, Miki wondered how Exodia even knew what she was thinking. She joined the fight again, thinking once more that she had to rely on Sakura and felt deeply grateful to him. Exodia reminded her to stay focused and stay alert. She apologized and continued battling. Then, Exodia revealed that he was the fire spirit who controlled flames, meaning he could manipulate fire-based monsters at will. Miki asked if there was any condition to use that power, and Exodia replied that she needed to gather all the flames and unleash them in a rampage. Following his words, she began to collect the scattered flames. Exodia then began his incantation, chanting words of chaos, paradise, abyss, destruction, and the age of darkness where shadows rise, invoking the black flame of darkness that had once been sealed away. At his signal, Miki released the gathered flames, and together they unleashed hellfire incineration, engulfing the battlefield in a massive inferno. The surrounding area was completely cleared of monsters. Miki shivered and admitted that it was terrifying, but Exodia assured her that she was invulnerable to the flames, so it was fine. She then blushed again, saying that Exodia was really cool. However, they soon realized that the giant creature was still alive and prepared to attack again. Kaori, sitting on his dragon, growled that he wasn't having it and questioned why they had to keep following orders. He declared that they would take the giant down themselves. The dragon agreed, saying it would keep surprising everyone for sure. Sakura reminded them that worrying too much about the team would only dull their instincts, and that depending on the situation, they all had to fight independently. He then activated his level consumption skill to increase his stats. As countless spikes shot toward him, Sakura used his enhanced speed to dodge and drive his blade into the giant monster. Recalling his battle against Ijuin, he realized he didn't need to consume all his levels at once. Instead, he decided to combine his speed boost, strike, and lightning magic, level 10, for maximum damage. He struck the giant monster fiercely, then followed up with fire, teleportation, and flight magic, guiding his attacks like homing missiles toward it. Even after landing several powerful blows, Sakura didn't stop, continuing his relentless assault with lightning magic to bring the monster down. Even after all those hits, the monster was still standing, and Sakura felt that its weakness might be different from the others. To confirm, he used identification magic, but before he could finish, a burst of holy light magic struck the monster, forcing it to stumble. Kaori was the one who unleashed the spell, proudly declaring that it was the teamwork of Dragonheart. Sakura laughed, wondering if Dragonheart was supposed to be their team name. Gowri narrowed one eye and playfully nudged Sakura before he charged forward again, unleashing another powerful attack on the Mahapadma. Sakura finally realized that his level had increased by 4,252 and thought he needed to practice controlling his level consumption to avoid getting distracted while maintaining it. He also found it strange that he had to use such a huge amount of level just to defeat Mahapadma. Exodia and Kaori began arguing, each claiming that the victory was because of them. Exodia insisted he was the one who had cleared all the smaller enemies and therefore deserved to be called the MVP. Kaori teased him, saying that all of Exodia's attacks were only effective because of Mickey's fire, and that the real MVP should be Kaori, who had provided a superb assist against the boss. Exodia countered that it was thanks to the dragon, not Kaori. While they were still arguing, Mickey arrived, and both of them asked her who she thought the MVP was. Sakura noticed that Mickey only looked at him, so he called out to her to show his appreciation. Exodia and Kaori were shocked and demanded that they be appreciated too, so they all ended up clapping for one another. Exodia mentioned that Kaori had found the drop item he loved so much. Sakura still remembered that and said it was quite something, so they decided to split everything among themselves. Later, Kaori picked up a potion, and when Mickey asked if he had found the item, he denied it, saying that in the end, they had only used one bottle. When Mickey drank it, she found it extremely bitter. Kaori explained that it had a 10-minute effect duration, so it was fortunate that they had finished before needing another dose. He then wondered aloud if Mickey thought it would taste better with some sugar. She replied that it was a good question, and Kaori suggested they try it next time. At that moment, a dragon was flying through the sky, but it was suddenly slashed into pieces, shocking everyone. The monster reappeared and charged at Mickey. Exodia was stunned as the creature turned toward Kaori, who quickly cast barrier magic. But it didn't hold for long, and he was struck by the monster. Just as it was about to attack Mickey, Sakura intervened, punching the creature and sending it flying into the sky, followed by several blasts. After a while, Exodia approached Sakura in confusion, wondering what was happening. He was certain he had defeated all the monsters, so he couldn't understand why another one had appeared, and one that was far faster than the rest. Sakura realized it was the same creature that had attacked him on the second floor, the one that had been controlling all the giants, the true floor boss, Mahapadma. Sakura told Exodia that both he and Kaori were suffering from abnormal status effects, so Exodia should take them to the stairs. Sakura said he trusted him with that task. Left alone to face the floor boss, Sakura began to suspect something wasn't adding up. The monster charged at high speed, and Sakura leapt to counterattack, but its head blocked his strike. He wondered why it was trying to separate them. Grabbing the creature, he threw it a distance away, questioning why. If it could move between floors, it hadn't attacked them all the way down to the deepest level. Feeling that something was off, he dodged the staff in the monster's hand and punched it brutally, wondering if it had been toying with them the entire time. Sakura was dominating the battle, continuously attacking the monster while thinking that if he didn't use level consumption, he wouldn't even be able to scratch it. However, if he did, his stats would gradually diminish, and the potion's effect would only last for 10 minutes. He suddenly noticed that the monster had thrown its weapon toward him, so he dodged it. But while he was distracted by the weapon, the monster seized the opportunity to close the distance and strike him. Sakura was struggling, and his current level had dropped to 12,488. He used his power, determined to make up for his lost stats later and to repurchase the weapons and equipment he had created along the way. He then tried to summon Gargantua, though not completely, and drew the Ice Fang sword. Before he could attack, the monster stabbed him in the arm, but he somehow managed to slash off one of its arms in return, reducing his level further to 11,000. He kept fighting, thinking it still wasn't enough. Meanwhile, Exodia had already completed the task Sakura had given and mentioned that there were about 5 different abnormal statuses mixed in, realizing he should have paid more attention to it. As he searched, Mickey regained consciousness, saying it was the paralysis recovery drug and expressing relief that she could now move freely. She told him to leave the rest to her. Exodia, surprised, called her an idiot and told her she shouldn't blame herself. Miki was crying, saying they had to hurry because Sakura needed help. Sakura kept fighting, but his level continued to drop. After a while, the monster sensed something and threw Sakura some distance away. Sakura thought about recovering quickly, realizing the monster's HP was low and it had only one arm left. He knew the seal status only affected magic, so he could still use level consumption to increase his stats and endure until he fully recovered. The monster moved closer to him, but Exodia appeared and attacked it with fire, saying the monster wasn't going to kill someone important to him. He recalled the past when Mika had been worried about Miki, who cried endlessly after their parents passed away. It had felt like the end of the world for Miki. Exodia wondered why Mika had said all those things to him, and if she had been drunk. Mika had replied that it was because Exodia must not dare to disappear like their parents, and if he ever made Miki cry, she would kill him, but only after having a proper talk with him first. Exodia had agreed, deciding not to grant that wish, but instead to make sure Miki would never cry. He kept fighting the monster, but it struck him with its staff and was about to stab again when Sakura, angered by Exodia and Mahapadma, unleashed his power. He noticed a nearby bag emitting bright sparks, and moments later, a dragon egg rolled out. It was the source of the light. Suddenly, the egg cracked open and hatched. Sakura found that a baby dragon had been born from the rainbow egg, and it crawled toward him, stretching its tiny body. He noticed how small it was and wondered why it had just been born. Gargantua contacted him, saying that the experience points Sakura had spent had gathered inside the rainbow egg, which might have helped it hatch. Sakura looked at Mahapadma and wondered if it was frightened. The dragon then sat on him, and he realized his abnormal status had disappeared. Grateful, he thanked the dragon for curing him. The monster suddenly charged at him, but Sakura dodged and kicked it away, sending it flying some distance. He was surprised that although he had only touched it, none of the abnormal statuses had affected him, and his natural recovery speed was incredibly fast. Letting the dragon sit on his body, Sakura apologized, admitting he didn't know its name. He decided to call it Kyun and asked it to fight the monster with fire magic. A massive explosion followed, striking the monster. Exodia appeared, astonished by the power, and Sakura explained that it was Kyun who had enhanced his skills, first upgrading decoupled magical efficiency and earlier abnormal status self-recovery, both of which were remarkable. The little dragon grew tired and rested in Sakura's hands, pressing against his chest before falling asleep. Exodia told Sakura to look ahead, warning that the monster was still standing even after taking such a powerful hit. Exodia said it was thanks to the little dragon that the monster was just one hit away from death. Sakura asked him to take care of Hyun, and Exodia agreed, telling Sakura to go and get some milk while he provided the potions Sakura might need. Sakura thanked him and returned to fight the monster, continuing to strike relentlessly. After a while, Exodia grew furious at the monster, saying it had made Miki cry and feel sad, so it was now facing its death sentence. They fought together until Sakura unleashed a massive blast, leaving only a large fragment of the monster behind. Sakura admitted he would have been dead if he'd been fighting alone, but praised Exodia's high rank. His level had increased by 44,400. Exodia mentioned that everything was settled and commented on how impressive Sakura's creation magic was. Then he suggested checking if any other monsters were still around. Sakura told him to wait, just as he noticed the small dragon resting on him. He wondered what the dragon meant by bringing him into the dungeon, recalling Kaori's words. Exodia said neither he nor Gargantua knew much about it, but explained that, since his birth, he had a vague sense of his purpose, to grant wishes and follow the rules tied to them, even though some wishes didn't come true for certain reasons. Sakura thanked the gods that his hadn't failed. Just then, Kaori and Miki arrived, flying quickly but safely. Exodia told Sakura that he had actually granted his wish, pointing toward Miki, and thanked him for that. Miki looked at Sakura silently, and Exodia nudged him to say something, teasing that he'd been acting awkwardly. Sakura simply apologized and gently patted Hyun. Hyun clung to Kaori and started playing around. Kaori found it adorable, but all of a sudden he began crying when he realized Hyun had already eaten his food. After a while, they set up a tent and sat inside. Kaori then noticed that the small creature was actually a white dragon, and it was incredibly cute. Sakura mentioned that he had decided to name it Hyun, but he asked Kaori what he had meant earlier about the dragon calling for him. Kaori explained that it probably didn't remember anything, and might have simply mistaken Sakura as its owner, since it was mostly his experience points that helped it hatch. Either way, he said, the dragon seemed trustworthy. Exodia added that without Hyun's help, they would have been toast, and pointed out that while Miki usually acted calm, saying Sakura was fine and there was no need to worry, she had actually cried and scared the life out of him. Miki didn't like him bringing that up and said he didn't have to share everything about her. Sakura apologized for making them worry, explaining that the monster they encountered had been very different from others. Based on its power and appearance, he still had no clue what it truly was, but he had noticed that the pre-ord dungeons seemed to reject anyone trying to snoop around in higher-level areas. Kaori commented that it was good everyone had made it out safely. Sakura found it odd hearing that from Kaori, but agreed they should get going. They packed their bags, and Kaori mentioned how happy he was that Hyun was born, though he admitted he felt lonely. Sakura asked if something was wrong or if Kaori planned to leave the team. Kaori agreed, explaining that their deal had been for him to stay only until the egg hatched, and that agreement shouldn't be taken too seriously. As they continued traveling, they came across a hot spring, where they took a bath and cooked food together. Kaori reminded them that instead of always staying together, each of them should pursue what they wanted and meet occasionally to ensure everyone was safe. He said he really wanted them all to remain friends. Once they finished and left, Kaori noticed his phone notifications had been blowing up. Sakura remarked that it was something that often happened after dungeon explorations. Kaori called them over and suggested they grab something to eat first. Miki said she wanted to try wanko soba. Suddenly, Kaori realized it was June 6th, the day he had planned to go to a movie with his cousins, and it was starting in just 15 minutes. He told Sakura about it and apologized to Miki, saying he needed to head to the dungeon center with them another time. Miki comforted him, saying it wasn't like this would be their last meeting. Hyun also said goodbye to Kaori in its own way. Kaori mentioned he had something to give them and handed Sakura a small pouch. Sakura observed that it looked like a drawstring bag, but Kaori revealed it was a Pandora box. He just wanted it to sound cool. Just then, Kaori received a call from his cousins. He assured them he hadn't forgotten and said he was already at the Morioka Castle ruins and would catch up soon. After hanging up, he told Sakura and Miki that his cousins had recognized his luggage right away, so he had to leave. Before going, Sakura asked for his contact information. Kaori was surprised but agreed, saying it was the first time he'd ever added someone outside his family and acquaintances. He was thrilled as he exchanged contacts with Sakura and Miki, then bowed and asked them to invite him the next time they entered a dungeon. After he left, Sakura and Miki sat together, and Sakura thought about the Pandora box. Exodia suggested opening it, but Sakura refused, saying that if it really was a Pandora box, it should never be opened. And Kaori had probably just called it that because it sounded cool. Miki called him, and he apologized for being too loud. She replied that it wasn't about that, but asked if he was busy afterward. He said she wanted to go to the dungeon center and mentioned Wanko. She then invited him to her place, which left him shocked. She took him to her apartment, and Sakura apologized for intruding. As they entered, Mika coldly welcomed them and asked Miki and Sakura to take a seat. When they sat down, Mika put on her sunglasses, and Miki asked her about it. Mika ignored Miki's words and told her to go and make some tea. After that, she spoke to Sakura, introducing herself as Miki's sister since it was their first conversation. When Sakura introduced himself, Mika mentioned that she had already heard about him and added that someone had formed a party with Miki without her consent. When Miki brought the tea, she pointed out that Mika's tone and accent sounded completely different from usual. Being close, Miki even handed the tea to Sakura. Mika shouted that it was too close, pulled Miki back, and hugged her. Then she noticed Hyun inside Sakura's jacket. Sakura explained that Hyun had hatched from the rainbow egg and reassured the little creature that it didn't need to be afraid of everyone. Mika glared but still went to hug Hyun, saying it was incredibly cute and precious. Hyun was so frightened that it started crying and asked to go back because Sakura seemed scary. Miki remarked that Mika was acting like her usual self again. Mika wondered what she meant and told Miki to sit beside her. Both looked confused for a while, and then Mika, lying down, asked them to get straight to the point and inquired whether they had completed the dungeon. At the same time, Exodia and Hyun were playing with Mika's glasses. Sakura agreed and thought that Mika was really intimidating. He went on to explain that there was a special area on one floor that caused a freezing effect and that the dungeon overall contained very strong enemies. Miki noticed Hyun moving toward her, while Sakura continued that they still didn't understand how the monsters kept getting stronger. Mika wondered if she should mention that when she and others had explored the murky warehouse dungeon, several researchers had been conducting experiments there, and since the floor boss hadn't been defeated, it meant that in unconquered dungeons, the monsters' levels kept increasing due to the influx of level 99 players. That accumulation of excess experience was what caused the monsters' growth. Sakura wondered where the excess experience points were going, and Mika explained that the experience gained from monsters defeated by level 99 players was normally used to rebirth dungeon monsters. However, since monsters couldn't be reborn in already conquered dungeons, those unused experience points were redirected to other dungeons, strengthening the creatures there. Miki looked puzzled, and Sakura mentioned that the more dungeons were conquered, the stronger the remaining ones would become. Mika agreed, adding that aside from the murky warehouse dungeon, the changes in other dungeons were too subtle to notice. Sakura asked Miki when the murky warehouse dungeon had first been reported to be changing. Miki replied that it was probably about a week before the tournament. Sakura admitted he had something to confess, which immediately caught Mika's and Miki's attention. When they asked what it was, he revealed that the experience points he had released through level consumption might have affected the dungeon. As he spoke, Mika stopped listening for a moment, distracted by Sakura's stats, and was shocked to discover that he possessed the ability for infinite level-ups. She was astonished that such a skill could even exist. Sakura asked her not to tell anyone, and Miki made Mika promise with a pinky swear. Mika agreed, assuring them that she wouldn't tell a single soul. Fascinated, she noted that Sakura seemed to be the only one unaffected by the level 99 restriction and said that as long as he refrained from using level consumption, there wouldn't be any problems. She then turned to her sister with pride before addressing Sakura, saying they needed to talk. When Sakura complained that she was being too loud and even grabbed his cheeks, Mika explained that given the current situation with the dungeons, a new plan had recently been put into action: the formation of the Special Skill Team, an organization of carefully selected players whose goal was to cooperate and conquer high-level dungeons together. Sakura wondered if Mika wanted him to join that team. Mika confirmed it, saying that if he joined the SST to help them, she would allow him to party with Miki. Sakura stood up and apologized, saying he wasn't going to join the SST but still wanted to team up with Miki in the future. He admitted it might sound unreasonable, but even without joining the SST, he believed he could still be of help to Mika, as there were surely some dungeons that only they could conquer. Mika replied that after seeing his skills, she had already realized he wasn't the type to work in large groups, but asked why he still needed to team up with Miki. Sakura answered that it was the result of confronting his own self. Mika continued by saying that Miki was amazing as always. Suddenly, Miki asked Sakura to stay for dinner. Sakura was surprised and wondered if they were trying to sway him with a meal. Miki laughed and replied that he wouldn't fall for such a simple trick, then mentioned she was heading to the supermarket for a while. Sakura asked to come along since he needed to visit the dungeon center. Exodia decided to go too, and Mika asked why. Exodia explained that his duty was simply to protect Miki. As they headed downstairs, Sakura told Miki that Mika wasn't actually angry with him. Miki smiled and said her sister was a genuinely good person, adding that they had been getting closer lately, which made her happy. Sakura teased that it was a bit of an exaggeration. Suddenly, Miki stopped and blushed, realizing she had addressed Sakura the same way her sister did. Sakura told her it was fine, reminding her that he had called her by her name back at the house as well. Miki blushed even more, feeling happy, and they both continued walking upstairs. From the balcony, Mika watched them, while Exodia commented that her plan had failed. Mika replied that it was still better than Exodia's efforts. 2 weeks later, Sakura was sitting with Miki, Mika, and Hayato, who served tea while thinking that Mika seemed to be getting closer to Sakura, though he couldn't figure out how it had happened. Mika then spoke to Sakura, explaining that the exploration team who had entered the dungeon first hadn't returned yet. She mentioned a report from the only surviving member who had escaped in a terrible state, and said she had a bad feeling about the situation. She added that Sakura should have completed the dungeon already, warning that if anything happened to Miki, he would be in serious trouble. Mika then suggested they set out immediately, adding that she would assign someone to assist them, someone familiar to Sakura. Meanwhile, at Fukuoka, a boy was waiting in front of the dungeon and received a message from Sakura, apologizing for being late. Bison was having his meal when Sakura arrived and apologized for being late. Bison replied that it was fine and told him to just consider them even. Sakura then turned to Miki, sharing a quiet moment of apology with her as well. Bison mentioned that he had heard Sakura had formed a team, which surprised him, but then he looked at Miki and asked if she was Sakura's girlfriend. Sakura denied it, and Miki introduced herself to Bison. Bison remarked that her name sounded familiar, and just then, a man from the nearby store asked if she was the rank 1 player. He excitedly wondered if she could give him an autograph, explaining that his daughter was a huge fan of hers. Miki looked uneasy and turned to Sakura, asking if there was some kind of shady contract deal involved. Sakura reassured her that it was just a simple, colored paper, nothing suspicious. The man then recognized both Sakura and Bison, saying that he had seen their battles before, and asked if the 3 of them were heading to a dungeon together. They confirmed that they were going to the Rank J Hanging Hive dungeon. Bison mentioned that it was notorious for the number of players who had gone missing after attempting to challenge it, adding that even 10 members of the SST had entered, but none had returned. Sakura was surprised and recalled hearing from Mika that one member of the team had managed to escape and report what happened. Bison explained that the reports were made using remote cameras that could transmit images from a distance, and promised to get Sakura a copy of the footage later. Sakura then remembered that Miki also used a camera during their missions. Bison revealed that their objective this time was to rescue the missing people and clear the dungeon, and said he was once again grateful to have Sakura and Miki's help. Meanwhile, Exodia was bickering with Hyun over food, and Sakura thought to himself that they were once again fired up to do their best. As they continued eating, Sakura noticed how adorable Hyun looked. Bison then asked if the dragon that appeared earlier had been summoned through magic. Sakura replied that it was actually from their previous battle. After that, they went to the first floor of the dungeon. From the photos, they realized that each friend had been separated, and one of them had woken up in a strange place. Bison guessed that it could be the work of a demon Taoist. Soon, a monster appeared in front of them, but Bison easily defeated it. Isha was surprised by his vacuum magic, and Bison explained that it was a skill he had learned from a previous client. Exodia joked that he felt bad for any monster that crossed paths with the 2 of them. Bison then asked if Exodia himself was a monster. Exodia revealed that he was actually a fire spirit who granted wishes and told Bison not to group him with monsters. Hyun didn't seem happy to hear that, but Exodia clarified that he hadn't meant to insult him. Bison wondered about the power of granting wishes and said it sounded like a game hack no matter how they looked at it. Sakura replied that it didn't mean Exodia could do everything. He could only grant wishes to Miki. When Sakura was about to continue talking about earlier events, Exodia stopped him, reminding him that Sakura had promised to keep that dream a secret because Miki would be sad if she found out. Exodia asked why Sakura was even mentioning it, and Sakura apologized. Just then, Miki asked what the 2 of them had been hiding from her all this time. Sakura replied that it really was nothing. Suddenly, a girl ran up and hugged Bison. Bison wondered if she was one of the missing players. The girl asked for help, and Sakura sensed something approaching. He warned them that someone was coming, a person, but one who seemed dangerous and ready to attack the girl. Sakura quickly used teleportation magic to engage in battle and wondered what was happening. He noticed that the man ignored everything and kept attacking, so he decided to adjust his strength since his opponent was human. He grabbed the attacker's arm, twisted it, and slammed him to the ground with force. They wondered if they should tie the man up, but after confirming that everything was fine, the girl seemed relieved. Eventually, they tied the man to a tree, and Sakura mentioned that he must be one of the missing people. Bison agreed and asked the girl where the others who had sent those messages were. The girl sat down and explained that a few days ago, the SST team had come to the dungeon but got separated. Then they noticed strange marks on the man's neck, parasites known as Parasnova, which could control humans and make them lose consciousness. The magic didn't seem to work on it, and if anyone tried to remove the parasite, the infected human would die, along with the one attempting the removal. Its only weakness was purification magic. The girl explained that a giant parasite existed on the lowest floor of the dungeon and asked them to defeat it. She added that once it was destroyed, there would be no more parasites, but warned them not to go alone. Bison asked if any of the three of them could use purification magic. The girl replied that there had been someone who could, but that person had also been parasitized. She said they would need to find that player first. Bison thought he could copy the purification skill, and then they could defeat the boss to save everyone. Exodia found it troublesome even to imagine such a task. The girl hesitated for a moment, reminding them not to push themselves and suggesting that they head outside first. Then, with guilt in her voice, she admitted that everything was her fault. Finally, she introduced herself as Bianchi and greeted everyone. The caller told Kubo that he couldn't take it anymore and would quit the company that very day. He also mentioned that T-san and S-san were leaving too. Kubo panicked. Tomorrow was the delivery deadline. He urged them to come in and talk things through, but the call ended abruptly, leaving him listening to the empty beep on the other end. Sitting on the toilet, his mind kept looping the same desperate thought. Please, someone help me. The project deadline was tomorrow, yet his whole team had fallen apart. He couldn't believe this was happening. Still, determined to meet the deadline, he had pushed himself non-stop, skipping every break and holiday. When he tried to stand, his vision went dark. He leaned on the wall, clutching his stomach, realizing he might have overworked himself. He decided to rest for just a bit, but then a loud voice suddenly shouted at him not to sleep so casually. The shock made him jolt upright. The voice told him to get off the carriage quickly, which left Kubo confused. Carriage? What carriage? Wasn't I in the toilet just now? As he stood, he bumped into something and mumbled an apology, wondering if this was a dream. He stumbled, fell, and instinctively reached out to steady himself, only to see a small child's hand. His palm splashed into a puddle, and pain shot through him. When he looked down, he saw a child's reflection staring back. Horrified, he screamed and pulled his hand away. A girl's voice from behind scolded him to move aside. After she left, Kubo just sat there, stunned, trying to make sense of everything. In the distance, the man who had yelled earlier was handing out food, telling someone to eat and be grateful. Kubo thought it all felt too real to be a dream. Where am I? What's happening to me? He looked at his small hands, panic setting in, and clutched his head, begging silently for someone to wake him up. Just then, the same girl returned, placing a half-filled plate in front of him. "Here's your food," she said flatly. Kubo recognized her voice, the same girl from before. Her next words sent a chill through him. She said that if he had been injured more seriously, he might have at least died easily. Shocked, Kubo stared at her, trying to understand what she meant. She told him to hurry and eat, otherwise no one would buy him. "Buy me?" he repeated, his voice trembling. "Where is this carriage going?" She looked at him, puzzled, and asked if he really didn't know. Then she said it. They were on their way to the capital's slave market. Kubo suddenly found himself standing in front of a crowd, shackled and displayed like an object. His heart pounded as the announcer's voice echoed. The slave auction was about to begin. Looking down, he trembled in fear. The man announced that they'd start with the one on the right, a 6-year-old boy, with a starting bid of 1,000 gold. Kubo froze, realizing they meant him. From behind, he heard cold voices discussing his fate. One man muttered that 1,000 was too much, while another said that if no one bought him, they should just get rid of him. The price kept dropping, from 1,000 to 800, then 600. Kubo felt despair sink in. He had somehow ended up in a world completely unknown to him, and now he was about to die as a slave. As he scanned the crowd, his eyes met those of a woman and a man standing together. For a second, he thought they looked at him with interest, but they quickly turned away and whispered to each other, leaving him to think it was just his imagination. The announcer declared that since there were no bidders, they'd move on to the next one. Kubo's heart sank. So this is how it ends, he thought. Moments later, the announcer roughly pushed him into another room, apologizing to someone waiting inside. "This is the product you requested, Lady Basam," he said. Kubo looked up. It was the same woman from earlier. The announcer bowed deeply, then politely suggested they proceed with the ownership transfer. He asked Kubo to show his hands, saying the same for the servant beside the lady. Confused but compliant, Kubo raised his shackled wrists. A glowing light surrounded them, making him gasp. "It's glowing! What is this?" he blurted out. The man beside Lady Basam gave him a suspicious look while the announcer scolded him to stay quiet, saying the transfer was still in progress. Kubo stared at his wrists in disbelief as the shackles unlocked on their own. Was that magic? He thought. The announcer bowed again to Lady Basam and excused himself. The man next to her turned respectfully and asked, "My lady, what shall we name this slave?" Lady Basam touched Kubo's cheek thoughtfully, as if she had just remembered something. "You're right," she said softly. "I'll call him Linos." Kubo, now Linos, felt a flicker of hope. "Am I saved?" he thought, trying to follow them. Before he could speak, the man introduced himself. "She is Lady Basam von Erza," he said firmly. "You will address her as master. I'm Falco." He looked at Linos up and down, wrinkling his nose. "I know it can't be helped, but you're absolutely filthy." Falco filled a bucket from the nearby well and dumped the cold water over Linos's head. Startled, Linos yelped, but Falco told him to stay still. With a flick of his hand, Falco murmured a short spell, and a faint glow surrounded Linos, tiny bubbles rising around him. Linos looked down at his clothes in amazement. They were spotless. Falco sighed, clearly irritated, saying it was obvious since he'd just used cleaning magic. Linos's eyes lit up as he asked if people in this world could really use magic. Falco raised an eyebrow, surprised by the question, and asked where Linos was even from. Didn't he know the basics? He then asked if Linos was aware of his own powers, pointing at him and revealing that he had the potential to become a shield master. Falco explained that he'd used appraisal at the slave market to find that out. When Linos repeated the term, Falco told him it was a kind of spell that let someone see another person's abilities. According to it, Linos had strong potential. He went on to explain that Lady Basam's family was a noble house involved in government affairs, but not everyone in politics got along. They had enemies too. That's why they needed someone with shield master abilities to protect the lady. Then Falco laughed, saying Linos was still too green, not even a chick yet, just an egg. Linos tried to defend himself, insisting he could still use magic. Falco only smirked and said appraisal magic never lies. As they continued walking, Falco pointed ahead and said they'd be heading back to the mansion. He gestured toward a grand structure on the right, Juka Castle, explaining that it was where the king lived. The castle was self-sustained thanks to its inner farms and surrounded by massive walls with a single entrance, making it nearly impossible to invade. Linos couldn't help wondering what would happen once they reached the mansion. Lady Basam had seemed kind, but he knew that slaves were rarely treated well. Soon, Falco announced their arrival at the Basam residence. He pointed to the grand front gate, saying it was only for guests, while servants entered through a smaller back door. Linos thought their journey was finally over, but the moment he stepped through the servants' entrance, a surge of electricity shot through him. Falco quickly explained that anyone without permission would be zapped by the mansion's security magic. Before he could say more, a voice called out behind him. Falco turned to see a tall, muscular woman with a childlike face, Warsa, standing with her hands on her hips. She noticed Linos and, after a quick look, realized he was new. Falco introduced Linos, explaining that he was a slave with the aptitude of a barrier master and that he'd be the one training him. Warsa gave Linos a friendly smack on the back that nearly knocked him down, saying he didn't seem like a bad kid and she looked forward to working with him. Linos hit the ground, dazed, while Falco asked if he was still conscious. He warned Linos that Warsa specialized in martial arts. If he ever disobeyed her, he wouldn't live long. Warsa loomed behind him at that remark, clearly amused. Changing the topic, Falco asked if Linos had eaten yet. When Linos shook his head, Warsa said she'd show him to his room and the dining hall on the way. Falco agreed that was best, then ruffled Linos's hair with a grin, telling him to eat well. Training would start first thing tomorrow. Linos's eyes widened as he stared at the meal laid out before him. Warsa told him to go ahead and eat, apologizing that it was just simple food. He picked up a piece of bread but didn't take a bite. Seeing his hesitation, Warsa asked gently if there was something he didn't like. He shook his head and said it wasn't that. He just couldn't believe he was being treated so kindly, even after being bought as a slave. Warsa nodded with understanding and admitted that yes, some households treated their slaves cruelly, but the Bassam family wasn't like that. She added that if he was going to be a barrier master, he needed to eat well and build strength. Once he finished, she said she'd take him to his room. Linos smiled faintly and thanked her before starting to eat. Later, as they walked through the mansion, Warsa explained that he should start remembering the layout. She pointed out that the first floor had the reception hall, guest rooms, kitchen, and bathrooms. The second floor, she said, belonged to Lady Erza and the Lord. The Lord worked at the castle most of the time, so he rarely came home. She added that the servants' quarters were down the hall and that his room was there as well. Linos looked at her, thinking how kind she seemed. When he asked if it was really okay for his room to be near hers, she laughed and smacked him on the back again, teasing that there was no way she'd make him sleep in the stables. He winced. That was twice now, but couldn't help smiling. Warsa opened a door and showed him a small, dusty room. She said it hadn't been used in a while and grabbed a broom, handing him a bucket. "Let's clean it up together," she said. Linos thanked her, a bit surprised she was helping too. She explained that his job would mostly involve assisting the others with small tasks and learning proper manners along the way. He nodded, wringing out a wet towel as she shook dust from the bed sheets, coughing a little. She went on to describe their daily routine, waking up early, eating 3 meals a day, and going to bed after work. It might take time to get used to, she said, but they did get holidays, and since he was a magic user, he'd have to spend time practicing as well. When the cleaning was done, Warsa waved goodbye. Linos waved back awkwardly before she closed the door. Sitting on his bed, he let out a long breath. So much had happened that his mind could barely keep up. Still, he was grateful. He hadn't died, he had food, and even his own room. But as he sat there in the quiet, his thoughts drifted back to his past life. He realized he'd abandoned the company plan, and the weight of that hit him. Tears welled in his eyes as he muttered to himself that, in the end, he'd just been another piece of the company's machinery, nothing more than their livestock. Linos sat by the window, staring out quietly. His mind wandered. Could he ever go back home? And even if he could, would that really make him happy? The thought only made him restless. He sighed, muttering that overthinking wasn't helping, and decided to just sleep it off. The next morning, out on the training grounds, Falco told him to pay attention. The first step, he explained, was to imagine it. There were all kinds of barriers, but for now, Linos just needed to picture himself inside a dome. Falco told him to focus on the blood pulsing through his body, to feel its warmth. Slowly, something began to form. Water shimmered in the air, wrapping around Linos like a glowing sphere. He opened his eyes, stunned. It wasn't perfect, but it was real. He looked down at his hands in disbelief, grinning. He'd actually done magic. Before he could celebrate further, Falco smacked him on the head, shouting at him to stay focused. Linos groaned, rubbing his head, muttering that it hurt. Falco crossed his arms, saying that being a barrier master was an extremely rare gift. Only nobles and high-ranking people had one for protection. Then, giving a thumbs up, he added that despite how important the ability was, learning to use it was surprisingly simple. And Linos had done it. But Linos didn't share his enthusiasm. He knew it wouldn't be that easy. Falco continued, explaining that controlling a barrier required both strong magic power and mental focus. One mistake, he said, could get not only his master, but also his comrades killed, something they had to avoid at all costs. Linos swallowed hard, realizing that death wasn't something distant here. It lingered close. Still, Falco smiled and said maybe Linos's youth was what made him such a fast learner. He laughed loudly, declaring that the great magician Falco would make sure his student turned out fine. Linos straightened up and replied with determination, "Yes." Falco decided to move on to defense practice. He explained that the round barrier Linos made was weak and broke easily, then proved it by touching it, shattering it instantly. Linos's eyes widened. Falco had barely flicked it. "Try forming a front shield instead," Falco said. Linos concentrated, and a plate-shaped energy field appeared in his palm. It was solid, dense, and strong. Falco nodded, calling it a proper defensive barrier. Linos felt like he was finally starting to get how it worked. Then Falco grinned mischievously. "Don't move," he said, as the wind suddenly began swirling around him. Linos's heart skipped a beat. "Wait, is he serious?" he thought. Falco shouted, "Let's see if you can block this." Moments later, a thunderous blast echoed through the snowy forest. As they walked back, Falco chuckled, saying it was a miracle Linos had survived that. He joked that on the bright side, Linos had now learned healing magic too. Linos trudged ahead, tears welling up, mentally screaming for his insane teacher to stop talking nonsense. Before leaving, Falco patted the snow off his robe and said he was heading to the pub, telling Linos to return home. Linos bowed politely and thanked him for the training, though Falco didn't even turn around. Still aching and hungry, Linus walked toward the mansion, but just as he was about to step inside, a loud voice rang out behind him. Someone shouting angrily, demanding to know what the brat thought he was doing. He glanced up just in time to see a towering man slam a boy, about his age, onto the ground. The man's boot pressed hard on the boy's head as he shouted about how he had warned him to finish cleaning and prepare the food before his return. The boy tried to explain he hadn't had enough time, begging for mercy, but the man ignored him, insisting a slave had no right to answer back. Linos felt a chill run through him, appalled by the cruelty. No one intervened, and he realized this was just how slaves were treated, humiliated and beaten in public. He could have been the one on the ground. Keeping his head low, he stepped through the small door. He thought he could shake off the unease, but it lingered, gnawing at him. Beyond the door, Warsa stood waiting, her grin bright. She greeted him warmly, praising his training. Lady Erza had instructed her to send him to her room as soon as he returned. Linos mumbled a hesitant thanks as she patted his head, promising dinner after his meeting in the dining hall. The light touch left him blushing slightly as he ran a hand over his head, murmuring his thanks again. Warsa then showed him a set of elegant court clothes, proper attire, unlike anything he had worn before. Lady Basam encouraged him to try them on, the butler smiling quietly behind her. Once dressed, he asked if it was truly acceptable for him to wear such fine garments. Lady Basam told him to accept them. He was now part of the household. Linos placed a gloved hand over his chest, gratitude filling his voice. Still, he felt he understood very little about this world. Determined, he reminded himself that he had to work hard and be useful. Lady Basam's approving smile bolstered him, and Warsa brought over a warm meal, remarking on how well the new clothes suited him. Other maids echoed the praise, while one advised him to eat carefully to keep his outfit clean. Plates clattered around the kitchen as preparations continued. As he settled in, the maids chattered freely. Gossip swirled about King Fan's new mistress, his neglect of governance, and speculation over Prince Orlan's future ascension. One maid noted relief that he didn't resemble his father, while another explained the household hierarchy. Lady Ursa tutored the prince, and the lord acted as his assistant in government matters. The Basam family had the prince's full trust, though not everyone thought favorably of it. Linos listened, quietly absorbing the world he had stepped into. Sweat trickled down his neck as he mumbled a faint, "Okay." Warsa went on, explaining that the ones being talked about were Duke Hela, the king's younger brother, and Marshal Karugi from the royal army. Both held powerful positions, and Linos wondered how people could gossip about them so freely without fear of punishment. Then again, he was starting to understand how things worked here. Warsa, who had been cheerfully chatting, suddenly looked uneasy. Something had come to her mind. She asked if anyone knew whether that person would be arriving today. The maid beside Linos reassured her, saying there was no need to worry. She had already arrived earlier, and head butler Winton was attending to her. Linos, confused, asked who they were talking about. At that very moment, the mysterious guest walked down the corridor toward Lady Urza's room. Winton greeted her warmly, calling her Miss Errol. She returned his greeting with a bright smile, saying it had been a while and she was happy to see him again. Entering the room, she joyfully announced her arrival to her great-aunt, Lady Erza. Lady Erza smiled gently, noting that she had arrived earlier than expected and thought the journey from the Jug Kingdom would take longer. Miss Errol laughed, explaining that she had hurried back because she couldn't wait to see her. Back in the servants' quarters, Linus pieced things together. The young lady had completed her military training. One of the maids elaborated, explaining that Miss Errol was married off at the age of 12, as per tradition, but the marriage ended when she couldn't have children. After returning to the mansion, Lady Erza had allowed her to continue her childhood passion, swordsmanship. She had gone to the Jug Kingdom to train under a holy swordmaster. Meanwhile, Miss Errol proudly told her aunt that she would now take on the role of protector. With Falco at her side, she promised the mansion would be safer than ever. But Lady Erza's expression darkened slightly at that statement, as if something about it troubled her. Downstairs, the maid explained to Linos that Miss Errol's swordsmanship was now nearly on par with her master's. Linos couldn't help but be amazed. The maid chuckled, teasing that if his dream was to become Miss Errol's guard, he'd be out of work before long. He tried to laugh it off, until the door burst open. Miss Errol strode in, sharp-eyed, declaring that he was the one training under Falco. Before Linos could react, she stated that in this era, relying on magic alone wouldn't be enough to protect anyone. She pointed straight at him and announced that she, a disciple of the Holy Swordmaster, would personally take over his training, and it wouldn't be easy. She warned that his lessons would be life-threatening, but by the end, he'd become the strongest barrier master ever. Linos could only follow, nearly tearing up at the thought that this training might actually be the end of him. After a few rounds of magic, Miss Errol let out a light sigh, saying she had expected more from him. Great Aunt and Falco had raved about what a promising kid he was. How disappointing, she teased. Linos collapsed to the ground, panting, while Falco laughed and begged her to go easy. "He's right," Linos wheezed. "You hit full power so suddenly." Miss Errol feigned surprise, claiming she'd only used about 10% of her strength. Somehow, she admitted, it made her feel oddly irritated. Falco chimed in, suggesting they practice together with his magic. Linos froze, dread written across his face. "That'll definitely kill me," he protested, but the two adults just laughed, insisting they had warned him. Training would feel like near-death experiences. He bolted in tears, but their laughter followed him, and training continued relentlessly, with both mentors keeping a close watch. Later, the maids couldn't help giggling when they spotted him half asleep, snoring at the dinner table. 4 years passed. Inside the palace, Bassam Fan Arden, the current head of the Bassam family, thanked Lady Erza for visiting. She smiled, admitting she hadn't expected an invitation from Winton. The butler quietly refilled her teacup, and Bassam chuckled, asking if that was supposed to be sarcasm. She raised an eyebrow in return, while he leaned on his hand and asked how everyone at the mansion was doing. Lady Bassam beamed, promising good news. Through the window, she and Winton watched Linos, now a little older, skillfully wielding his sword against both Miss Errol and Falco. Neither of them held back. Miss Errol leapt from above, attacking from the top, and Linos blocked successfully. She bounced back, declaring the fight wasn't over yet. Falco shouted for her to stop, but she glared, insisting he shouldn't interfere mid-fight. He reminded her that dismantling a barrier after it's set would be difficult. Linos exhaled in relief, only to be snapped to attention by Falco, ignoring Miss Errol's sulking. Falco noted that it had been some time since his last visit and remarked that his magical power had grown. "Right," he said. "I've taught you everything I know. Now it's time for your graduation exam." Linus's eyes widened. "Graduation? Already?" Falco explained that his barrier was strong enough to withstand attacks from both him and Miss Errol, nearly matching the palace's own barrier master. "Don't worry," he reassured Linos. "The exam would be a solo mission, hunting the monster in Runoa Forest." Linos confirmed he meant the one in the northeast, and Falco nodded, adding that departure was in 3 days. Linos could only stammer a hesitant yes. On the day of departure, he found Miss Errol standing beside him. "Why are you coming along?" he asked. She grinned, sparkling with excitement, and explained she had heard about a powerful monster's lair in the forest. "I'm your bodyguard," she declared, her eyes shining. She was thrilled at the thought of hunting a huge monster together. Linos tried to calm her, reminding her that he would be the one doing the hunting. She blushed slightly, but still urged him to hurry, nudging him forward. In the middle of the forest, Miss Errol frowned, muttering that there was nothing around. Even using her detection magic, she couldn't locate the monster. Frustrated, she huffed, saying she really wanted to kill it. Linos, a bit bluntly in his thoughts, guessed that it was probably hiding because of her intense killing intent. Suddenly, a shiver ran down his spine. A monstrous creature appeared out of nowhere, and he instinctively stepped in front of Miss Errol. The beast roared, and Linos identified it immediately. "Akars Charolais," he shouted. He extended his hand, casting a protective magic shield to block its attacks and keep them both safe. He warned her that its skin was far too tough for either sword strikes or attack magic to penetrate. Miss Errol grinned, launching herself at the monster and shouting not to underestimate her swordsmanship. She managed to land a hit, slicing only a thin line before landing back on the ground. As expected, "It's like cutting rock," she muttered. She warned Linos that defeating it seemed impossible and urged him to retreat, but Linos placed a hand in front of her. "Even if you protect me, it won't be enough," she argued, annoyed. He replied calmly, "There's one thing I want to try." A magical circle appeared before the beast. "Are you trying to immobilize it so we can escape?" she asked, surprised. "No," he said. "I'm sucking the air out of it." Her eyes widened. Without a single strike or spell attack, he was defeating the monster. Slowly, the Kars Charolais collapsed as all its air and energy were drained. Linos fell to the ground, panting and dazed. "We did it," he murmured. Miss Errol smiled, impressed. "Your magic is incredible, just as expected," she said. He nodded, exhaling in relief, watching the fallen monster. "Now, how do we carry it?" he asked. Miss Errol grinned, producing a small bag. "Use this," she said. Confused, he held it carefully. "It's a magic storage bag," she explained. "With your magic, it's easy to use. It's also a Basam family treasure, so treat it carefully." She showed him how to activate it with a chant. "Apt." He spoke the word, and in an instant, the giant beast vanished into the bag. Miss Errol cheered. "It's safely inside. To retrieve something, just imagine it, and it will appear." Linos whispered a small "yes," still catching his breath. She turned to him, excitement sparkling in her eyes. "Kars Charolais is going to be delicious. I can't wait to eat it." "You're going to eat it?" he exclaimed. "Of course," she replied. "The skin, we can remove it from the rear," she added casually. Linos gagged at her bluntness. She laughed and said she didn't want to use her own sword and suggested they gather ingredients on the way home. As they walked, Linos watched her curiously. She examined plants and mushrooms with enthusiasm. "This mushroom looks delicious," she exclaimed, plucking one. Then she squealed, spotting wild grass and a fruit with a lovely aroma. "I wonder if this is tasty too," she added, clearly enjoying herself. Linos blinked, surprised. "I didn't expect Miss Errol to be so interested in food," he said. She laughed, agreeing, and explained that during her training she mostly ate fruits and vegetables, while the mansion's meals were prepared by the maids. Being able to choose what she wanted freely now made her feel unusually happy. She suggested their next training session take place in the forest. Linos looked puzzled, and she grinned, saying they could train while gathering ingredients, 2 birds with 1 stone. He reminded her that their master was waiting, and they should head back, but she dismissed him, telling him not to change the subject. Back at the mansion, Falco nearly freaked out. "That was a Kars Charolais?" he exclaimed, turning to Miss Errol. She explained that Linos had trapped the monster in a barrier and drained its air, making it suffocate. Falco whistled in amazement. "Incredible," he said. Linos rubbed the back of his head, shyly thanking him. Falco ruffled his hair and congratulated him. "You did great. You passed your graduation exam." Lady Basam entered with head butler Winton trailing behind. She praised Linos for his hard work, and he bowed deeply, announcing his safe return. Behind him, Miss Errol grinned widely. "The meat from this monster is a feast. We should enjoy it with everyone," she said. Lady Basam immediately agreed, adding that Falco should bring it in. Linos blinked. "You really plan to eat it?" She laughed. Lady Basam called to him, bowing slightly. "Thank you," she said. "For what?" he asked, surprised. She shook her head. "Ever since Errol began spending time with you, she's been smiling so beautifully. He shook his head in disbelief. I should be the one thanking her. She's saved me countless times. She smiled warmly, saying she wished for Errol's happiness from the bottom of her heart, and the same for him. Don't hesitate to tell us if you ever have trouble, she added gently. You are an irreplaceable part of this household. We hope you can count on us as much as we can count on you. Linos pressed a hand to his chest, feeling truly blessed. I'm not crying, he protested when Winton offered him a handkerchief. Lady Basam laughed softly. You've grown so well. As long as she's here, her security will never be an issue. She paused, her expression darkening slightly. I do worry I pushed her too hard. I forced her into terrible circumstances, even under the king's orders, married without consent, abused every night before she was even grown. When she returned, she was scared of her own family. The cheerful Errol changed drastically. Her voice softened. Just remembering it hurts my heart. Now, she continued, Errol helped Linos with his training, like a sister would. Linos asked about the barrier master. Lady Basam smiled. He's truly capable. Today, I was even able to move Winton from head butler to Errol's personal butler, all thanks to him. The butler bowed respectfully to his lady, a small smile on his face. Basam von Arden gave a soft hum in acknowledgement and asked if she knew that Errol had accepted an invitation from the salon. She nodded, explaining that although Errol wasn't fond of such gatherings, declining repeatedly could have hurt their reputation as the matter became more serious. Lady Basam added that Errol must have been nervous, being unaccustomed to that kind of atmosphere. An incident occurred that was certainly unbefitting of a marquess, but Linos had turned it to her advantage, cleverly comparing her mistake to an old fable. Other nobles even praised her for it, she added. Basam von Arden raised an eyebrow. A fable? He asked. Did such a story even exist? Lady Basam laughed. Of course not, she said. It was a lie. But when they asked him afterward, he admitted nothing and managed to fool everyone. Even Basam von Arden chuckled loudly. Quite amusing, a kid who can turn a mishap into an advantage. I'll have to thank him when he returns home. Lady Basam smiled. Everyone will be pleased to see him, she replied. He agreed, and she stood gracefully, excusing herself. Basam von Arden told head butler Winton that he could leave as well. Winton bowed deeply, replying, As you wish. Alone, the head of the house gazed out the massive window of his room, muttering quietly that he was genuinely looking forward to the future of that remarkable boy. Meanwhile, Miss Errol called out to Linos, suggesting they head to Runoa Forest for training. Linos, now 12, perked up immediately and agreed with enthusiasm. Linos yelped in pain as Miss Errol wrapped him in a tight chokehold on the bed, her entire body pinning him down. May I request that you stop pranking me every morning when I come to wake you? He gasped. She, blunt as ever, refused. Messing with you is too much fun, she said, grinning. His face flushed bright red, buried against her chest. Supposedly, he should have been enjoying it, but he wasn't. Miss Errol muttered to herself, wondering what anyone would think if they saw them like this. They'd probably think you're bullying me, he protested. She finally let him go, and he hastily excused himself, walking away. A knock at her door made him pause. A maid peeked in, informing them that his presence was requested. How fortunate, Linos muttered, thinking of the summons from the master. Miss Errol yawned loudly. He assured the maid he would head over immediately. The maid told Errol she would start preparations, and she smiled brightly in response. Linos knocked on the office door and announced himself. After a pause, her voice permitted him to enter. Inside, he noticed a new presence. Falco whispered, You are in the presence of His Highness, the Crown Prince. Linos stuttered and immediately bowed, apologizing. The Crown Prince raised a hand, gesturing him to relax. No need to be so formal, he said. I am here on personal business today. Linos glanced at Lady Basam, recalling that His Highness usually visited in secret at night, and wondered what could bring him at this hour. His name was called, and he snapped to attention. Lady Basam explained that His Highness would soon be crowned regent and had come personally to request his assistance. Linos bowed respectfully. I extend my sincerest congratulations, he said. The Crown Prince nodded and asked about the purpose of his service. His eyes grew serious. For the inauguration ceremony banquet, I require 100 plumes from the golden bird. He added that Linos had likely heard of it before. Its heightened senses, extreme escape velocity, and rapid decomposition make it almost impossible to capture and transport. Yet its taste is unmatched, and its rarity makes it extremely valuable. Lady Bassam smiled. This is the perfect opportunity for His Highness to display authority. I called him here because I believed he could accomplish this task. Linos hesitated. Wouldn't my master be better suited for this? He asked. Falco replied that his magic was ill-suited for the hunt. He might char the feathers or even burn down the entire forest. Before Linos could respond, Miss Errol appeared behind him, wrapping her arms around his neck. "If anyone can do it, it's Linos!" she exclaimed. "You'll take care of this for His Highness. Rest assured and wait." "Oh," the Crown Prince chuckled. "A bold statement. With the Bassam family's heirloom, infinite storage, the plumes will be delivered as fresh as possible. That's exactly why I came to request your assistance," he said, addressing Lady Bassam respectfully. She laughed and replied, "Call me Urza." Linos didn't laugh. The weight of the responsibility pressed heavily on him, and he knew there was no turning back. His Highness set the time limit at 2 weeks and asked if he would accept the task. Linos paused, then placed a hand over his chest. "If I can serve not only your Majesty, but also my lady, then I offer my service with all my devotion," he said sincerely. His Highness chuckled. "Quite level-headed for your age. Reliable indeed." Linos glanced away, thinking to himself that the Crown Prince was clearly older than he appeared, probably in his 30s. Later, riding through the forest, Linos reflected on his tools. The telescope in his hand was useful, yet he still hadn't figured out how to capture the bird. Squinting through it, he scanned the treetops, but saw nothing. Lady Bassam had told him it was the 1,000-mile looking glass, a Bassam family heirloom, enchanted to adjust its range according to the user's magical power. She had worried aloud, saying it would surely help in this task and that she was counting on him. He slapped his cheeks and called out to her, steeling himself. Miss Errol rode ahead, and he made a face. "What's that expression for?" she asked. "Be a little happy. You have someone strong to back you up," she said. He muttered, "Isn't it your plan to snack on the golden bird if we can?" She looked away, more concerned. "Have you found it yet?" she asked. He replied that using detection should reveal flocks matching the bird's traits, but so far, nothing had appeared. Miss Errol nodded, noting that it was getting darker and that any misstep could be dangerous. "We should set up camp here," she suggested, ordering him to set up a barrier. Linos obeyed automatically, thinking he was following an order without hesitation. Once the barriers were in place and they had settled down, Miss Errol said they should see the task through for the sake of His Highness and Lady Bassam. He agreed. After a short rest, he perked up. Miss Errol noticed and asked what was wrong. "Detection has finally picked up a flock that may be our target," he said. "We're close. We should head there now." She wondered aloud if the quest would take all day. After running for a while, she asked if they were near. He replied that they should move carefully. Peering through the telescope, he spotted the flock, more than he had expected. He considered setting long-distance barriers, but worried that other creatures might get trapped. Perhaps, he thought, he could create a number of individual barriers simultaneously. One bird flapped its wings and landed a short distance away. "That's the scout," he whispered. Miss Errol said that if she cut just enough to remove the feathers, the meat would remain safe. But she also cautioned that even the slightest blood or sense of killing intent could alert the others. Linos pondered a method that wouldn't kill or alert the flock while preventing escape. For now, he decided to buy some time, carefully planning their next move. He tossed something into the air, and Miss Errol leaned forward, curious, asking what it was. "Just a fruit," he replied casually. He went on to explain that golden birds are said to shine because of the gold they eat, yet they mostly seem to prefer fruit. No sooner had he spoken than the bird pounced on the fruit eagerly. Miss Errol rested her chin in her hand, smiling, noting that the bird clearly enjoyed it. She mused aloud whether they could gather a whole flock by scattering more fruit. Linos's eyes lit up with an idea, and he began to summon his magic. Miss Errol asked what he planned to do once the barrier was set. The birds found themselves trapped, and he admitted he wasn't entirely sure if his idea would work. She warned him that he couldn't suffocate them like he did with the Cars Charolais. He shook his head, explaining that he wanted to make the barrier comfortable instead, creating a pleasant environment. Miss Errol looked puzzled. He continued, saying that if the bird inside was a scout, it would normally alert the others about safety. But with his magic, its cries wouldn't escape. If he could fool the others into thinking the area was safe, well, then they could gather them all. She nodded, impressed but skeptical, asking if it was really possible. He focused on adjusting the temperature and scent inside the barrier. Miss Errol observed the bird, noticing it seemed distressed, almost struggling to breathe. He tried to make it more comfortable, though it looked a bit odd this time. The bird appeared to be in mating season. He admitted it was tricky to balance everything, but after a while, Miss Errol noticed the bird finally dozing peacefully. Excited, she hugged him tightly, exclaiming how amazing he was. He gently freed himself and explained that once the chirps lured the others in, he would put them to sleep. Miss Errol offered to handle moving the ones they'd already captured. Working together, they quickly completed the task. They'd collected so many birds that Miss Errol remarked at the dazzling sight beneath her feet. Linos agreed, noting it was truly impressive. He was about to suggest putting them all in a bag and heading home when Miss Errol stopped him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Saliva, her lips drooping slightly, insisted they do a taste test first. She immediately got to work, exsanguinating, plucking, disemboweling, and preparing the birds. Linos watched, amazed at her strength, as the sounds of snapping and crunching filled the air. She pointed out a frying pan in her luggage, asking him to heat it up. He raised an eyebrow. She had actually brought a frying pan. As it sizzled over the fire, the aroma alone made his mouth water. When they finally took a bite, both of them exclaimed how delicious it was. She noted it had only been seasoned with salt and pepper, yet it was incredible meat. Linos savored it, appreciating the perfect balance of umami and sweetness, and admitted he didn't want to stop eating. After finishing their meal, they leaned back, feeling completely satisfied. Miss Errol sighed, wishing they could share some with her great-aunt and everyone back at the residence. Linos chuckled, saying they'd hunted a little more than necessary, so he was sure His Highness wouldn't mind. He wondered if his lady would be pleased. Miss Errol smiled and assured him she definitely would be. Without another word, they hurried home, greeted by surprised and welcoming faces. Once settled, Linos told Lady Bassam he had brought the tea. She praised him warmly, saying he had done an outstanding job. Thanks to his success in obtaining the golden birds, she explained, the banquet had gone off without a hitch. Her husband couldn't thank him personally, so she was doing it in his place. Linos bowed slightly, saying it was his pleasure and that, as a servant, no words were necessary. Still, she insisted that the success was all thanks to him. She admitted that she had initially thought His Highness's request unreasonable and had sent Falco to hunt for a substitute ingredient. Linos started to express his gratitude, but Lady Bassam interrupted, placing a bag on the table. When she opened it, Linos's eyes widened. Inside was gold. She explained that it had been extracted from the golden birds while preparing them for cooking. The gold had been gifted to the Bassam family by His Highness, but her husband had insisted it all be given to Linos. She added that even if he built a grand house, there would still be plenty left over. He stammered that he couldn't accept such a large gift, but she reassured him, saying that when her husband and she passed, he would be free from service. They were both over 60, so it wouldn't be long before he could be relieved. This was their way of ensuring he wouldn't be left destitute. Linos squeezed the bag, whispering how unbelievably kind they were, truly grateful. The thought of a home without his masters, or imagining himself leaving, brought an unexpected pang of loneliness. She smiled and asked if he would accept it, and he nodded gratefully, thinking it was proof of everyone's kindness. Laughing softly, he said he would boast about it to his master. Speaking of which, she noted she hadn't heard news of his return. Meanwhile, somewhere in the mountains, Falco shouted that he couldn't return until he hunted the yellow dragon. He kept yelling, insisting he couldn't go back, and so it wasn't until a week after the banquet that Falco finally returned. Linos wandered down the corridor, puzzled by the noise echoing through the night. Suddenly, Warsa came barreling toward him, practically scooping him up over her shoulder, insisting he follow her. She carried him to the dining hall, where everyone in the house was gathered, cheering loudly to celebrate his coming of age. The room sparkled with decorations, like a grand ball. Warsa seated him at the head of the table, and he looked around, bewildered. A nearby maid explained that this was his coming-of-age celebration. "Mine?" he asked, incredulous. She nodded, adding that such ceremonies were often this lavish. Warsa muttered, half to herself, about where this child had come from. Linos hesitated, unsure if he deserved something so extravagant, his eyes scanning the table stacked with dishes fit for royalty. Miss Errol smiled, praising Warsa, who had been planning this for months. Falco added that time had flown. Linos was already a full-grown adult. The maid reminisced that he had once been so small, prompting him to ask what she meant. Warsa, eyes misty, recalled how frail he had been. Seeing her emotion, Linos offered a handkerchief, which she accepted, crying and lightly smacking his arm, a gesture that would normally have sent him flying, but he had shielded himself just in time. Even Falco remarked on how much he had grown. Miss Errol's thoughts drifted to the days when he struggled during training. At that moment, his great-uncle Arden appeared behind him. Miss Errol gasped, recognizing him. The household staff greeted Arden as their lord, bringing him to full attention. He looked at Linos, stammering slightly, unsure of how to begin. After a moment, he composed himself and greeted Linos warmly, expressing deep gratitude to the Bassam family for saving his life. He placed a hand on Linos' shoulder, explaining that Erza, Whiten, and Errol had spoken highly of him. Despite all Linos had done for the family, Arden apologized for not meeting him sooner. He offered his sincere blessings and congratulated him on reaching adulthood. Linos realized this was the head of the Bassam household, exuding the same calm and gentle presence as Lady Erza. He bowed, thanking him and calling it an honor. Miss Errol asked if her great-uncle had already spoken with great-aunt Erza. Arden replied he had not, but intended to do so shortly. Waving goodbye, he said he wanted to offer his congratulations first and encouraged everyone to enjoy themselves. As he departed, Linos murmured that it had been surprising. Miss Errol agreed, noting she was also taken aback. Linos reflected that even a brief meeting had shown him why Arden was so revered by everyone. Miss Errol smiled and added that, despite his busy schedule, her great-uncle always ensured letters reached home. She tilted her head, wondering if something had happened. He suggested it might be a surprise for his coming-of-age celebration, but she immediately shook her head, calling the idea too naive. He exclaimed that she was cruel, and laughter bounced through the halls. The head butler, Winton, removed Von Arden's overcoat and apologized to Lady Bassam for not sending any prior notice. She waved it off, saying there was no need, and that Linus and everyone else had been overjoyed. As he settled onto the sofa, she mentioned she hadn't expected him to return so soon and asked if he would be heading back to the castle soon. He replied that he planned to stay for 2 or 3 days. She noted that was unusual and asked if something had happened at the castle. He shook his head, explaining that it wasn't the castle, but rather something planned for here. Meanwhile, downstairs at dinner, Linos choked on his food while wearing flower necklaces and a small tiara. A maid approached, saying Lady Erza wished to see him, and not just him, but the lady and Falco as well. Winton added that they were waiting inside. He entered with his mentors following, apologizing for making them wait, but Von Arden spoke up first, apologizing for summoning them in the middle of the celebration. He suggested they get to the point, explaining that he had a secret task he needed to entrust to them. Linos looked surprised. Von Arden said he wanted Errol and Falco to witness the matter firsthand. Lady Bassam handed Linos a document, explaining it was from her. He looked at it, realizing it was a permit allowing entry from the west to the southern sectors. Falco explained that from now on, Linos could freely enter and leave the town. Linos noted the district included residential, commercial, and agricultural sectors, while Falco whispered that he would take him to a store he knew. Linos blushed at the thought of all the girls he might see. Lady Basam cleared her throat to redirect their attention, reminding them that a curfew was in place. Von Arden gave them a concerned look, then paused before speaking. He announced a new responsibility for Linos. He would be the supervisor of the Basam family's treasury. Inside were historical tools of immense magical power, national-class treasures, and Von Arden wanted Linos to manage them using his barrier ability. Feeling the weight of the task, Linos raised his hand hesitantly, asking if they were sure they wanted to entrust him with it. Von Arden assured him that not only could no one else be relied upon, but no one else could accomplish it. Hearing this, Linos steadied himself and apologized for appearing hesitant. He accepted the honor with resolve, making his mentors proud. Von Arden explained that they would instruct him on unlocking the treasury later, acknowledging the situation's complexity but expressing confidence in Linos. He thanked everyone for coming, stating that was all he wanted to discuss, along with a gift. Miss Errol piped up, asking her great-uncle if their gift meant someone else would be joining them. Linos paused, realizing what she meant, but before he could dwell on it, Von Arden spoke up, saying the visitor would be arriving alone tomorrow. That was one reason he had returned home today. Falco rubbed his chin thoughtfully, remarking that it must be someone of status, able to give orders to his lord. Miss Errol added that it must be a visitor he couldn't refuse. Linos guessed it was someone coming to offer congratulations. They all reached the same conclusion. The next day, His Highness appeared in the room. He told Linos that finding the golden birds had been a great favor and that he had come to offer his congratulations on his coming of age. The three bowed respectfully, and Linos, feeling unworthy, thanked him sincerely. All three thought simultaneously, of course, it would be him. His Highness said that to him, Linos was a benefactor, and such gratitude was only natural. More importantly, he mentioned that he had heard of Linos's appointment to oversee the treasury and his new permit. Linos humbly acknowledged that he had received far more than he deserved. His Highness smiled confidently, saying that with Linos in charge of the treasury, everything would be fine. He added that he had already approved of his barrier skill. Linos was amazed by the praise and thanked him, calling it an honor. His Highness continued, noting that Linos had been given immense trust and freedom by the Marquis, making him wonder if his congratulations had been unnecessary. Lady Basam interjected, saying that His Highness's kindness toward Linos was not wasted. He responded that he was relieved to hear her say that. Linos, however, felt a sinking feeling, worried another unreasonable task was coming his way. His Highness admitted that wasn't the only reason he had come. This time, it wasn't a request for Linos personally, but for the Basam family. Lady Basam encouraged him to continue. Then His Highness announced that he ordered Linos to be released from servitude and adopted into the Basam family. Linos's eyes widened in shock. His Highness went on, explaining that while he had heard of Linos's talent from Lady Basam and the Marquis, it wasn't until the Golden Birds incident that he could see his true skill and potential. He wanted to use Linos's abilities for the good of the country. Linos repeated the words in disbelief, freedom from slavery and adoption into the family. His Highness added that, depending on preparations, Linos would be employed as a royal barrier master. Overwhelmed, Linos thought it was too much. Falco placed a hand on his shoulder to keep him quiet, and Linos looked desperately at his master. Von Arden stepped in, expressing gratitude but asking that he and his wife have some time to discuss before giving an answer. Too much had happened at once for Linos to process. His Highness nodded in understanding, saying it wasn't his intention to rush, but he still expected a positive response. Somewhere, a mysterious voice murmured to another presence, noting that His Highness had returned some time ago and already had a report on the barrier master. It mentioned that Linos would work directly alongside His Highness in the royal palace and also serve as supervisor of the Basam family treasury. The voice asked if they should erase them at that moment. 2 years had passed, and Linos found himself quietly repeating the words he had heard long ago. He wants to have him serve as a royal barrier master. At the time, he had assumed he would immediately enter His Highness's service, ready to begin his duties. Now, several years later, he realized how much time had passed. Lady Basam smiled, noting that the wait had its own troubles. She explained that the royal palace was filled with countless customs, etiquette, and formalities that needed careful attention. Linos glanced at the tailor measuring him and asked if this, being measured for clothes, was one of those necessary preparations. "Extremely so," Lady Bassam replied firmly. In the palace, appearances mattered as much as ability. She had no doubts about his skill as a barrier master, but she explained that success there required more than just talent. The palace was divided into factions, each watching and waiting to recruit, or to undermine. He would need to gain trust, even from those who might oppose him. As the tape wrapped around his waist, causing his stomach to grumble painfully, he winced. Lady Bassam gently reminded him that beyond competence, the palace would judge him on his pedigree and assets. If they decided he was unworthy, they could isolate him or plot to obstruct his work. She took his hand and said with worry that as a member of the Bassam household, she could not allow that to happen. Her gaze drifted to the boxes of clothing nearby. Following her eyes, he understood. The tailored clothes were meant to help him present himself properly, but ultimately, the rest would depend on him. She called him by his full name, Linus Dake Bassam, explaining that His Highness had revived the founder's name, Dake, in his honor. The Bassam family prayed for his safety and urged him to hold himself with dignity. Just then, Miss Errol appeared, asking if she could borrow Linus. She checked with the tailor, who smiled and promised the clothes would be ready for immediate shipment. Miss Errol suggested they head to the market district. Linus thought ruefully that he had become the baggage carrier. She laughed, saying the market was lively whenever she visited and full of new, rare things. Curious, Linus asked what they had come to buy. Food? Clothes? Miss Errol shook her head, correcting him. Since he would be at the royal palace and likely unable to return home often, she said this was a pre-celebration. She wanted to buy him anything he wanted as a gift. Linus froze, sweat beading on his forehead, unsure what to say. "Anything is fine," she insisted. "Just name whatever comes to mind." He picked up an apple, telling her not to ask. It wasn't that he needed anything, he had already received so much. Miss Errol raised an eyebrow, and he explained that his living arrangements had improved greatly since he first arrived. Linus smiled as he recounted his life now. He had 2 rooms, warm meals, clean clothes, and generous compensation at work. He also enjoyed the freedom to go where he pleased and was always met with kind faces. Rubbing the back of his head, he admitted that he had been so fortunate he almost forgot he had once been a slave. Miss Errol yelped, asking what she should even give him. Realizing she was frustrated, Linus's attention wandered, and he spotted something at a market stall. "Are these red beans?" he asked. The seller replied, "They're called adzuki." Linus grinned. He hadn't expected to see them here. He explained to Miss Errol that boiled with sugar, they could be turned into a delicious paste, a snack he had often helped his grandmother make. The shopkeeper chuckled, impressed, as Linus continued, describing how the beans could be made into butter or whipped cream and spread on bread. Miss Errol's mouth watered instantly. She turned to him, exclaiming that this was exactly what they should get. Linus raised an eyebrow, asking about the celebration. She paused, crying softly and calling herself a gluttonous idiot. She admitted they were done with food and now needed clothes and daily necessities. Curious, she asked when he was scheduled to leave. Linus replied that it was set for 2 months later, in November. She noted how soon that was, and he admitted he was a little nervous. She reminded him that since he had been adopted into the Bassam family, their status hadn't changed much. Linus agreed and suggested trying to call her Errol. He stumbled over the name, flustered. She teased him, asking if he could treat a person's name with less disgust. He protested, saying it was hard to suddenly abandon all formalities. She smiled and said that was perfect. Practice from now on. He begged for a break, thinking that in an instant, this shopping trip had somehow turned into her outing. Still, he didn't mind. As she tried on dresses, she called for his opinion. He complimented each one, saying they all suited her. Smiling, he added that she looked beautiful as long as she stayed silent. She wrapped him in a tight hug, almost choking him, teasing that he had been cheeky. Spinning around, she gave him a playful glare and said, "That's why you can't get a girlfriend." Linos felt like his heart had been stabbed. Even the shop girl looked at him with pity. As they left, he remarked that after all that searching, they hadn't bought anything. Miss Errol shrugged, saying everything was cute, but nothing really stood out. He teased her for being hard to satisfy. She admitted he was right. Few things could meet her standards. Linos grimaced, but handed her something. "This is thanks for the adzuki beans," he said. She looked down, surprised, and whispered that it was a ribbon. He explained that he had found it earlier while she was trying on clothes. Linos shrugged, saying that if she didn't like the ribbon, he could give it to someone else. But Miss Errol quickly wrapped it around her ponytail and beamed, thanking him. His cheeks flushed, and he muttered a small "thank you" in return. She tilted her head, asking why he was the one saying thanks. He shrugged, saying he just felt like it. Suddenly, a deafening explosion ripped through the air. Miss Errol froze, worry flashing across her face. "What was that?" she asked. Linos's eyes darted upward, and he called her name urgently. "Wyverns! So many of them! They're heading straight for the royal castle!" Miss Errol shouted that they needed to move quickly. His Highness and her great-uncle were in danger. Linos nodded, agreeing, and they began scanning for horses. Even with a fast mount, he thought, it would still take at least half an hour. They were too far away. Then he spotted someone in the crowd outside the gates. While everyone else panicked, rushing to escape, this person walked calmly, almost leisurely. Linos furrowed his brow, noticing a faint smile on the stranger's face. Before they could react, the man addressed them formally. "Sir Linos, Lady Errol." He explained that the royal army had taken control of the castle and added, "My master wishes to see the two of you." The scene shifted to Haida and Watakashi, who were looking at a photo of Sakura. Haida remarked that he was a fan of Sakura after noticing it. Exodia wondered whether Sakura needed to make a more frequent appearance. They then turned their attention to Miki, who appeared to be lost in thought. Haida asked if she was still with them, prompting her to come back to her senses. Exodia commented that they could watch Sakura whenever they wanted. Hearing this, Miki felt slightly embarrassed. Haida then remarked that they would have to wait until the floor boss was defeated, and added that he wished he could do something productive in the meantime. Exodia asked Miki how long they would have to wait for the respawn. She explained that it depended on the dungeon's rank and estimated it could take around 20 to 30 hours. She also added that they were still far from the deepest floor, so they would need to fight the monsters at least one more time. Exodia pointed out that Miki did not have any weapons or equipment. Haida responded that if they lacked equipment, they would have to craft some. He then proceeded to begin crafting. The scene shifted to the 8th floor, where Sakura, along with Karaboshi and Watakashi, was moving forward. When Sakura noticed a white door, he attempted to reach it by striking down nearby monsters. However, when he tried to open it by kicking, it did not budge. Karaboshi observed that they likely needed to defeat all the monsters first before they could proceed. After clearing the area, the trio moved on and later rested on the 11th floor to eat. Watakashi expressed her frustration, saying that the dungeon kept blocking their path and that she found it extremely annoying. In contrast, Karaboshi remarked that things were going well and asked what lay ahead of them. Sakura responded that there was nothing particularly notable ahead, but he observed that Karaboshi could run as fast as him. Karaboshi then revealed that he had been hiding ice inside his shirt and cloak, which helped propel him forward. Watakashi was surprised that he still seemed so energetic, even after borrowing the shadow, and wondered what kind of skill he was using. Both Sakura and Karaboshi appeared confused by her comment. The scene then shifted back to Haida, who was crafting an axe estimated to be around level 5000, and he seemed completely satisfied with it. While working, Haida explained that he was using mana extracted from magic stones, describing it as a new generation energy source that allowed them to assemble and process components and even create artificial equipment. He later noticed that the device had run out of mana, and he expressed his gratitude for the dark matter that Miki had discovered, as it had greatly benefited them. Miki, appearing curious yet hesitant, asked if she could try making something as well. Haida agreed, stating that he would teach her as long as it was something simple. The scene shifted to the 15th floor, where Sakura confirmed the floor with Karaboshi, while Watakashi noted that there was still no sign of the floor boss. Suddenly, they stopped upon noticing 2 doors ahead of them. Karaboshi, after verifying through his clone, remarked that the mechanism appeared to be the same as the one on the 5th floor. Sakura commented that one of the two doors would likely get locked. Understanding the situation, Karaboshi stated that they should act accordingly and decided that he would stay behind, as having one person locked inside would be sufficient, allowing the others to move forward. Watakashi found it difficult to accept this decision, but Karaboshi insisted that they should not underestimate him. Observing Karaboshi's confidence, Kyun seemed convinced and expressed a desire to stay with him. Sakura then added that if Kyun wished to stay, he would allow it. Once everything was decided, Sakura declared that they would clear their respective paths without holding back, treating it as a challenge. Karaboshi felt pleased by Kyun's support and expressed his appreciation. As they each chose a door, Karaboshi encountered a crystal golem, while Sakura and Watakashi faced an elemental golem. Both enemies proved to be extremely powerful, but after an intense battle, they managed to defeat them. However, Karaboshi sustained more injuries than the others and decided to leave the rest to them. As a result, Sakura and Watakashi continued forward. The scene shifted to Yumiki, where Exodia wondered what Shiva was doing. Shiva appeared to be training by attempting to run while controlling magic, but she seemed on the verge of falling. Exodia remarked that it looked more like she was playing than training. While they were talking, Haida informed them that he had finished crafting the axe. Hearing this, they became excited and went to check it. Meanwhile, on the 25th floor, Sakura noticed that Watakashi was exhausted. She expressed her frustration with the repeated mechanism that kept appearing, where they would get locked inside rooms and be forced to defeat all the monsters to proceed. Sakura suggested that they should take a short break, and she agreed. After resting for a while, they resumed fighting the monsters. During their conversation, Sakura mentioned that some dungeons contained hot springs, and that in certain areas, especially near hot spring towns, every floor could have one. Watakashi was surprised to hear this. Sakura observed that Watakashi had been talking a lot despite being tired. She explained that if she did not talk, she would start to feel anxious. Soon after, they came across a hot spring. Sakura suggested that since they had been running for dozens of hours, they should take a proper break. Watakashi agreed, noting that collapsing before reaching the floor boss would be embarrassing. They both placed their legs into the hot spring and relaxed, feeling refreshed as their HP, MP, and fatigue were fully restored. Watakashi then noticed Sakura checking his bag and asked what he was doing. He replied that he was checking the remaining healing potions and food supplies. They also saw a picture of Mickey, which reminded them to keep moving forward. Sakura remarked that although they were aware of how everyone else was doing, they could not share their own status, and since everyone was waiting for them, they needed to finish as quickly as possible. Watakashi then said that she liked Sakura, which surprised him. She went on to explain that she had always been afraid of meeting new people and often glared at others, which made people avoid her. As a result, she became isolated, eventually stopped attending school, and after the appearance of dungeons, shut herself away from others. She spent her time hunting monsters aimlessly, only to later realize that she had become the #1 ranked individual. She continued by mentioning that she had later met someone she described as a pervert who recruited her and introduced her to the Blazing Thunder Guild, which she grew to like deeply. Sakura was surprised by how openly she shared her life story. Watakashi added that although Karaboshi could sometimes seem bothersome, he always listened to her and told interesting stories which made her happy to be around him. She admitted that she enjoyed such bonds and had always wanted friendships like those. She then turned the conversation towards Sakura and asked about him. When she questioned whether he liked Mickey, Sakura became flustered and avoided answering directly. Watakashi teased him, saying he could not escape the question and that she felt uneasy if they did not talk openly, noting that Sakura seemed uneasy as well. After a pause, Sakura admitted that he did not fully understand what it meant to like someone, but he said that he respected Mickey as a person. Watakashi responded by calling him cute. Finally, she stood up and said that they needed to speed things up, as they had fully recovered and would not be taking any more breaks. She added that she wanted to meet Mickey as soon as possible. Sakura agreed, stating that everyone was eager to see each other again. Meanwhile, Haida was guiding Mickey, demonstrating how she needed to tie specific points and channel mana through the gaps. Mickey continued practicing, and whenever she encountered a tricky section, Haida stepped in to assist her. Exodia observed them quietly and wondered how things were progressing. Mickey, smiling, remarked that, although it was difficult, she was enjoying it. Exodia agreed, but suddenly noticed something unusual and quickly instructed them to get up, warning that the monsters had respawned. They immediately went on guard. Haida told Mickey to follow the plan, and she agreed without hesitation. At the same time, Karaboshi also noticed that the monsters had begun to reappear. He stated that they now had the perfect countermeasures and decided to fight with Kyun's support. On the 30th floor, Sakura and Watakashi finally arrived at the deepest level. Watakashi commented that the atmosphere felt extremely cold. They agreed to clear the floor together and proceeded forward. As they entered, they encountered the floor boss, Phantom. Watakashi observed that the boss was smaller than she had expected. However, Sakura told her to wait as he noticed Phantom floating in the air and sensed that something was off. Suddenly, numerous powerful monsters appeared around them. Realizing the situation, both of them prepared themselves and resolved to fight back and defeat every enemy in their path. As the battle continued, Watakashi told Sakura that he needed to be more careful, explaining that many bosses contained rare materials that should not be damaged. However, she soon realized that Sakura had already ignored her warning and continued attacking without hesitation. While Watakashi slashed through the monsters, she remarked that they seemed surprisingly weak. At that moment, Sakura suddenly instructed her to get down, then used another monster to strike against one and defeated it. Watakashi became annoyed, saying that Sakura should at least warn her before throwing something like that. She then questioned where the actual floor boss was. Sakura replied that they should first deal with all the surrounding monsters. Watakashi commented that the floor felt very different and wondered about the levels of the enemies. Sakura, however, noted that something was off, as the floor boss was nowhere to be seen. As they looked ahead and noticed more monsters, Sakura stated that the situation did not feel right. Watakashi then wondered about Sakura's weapon. Sakura, in turn, asked about hers, and she revealed that it had already broken. Despite that, she insisted that they could not afford to stop. Sakura then asked for her weapon. Confused, she questioned why she should hand it over when they still needed to find the boss. Without further explanation, Sakura took the weapon and suddenly struck her leg. Watakashi fell back in shock, unable to understand what he was doing. In the next moment, Sakura had disappeared. Instead, 3 strange girls appeared, laughing at her. Watakashi, confused and alarmed, wondered where Sakura had gone and questioned whether the one who attacked her had truly been him or the floor boss in disguise. Suddenly, a copy of Watakashi appeared before her, commenting eerily about her unsettling eyes. Furious, Watakashi declared that she would kill them all. Meanwhile, Sakura, who had been fighting moments earlier, found himself in a completely unfamiliar space. Watakashi was nowhere to be seen, his backpack had vanished, and there were no visible exits. As he tried to assess the situation, he noticed a figure nearby and wondered if it was the floor boss. Sakura attempted to use his magic, but suddenly his hand was severed. Shocked and confused, he could not react before an underground gate opened beneath him, causing him to fall inside. Back on Watakashi's side, she faced a copy of herself that was attacking her relentlessly. She quickly realized that the enemy was Phantom, a creature capable of mimicking human forms. It first took the shape of a shadow before transforming completely. Struggling against it, Watakashi admitted that she had always felt insecure about her eyes, believing they looked strange. Despite this, she gathered her resolve and struck Phantom, recalling that Karaboshi had once said he liked her eyes, even if it seemed like a small detail. As her attack landed and the smoke began to clear, Watakashi froze in shock. Phantom had now taken the form of Karaboshi. Before she could react, Phantom stabbed her. Even as she was wounded, her anger only grew stronger. At the same time, Sakura found himself in a dark and silent space. As he looked around, he suddenly noticed Mickey standing before him. In reality, Sakura and Mickey had been bound by phantom vines and were under the control of the floor boss. Within the dark, illusionary space, Sakura sensed that the Mickey before him was not real. He realized he was being forced to witness a fabricated scenario where even his severed arm regenerated unnaturally. The strange behavior of everything around him, along with the fact that their levels had not increased despite defeating numerous enemies, led him to conclude that something was wrong. In the illusion, Mickey attacked him while questioning why he had abandoned her. At that moment, Sakura understood that the moment he stepped onto the floor, he had already been trapped within an illusion. None of it was reality. He attempted to defend himself, but even when his hand was cut off again, it regenerated instantly. Soon after, he was transported to another distorted space, where Karaboshi appeared and began attacking him. Confused yet determined, Sakura realized he had to escape. Spotting a door, he rushed toward it, feeling as though the dungeon had become endless. However, upon entering, he found multiple versions of himself, each acting as an enemy. Suddenly, Watakashi, and then Maria, appeared and attacked him as well. Sakura soon recognized that all the figures surrounding him were not random illusions, but manifestations drawn from his own memories. Understanding that hesitation would only trap him further, he resolved to fight back. Believing that everyone in reality was waiting for him, he steeled himself and began defeating each illusion one by one. After overcoming them, he even faced an illusion of Mickey. Then, suddenly, Izuen appeared before him. Sakura instinctively shut his eyes, unsure of what was real anymore. A voice called out to him, urging him to wake up. The next moment, Izuen struck him forcefully, sending him flying backward. Disoriented, Sakura questioned whether he had finally returned to reality and wondered who had hit him. He then heard a voice remarking that he was only level 3 and seemed weak. Opening his eyes, he was shocked to see Izuen. Recalling what Karaboshi had mentioned earlier, Sakura realized that Izuen was the additional member who had joined SST. Izuen explained that when he arrived, Sakura and Watakashi had already been tightly bound by vines, and the floor boss had been using Watakashi as a shield, preventing him from approaching. He added that he had struck Sakura to wake him from the illusion. Sakura admitted that he had no idea when he had been captured, as the line between reality and illusion had been completely blurred. Izuen further explained that those caught by the vines were almost impossible to free from the illusion. Since Watakashi had already been killed in the illusion world, she was now being used as a shield. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Sakura asked Izuen for his help. Without hesitation, Izuen agreed.
Sakura told Hiroko to use her explosion magic while he charged at Dullahan with ice and teleportation magic, but as soon as he got close, he was thrown back like hitting an invisible wall. He realized Dullahan's reflection worked even beyond its shield. He thought maybe the dagger on its right arm was blocking his attacks, but no, Dullahan chose to reflect the explosion magic coming straight at it. Sakura guessed only Dullahan's weapons could block magic attacks. He tried hitting it with fire magic next, but it seemed like Dullahan absorbed the flames. When Dullahan swung its tail, Sakura grabbed it and dragged the boss, ready to slam it down. At the same time, he combined ice magic and teleportation for an attack. The fight got intense, and a big blast covered everything in smoke. Hiroko got worried, wondering what happened to Sakura. When the smoke cleared, she saw he was a bit hurt by the ice magic. Sakura chipped off the ice, thinking Dullahan could reflect even indirect attacks. That meant there was no simple way to damage it. Magic would bounce off its dagger and sword, and physical hits were blocked by armor. He wondered if Hiroko's explosion and his ice magic weren't enough. Just then, Utsuka jumped in to fight and told Sakura he could store and absorb magic. Once magic was stored, his attacks turned magical instead of physical. Sakura thought about Utsuka's sword, but Utsuka nervously said he could only do that once. Dullahan attacked Utsuka, who blocked with his shield. Meanwhile, Sakura disappeared from behind him and ran to Hiroko, saying he had a plan. He explained he'd keep charging magic into Utsuka's sword while Hiroko kept attacking with explosions. Hiroko asked nervously if that meant Utsuka would become the boss's target. Sakura said yes, but he noticed Dullahan was slow to react to Utsuka's sword strikes, probably because it focused on reflecting magic attacks first. They went ahead with the plan. Sakura said they needed a chance to hit Dullahan since that was their best shot, better than risking magic bouncing back by attacking head-on. Suddenly, Hiroko knelt down, coughing up blood. Sakura guessed she'd pushed her magic too far when her MP was low. She apologized, saying she couldn't keep up. Seeing Hiroko like that, Utsuka thought about when she'd died before and got distracted. Still, he managed to block Dullahan's attack with his shield. Sakura ran to Utsuka and told him to raise his sword. Utsuka did, and Sakura loaded fire magic into it twice. Without waiting, Utsuka swung at Dullahan. Surprisingly, the hit didn't do much damage. Dullahan tried to slash back with its reflection. Sakura quickly jumped in to block. Utsuka, shocked, asked what he was doing. Hearing that, Sakura yelled he knew the way to beat Dullahan and told Utsuka to step back because standing behind him was too risky. Using teleportation magic, he explained they'd been attacking with magic and physical hits separately, which let the boss block them easily. To get past Dullahan's reflection, Sakura combined both, punching the boss while charging the hit with fire magic. That finally took Dullahan down, and Sakura leveled up by a huge 489 levels. Suddenly, Sakura felt sharp pain and saw his right hand was broken. He could still move his elbow, but it hurt a lot. Hiroko scolded him for being careless and told him to use healing potions. She couldn't find any in her bag, so she checked Utsuka's. Utsuka just smiled and told Hiroko to rest, relieved that everyone was okay. Hiroko yelled at Utsuka that he was the only one who could move, so he should hurry and get the healing potions out. Utsuka realized he'd totally forgotten first aid in the excitement and apologized. Then he gave them both potions and bandages. After some time, the scene moved outside the dungeon center in Tokyo. Sakura was amazed by how huge the place was. He'd never seen a dungeon center that big before. He asked Utsuka if he could go inside for a look. Utsuka told him to calm down and said they were really tired, so Sakura would have to wait. Sakura apologized. A few minutes later, they all sat on a bench inside. Hiroko was already asleep from exhaustion. Sakura guessed the long wait must have worn her out. Utsuka explained that the Tokyo Dungeon Center usually bought items at higher prices for research, which attracted a lot of players, causing the usual 1-hour wait. Sakura nodded, understanding. Utsuka said the best part of his day was the mix of being worn out from dungeon crawling, seeing how much they earned, and having cute, carefree Hiroko sleeping beside him. Sakura asked if Utsuka really planned to retire after this. Utsuka said yes. For him, the dungeons didn't mean much. It was just her that made it all worthwhile. Utsuka then told Sakura not to tell Hiroko because it was embarrassing. Sakura laughed. He reminded Utsuka to keep his level secret too, so no one would notice. Utsuka agreed, saying he couldn't tell anyone. Then their number was called, and Utsuka woke Hiroko since it was their turn. Later, Hiroko and Utsuka were surprised that the floor boss's drop was only worth 500 yen. The receptionist, Lily, confirmed it. She said the Sword of Karma was a powerful weapon that could deflect magic attacks but lowered the wielder's speed to 0, basically cursing them and making them unable to move. Utsuka got tense, scared since they'd touched it. Hiroko reassured him that Lily had touched it too, without any problem. Sakura thought the sword looked really strong and asked Utsuka if it was okay for him to take it. Utsuka agreed, saying Sakura was the one who defeated the boss. Lily added that besides the sword, they got 7 other items, and with the dungeon clear reward, their total was 6,335,000 yen. She asked how they wanted to split it. Utsuka told Lily to split it half for Sakura and half for his family. Sakura got shocked and gave Utsuka an angry look. He told Lily to divide it into 3 equal parts for all of them. Hiroko and Utsuka got a bit nervous but smiled, realizing Sakura had caught them. Sakura said he knew it might feel awkward, but they had to accept it and plan the best wedding ever. Hiroko praised Sakura for being so kind. As they started to leave, Lily stopped Sakura and said they had something for the player ranked 6th, Sakura. The 3 looked at Lily confused, and Sakura asked, "What rank?" Lily was surprised and explained that the government had released a ranking based on income a few days ago to motivate players. When they looked at the leaderboard, they were shocked to see Sakura at 6th place with total earnings of 53,905,000 yen. Hiroko couldn't believe that Iso, the top player, was just 18. Sakura was surprised too and noticed the whole Senku no Guren team was on the list. Then, seeing Maria's name and her team included caught him off guard. Utsuka was shocked and asked if Sakura really knew Maria, the model. He also spotted Izu and Yoda ranked 15th with a big income. Lily explained the rankings were only about earnings, and the true strongest would be decided at the upcoming tournament. She gave Sakura an invite card, saying the higher-ranked players got first picks. Sakura wasn't interested and said he wouldn't join. But then Hiroko stepped in and took the invite for him, telling Sakura he didn't have to join if he still didn't want to by the tournament day. Sakura hesitated, but Hiroko said it was better to keep options open and urged him not to miss such a chance since he was really strong. She even added, "Who knows how long we got?" Sakura took the card, still wondering what they were thinking and what would happen if he did join. Out of nowhere, people spotted Sakura inside the dungeon, talking about him everywhere. Some wanted autographs, others asked for money. Utsuka was shocked and asked if Sakura was really that famous. He apologized for bossing him around earlier and wondered how to make up for it. Sakura found Utsuka's sudden change weird but said it was fine since he did the same sometimes. Hiroko laughed and teased Sakura about Utsuka being cute, and Sakura smiled, agreeing. After leaving the dungeon center, Hiroko joked they'd send Sakura a wedding invite. They chatted a lot before saying their goodbyes and went their separate ways. As Sakura moved on thinking about the next dungeon raid, a girl suddenly appeared behind him and blew air in his ear. He was stunned. The girl laughed at his reaction, calling him shy and cute. Sakura felt tense because she was dressed like a cat and wondered who she was. She asked if she had his attention and wanted a photo with him. Sakura said no. Then she got closer and asked if he wanted to team up. He said no firmly and that he was fine alone. She happily took that as yes, but he said no again. Confused, she asked why he was so formal, then whispered in his ear again. Startled, Sakura ran away and kept his distance. His mind was full of questions. The girl wanted to say more but just smiled quietly, watching him from behind. So, who is this mysterious girl? Will Sakura join forces with her? And has his mindset really changed to compete for the top player spot? Stay tuned. There's more to come you won't want to miss.
Maria connected to Sakura through a video call and said it had been a long time since they last talked. She wondered why the surroundings were so dark. Sakura was surprised, realizing they were indeed on a video call, and apologized, explaining that she had been calling him earlier, but he had been inside a dungeon where there was no signal. She said she was glad he had finally called her back. As Sakura thought about it, he realized she had called him several times and wondered if she was in Japan. Maria revealed that she was there for him and mentioned that an upcoming player versus player tournament was about to begin. One of the main sponsors was her father, which was how she had become the promotional ambassador. Sakura didn't react much, thinking that she was truly talented. She noticed his pale reaction and asked whether he was planning to participate in the tournament. When he denied it, she said she was excited just imagining how cool he would look on stage. After that, Maria asked if he was heading into another dungeon. Sakura agreed and asked if she wanted to see what it looked like. When she checked, he mentioned that it was an F-rank dungeon. Maria said she had heard that many players had tried, but none had reached the deepest floor. Sakura added that the dungeon still stood there, menacingly, as if waiting for someone to complete it. He sounded genuinely excited about it. Maria commented that he hadn't changed at all and said she had gotten much stronger too. She asked him to explore a dungeon together sometime. Remembering their past, Sakura initially refused, but Maria insisted she was serious and that she had really become stronger. Sakura then admitted he was only teasing and wished her good luck. She wished him the same and suggested they meet the next day. After the call ended, she blushed deeply. Sakura then entered the first floor of the dungeon, where he encountered a paralyzing butterfly. Judging by its name, he assumed it was a poison-type monster and used arch-nemesis to defeat it, gaining 114 levels in one go. He thought that the experience points were increasing rapidly and noticed that his skill progression had improved, now requiring only 1/50th of the previous experience to level up. As he continued exploring, he found an item and realized that the recommended level didn't seem to match the amount of experience earned. Certain monsters, in particular, provided far more experience points. He recalled that there was a website documenting the experience points dropped by each monster type. The item in his hand was labeled Paralyzing Powder, which reminded him of his earlier conversation with Utsuka and Hiroko, when Utsuka had asked why he chose to become a player. Sakura had replied that it was because the world of players was interesting, comforting, and free, a place that accepted people like him, who didn't care about fame or money. But after delving into the dungeon, he realized that everyone else was striving for something greater, even willing to risk their lives to explore. He began to wonder if his casual attitude toward it all was acceptable. Utsuka had told him that over the past year, medicine had improved greatly, with dungeon items being used not only to enhance health, but even to cure previously incurable diseases. It was thanks to the items players brought from dungeons that such progress was possible, and Sakura's contributions had helped many people. Utsuka reminded him to hold his head high, as that was something truly worth being proud of. Sakura stopped reminiscing and was now battling a unicorn, which he swiftly defeated, gaining 23 levels and obtaining 3 items: a last potion, a unicorn's horn, and the Sword of Twilight. He had no idea what those items were used for and wished he had the identification skill. He recalled that when players leveled up, there was a chance to increase their magic level, learn a new skill, or simply gain a level. The theory was that the higher the level, the higher the probability for those dice rolls, making it easier to learn new skills. As he checked his own skill list, he wondered why he had so few abilities despite the number of levels he had gained. He questioned whether it was because of the infinity level up trait, and if there was any way to change that, thinking it would be nice to know what each skill actually did. Looking around, he sensed someone's presence. Suddenly, Medusa, a giant monster covered with writhing snakes, appeared and attacked him. Sakura managed to defeat her easily, gaining 11 more levels. However, he was shocked to find himself unable to move, realizing that Medusa's petrification effect had taken hold. It was unbelievable. He felt a pang of guilt for Utsuka and Hiroko, thinking how sorry he was for them. Deciding to wait for his body to recover naturally, he was startled when he saw the girl he had met earlier suddenly return. The girl approached him, saying it was amazing and that she hadn't known he could recover like that. Sakura wondered if she was the same woman he had seen at the dungeon center. She introduced herself as Yumasaki Kirara, mentioning that she was 15 years old and that he could address her casually. There was no need to call her that woman. She said he could simply call her Yumasaki or Kirara, adding that her blood type was O and that she was level 79. Sakura then wondered why she was so eager to join him. Kirara asked if he had been too hasty during the interview, and if that meant she was already accepted. Growing excited, she said she had become a player just to meet him. Then, embarrassed, she quickly asked him to ignore that remark. She explained that with her invisibility and ninja step skills, monsters wouldn't be able to detect her presence, and she could also use level 6 identification magic, assuring him that she would be useful to his party. Sakura thought about her invisibility skill and admitted to himself that he wasn't opposed to forming a party, though at the moment he didn't see any particular reason to. As he hesitated, Kirara looked disheartened, assuming he was about to refuse. Sakura clarified that he hadn't said anything yet. She then asked about his infinity level up, which took him by surprise. Kirara smiled and asked if he was wondering how she knew about it, revealing that she possessed level 10 mind-reading magic. She said she might have startled him, but that the skill allowed her to read anyone's thoughts, so when he thought about the identification magic or the infinity level up, she immediately knew. Sakura questioned whether she was trying to threaten him, but Kirara looked confused and said it wasn't like that at all. She explained that she had only learned about his leveling ability just then, and the reason she had become a player in the first place was because of him. She even swore it was true. Eventually, Sakura agreed to form a party with her. Although she mentioned that monsters couldn't sense her presence, he reminded her that it would still be dangerous for her to wander alone. Sakura still couldn't understand why Kirara wanted to stay there, but she didn't seem to be lying. She grew cheerful, asking how he had figured that out, saying it was really fun, and teasing him not to tell her that he could read minds too. Sakura replied that he couldn't, saying he wasn't that overpowered. He added that since she was in the dungeon, she should enjoy her stay and that she would be safe as long as he was around. Kirara laughed and called him a merciful saint, though Sakura quickly denied the title. After some time, as they continued walking, he thought about her invisibility and ninja step abilities. Even when she was right beside him, he couldn't see her, and he felt as though he were walking alone. He wondered what she was up to, but she suddenly startled him from behind. When he jumped in surprise, she called him cute and told him not to worry. She wasn't planning anything naughty. He thought to himself that her ability to read minds made things both amusing and slightly uncomfortable. She lightly poked him, telling him not to be so negative and explaining that she had no choice. The effect lasted for a while once activated, and it was a level 10 skill after all. Sakura tried to clear his mind, but random thoughts kept popping up. When he began thinking about grilled mochi, Kirara immediately asked if he was hungry. Suddenly, a monster appeared in front of them. Sakura confirmed that Kirara was indeed invisible and told her to step back as the creature prepared to attack. He asked whether she had moved away, and she replied that she had. Sakura then defeated the monster, increasing his level by 14. Kirara observed that his attack had used septuple magical efficiency, remarking that seeing level 10 magic used at that range was incredible, though the mana consumption sounded impractical. Sakura said he probably wouldn't need it, but admitted that it was still a cool skill. She then mentioned that once players reached level 99, their magic level stopped increasing and they couldn't learn new skills. However, by resetting their level, they could level up again to acquire new abilities. She wondered aloud whether not resetting sounded better and asked what consumption meant in that context. Sakura admitted he had no idea either. A moment later, he discovered an item on the ground. When he picked it up, Kirara used her identification magic to check it and found that it was a healing seed. She explained that if they planted it and waited half a day, it would grow into a tree bearing medicinal and magical herbs. Sakura was impressed and thought it would be helpful if she could appraise his other items as well. Kirara said she could, but teased him for asking with his mouth open, saying it wasn't polite. Sakura handed over his belongings, and she identified each item for him. He thanked her afterward, and she happily said she was proving useful to him. At that point, Sakura noticed that he could finally see her again. Kirara explained that it was because she had been using her skills non-stop since morning, and her mana had drained completely. Sakura suggested that she should take a rest, to which she playfully asked if he was worried about her. He replied that she had helped him with the items, though in truth he was more concerned about her mind reading than her invisibility. She smirked and reminded him that her mind-reading magic was still active. They dug a small hole to plant the seed, and soon the sprout began to emerge. Sakura glanced at Kirara, wondering if something was wrong with her. She denied it, but when she noticed Gargantua standing nearby, she grew curious about what it was. Gargantua greeted her politely, asking to be allowed to guard her while she slept. Kirara was surprised and remarked that it looked like a dove, then said she would leave things in Gargantua's care. Sakura told her to go ahead and rest. Thanking him, she went inside the camp and lay down to sleep. Outside, Sakura remained with Gargantua, who commented that Kirara was truly a lovely girl. Sakura replied that she was more on the annoying side. Inside the tent, Kirara blushed furiously, thinking about how much she liked Sakura. She felt completely captivated. Her heart had been struck by a smooth criminal, as she put it, and she couldn't stop thinking that he was really cool. At the same time, she worried that if she didn't try to make a better impression, things might turn awkward between them. While she was lost in thought, Sakura called out to her, wondering if she was even listening. As he opened the tent flap, he told her he was cooking something and that if she was hungry, she could come eat. Embarrassed, she quickly pulled the curtain closed, saying she needed to clean off her makeup and calling him an idiot. Gargantua quietly told Sakura that he might have come at the wrong time. Realizing that, Sakura apologized to Kirara. She felt even more flustered, thinking that perhaps he still hadn't figured out what was really going on. The next morning, she did her makeup and came out to say good morning, only to find that the tree had grown incredibly fast. Sakura was flying in the sky, observing it, and mentioned that it just needed a bit more pruning before they could leave. He wondered if she wanted to give it a try too, and when he asked, she agreed. Gargantua helped her get closer, and she asked if Sakura was fine, despite not sleeping last night. Sakura replied that he was totally fine, but Gargantua pointed out that he had been dozing off several times earlier. Kirara called herself heartless, and then they both went to the 8th floor, where a large horde of goblins suddenly attacked. Sakura was shocked, and when Kirara went to help, she found herself struggling too. Sakura wondered where she was, as she seemed to have turned invisible. They were surrounded by goblins, and when she finally got closer to him, Sakura still couldn't tell where she was. He worried about her since she wasn't replying and shouted for her to answer. He thought about using offensive magic, but realized that it might put her in danger, so he decided to find her first and ensure her safety. She was getting excited by the fight, while Sakura kept calling out for her. Eventually, Sakura broke free from the goblins and slimes, and suddenly Kirara fell on a slime and became visible again, wondering what had just happened. Sakura was surprised and asked where she had suddenly appeared from, but she brushed it off and told him to focus on the incoming slimes. Soon, the king slime appeared, and Sakura felt that defeating it would give him a huge amount of experience. As it charged toward them at great speed, Kirara wondered how they could possibly keep up. Sakura used teleportation magic to get close to the slime and prepared to land a hit. Kirara, unable to see where Sakura was, felt a sudden wave of pressure and became confused. Sakura's level increased by 10,338, and both his teleportation and identification magic reached level 10. He obtained a rare drop and decided to check it. Kirara came over, wondering if he had already defeated the king's slime. Sakura confirmed it and showed her the item, explaining that it increased all stats by 100. She asked if he had used identification magic, and he said yes. Kirara then looked disheartened, thinking that he no longer needed her now that he could identify items himself. Feeling low-leveled and useless, she thought that being funny wouldn't be enough anymore. Sakura was confused and told her that he had never cared about usefulness in the first place. As long as they were having fun together, that was enough for him. Overjoyed, she hugged him, startling him completely. She said she didn't want him to look at her right now since her makeup was all washed off. Sakura wondered what was going on again, and she quickly stepped away, questioning what she was even doing. Sakura decided to act oblivious and avoided looking at her face. He mentioned that he was exhausted from lack of sleep and apologized, asking if she could just chat with Gargantua while he rested. As he fell asleep, Gargantua sat in front of Kirara, who felt embarrassed, thinking that Sakura might hate her now because she had gotten too excited and overdid things to the point that he wouldn't even look at her anymore. Gargantua remarked that it seemed like Kirara liked Sakura. She looked confused, but he told her not to worry, as Sakura had already fallen into a deep sleep barely 10 seconds after closing his eyes. She smiled faintly and agreed, saying that Gargantua was quite observant, then admitted that Sakura was really special to her. She revealed that they had been neighbors and used to spend a lot of time together. Sakura had always cared for her when she was a shy and introverted kid. Unlike her, he had many friends, but whenever she was around, he would turn them all down just to play with her. That always made her feel guilty, and one day she gathered the courage to ask why he preferred spending time with her. Sakura had looked surprised and asked if she didn't like him. She quickly replied that it wasn't like that. She was happy, but she was moody, a crybaby, and had no friends. Sakura said he understood what she meant and told her that as long as they were having fun, it was enough because she was an interesting person. She blushed at that moment, and before leaving, Sakura had told her that if she ever wanted to befriend someone, she should just gather the courage and talk to them directly. He had been such a fun person to be around, and those memories still shone brightly in her mind. She said that later, his parents had moved away for work and eventually remarried, which meant they had to part ways. But it was thanks to Sakura that she found the will to improve herself and change. Eventually, she chose the player name Kirara, which got approved after some time. Gargantua then mentioned that Sakura probably didn't recognize her and asked if she planned to tell him the truth. She replied that it had been years, and revealing it now would feel awkward and embarrassing. After all, thinking about who she used to be still made her flustered. She added that those memories were just the beginning, and even if Sakura had changed, she was still herself. She wanted to reach him again, but this time as Kirara. Suddenly, Izyuin appeared, asking if she happened to be a player. He gave her a cold, intimidating look as he approached. Izyuin launched a twisting spell of level 10 at Kirara, but before it could strike her, Gargantua moved swiftly and took the hit on his arm, letting it be cut down. He was relieved that he had managed to save Kirara and quickly used ice magic on Izyuin to trap him. With Izyuin frozen, Gargantua urged Kirara to run away with him. When she hesitated, worried about Sakura, Gargantua told her not to worry, assuring her that Sakura would be fine. Suddenly, Izyuin broke free from the ice barrier, calling them annoying toys. By then, Gargantua had already teleported with Kirara some distance away. Kirara, confused and anxious, wondered why Izyuin was attacking them. Gargantua told her to keep her head down, warning that it would be dangerous if she didn't. As Izyuin caught sight of them, he rushed to attack again, but Sakura stepped in between them. Izyuin was confused about why Sakura was stopping him. Sakura told him that he should be the one explaining first. Izyuin replied that he was only dealing with a threat. Sakura then asked why he was treating Gargantua and Kirara that way. Realizing they were Sakura's friends, Izyuin apologized and said not to misunderstand him. He was only responding to danger, and whether it was a human or a monster, he treated them the same. Sakura questioned if Izyuin always attacked people like that. Izyuin asked whether Sakura wanted to get in his way too, then activated his power and demanded to know if Sakura also had the Infinity Level Up ability. Sakura was shocked to hear the word also, and his expression hinted that he was suspecting something. Izyuin wondered aloud why, if that was the case, Sakura didn't use his power. They could have done whatever they wanted. Sakura replied that it wasn't something anyone should use. Izyuin questioned whether Sakura truly believed righteousness was the nature of humans. He said that if that was what Sakura thought, then he wouldn't consider himself human anymore, and he would kill Sakura. Sakura didn't respond, and the two stared at each other in silence. After a moment, Izyuin turned away, saying that Sakura should understand him since they were both infinity levelers, but now he realized that Sakura and his friends were dull and tasteless. Saying that, he left the place. Kirara and Gargantua later joined Sakura. After some time, while Sakura was cooking, Kirara noticed Gargantua's injured arm and apologized for what had happened. Gargantua told her he was simply glad she was safe. Meanwhile, Sakura was deep in thought. He recalled how Izuen had denied being bullied and had even seemed happy as a player, yet called Sakura and the others tasteless. Sakura couldn't understand why he had said that and wondered if Izuen's anger came from his own half-hearted interference and eventual retreat. He felt that he hadn't achieved anything back then. Noticing his troubled thoughts, Kirara glanced toward the pot of rice and mentioned that it might already be done. Sakura offered to take care of it, but she handled it herself, draining the water and calling him over. She told him she had used mind-reading magic on Izuen earlier, and it was still active, so she could sense some of his thoughts, and she felt that it was Izuen's fault, not Sakura's. Kirara went on, saying that Izuen had been rude for attacking them without reason, injuring Gargantua, and even daring to speak ill of Sakura. She added that she wanted nothing to do with someone like him, unlike Sakura, who was entirely different. Sakura pointed out that since she could read his mind, she must know how angry he was at the moment. Kirara smiled faintly and explained that her magic could only sense the outer layer of the heart, not the deeper emotions within. Still, she said she somehow knew what it was like inside him because he had always reached out to lonely souls. Realizing how sentimental she sounded, she quickly looked away and said it was nothing. Gargantua then joined the conversation, saying that he too had been alone for a long time in the dungeon. Even if solitude didn't bother them much, neither he nor Sakura could stand seeing others suffer from loneliness. That, he said, was why they were able to connect with people like Izuen. Sakura replied that he wasn't even sure if what Izuen felt was loneliness. Perhaps it was something else entirely. Still, there was no point in sitting around thinking about it. He suggested they finish the dungeon ahead of Izuen and wait for him at the bottom floor after eating their meal. Kirara agreed and asked if there was a way to reattach Gargantua's arm. Gargantua reassured her that it was fine. He could still use it. Then, to their surprise, he activated a spell through the severed arm, leaving both Kirara and Sakura astonished. Using her bow and arrows, Kirara fought fiercely against the monsters. When one of them lunged at her, she activated her invisibility skill and vanished from sight. The monster, confused by her sudden disappearance, looked around frantically, only for Kirara to reappear behind it and shoot an arrow straight through its back, defeating it instantly. Sakura approached her, curious, and asked if her bow and arrows came from the device on her wrist. She explained that it was all thanks to the magical drop Sakura had given her. It was essentially a level-enhanced item. Sakura praised her efforts, and she teasingly asked him to pat her head. He wondered why, but did it anyway, thinking it was no big deal. As they continued forward, Kirara suddenly stopped, noticing a strange button on the wall. She called Sakura over, puzzled about what it could be. Sakura, a bit confused himself, asked if she could even see it while invisible. She replied that perhaps it wasn't gone, but simply not visible, then used her power to check. When she confirmed it was real, she called Sakura a genius and took his hand, guiding it toward the button so he could feel it too. They hesitated at first, thinking it might be dangerous, but Kirara suddenly pressed the button using Sakura's hand. The ground began to tremble violently. Sakura was startled and asked what she had done. She quickly said it was Sakura who pressed it, not her. Moments later, a hidden passage opened before them. Sakura realized it was a tunnel system running beneath the dungeon. Kirara, excited, said it felt like they had made the right choice by pressing the button and eagerly stepped forward. Sakura asked her to calm down before rushing ahead. When they entered, both froze in shock. The tunnel was swarming with monsters. From behind, Kirara arrived and remarked that the dungeon didn't look like something anyone could finish. Sakura agreed grimly. Kirara readied herself to support him, but Sakura told her to stay back and keep her distance. Then, gripping his weapon tightly, he charged forward to attack the horde of monsters. He defeated all the monsters, raising his level by 6,685. When he returned, Kirara helped him recover, and he thanked her for the support. She smiled warmly and said she was impressed, wondering if his level had increased significantly. It had been around 40,000 when they first met. Sakura replied that it was probably because of his skill, which only required 1 experience point for every 1,250 gained. He admitted that it practically felt like a game bug, and Kirara agreed with a laugh. After that, Sakura suggested they collect the loot and move down to the next floor. Kirara agreed, and together with Kirara, the 3 of them advanced to the 20th floor. As they descended, Kirara shivered, saying it felt cold. Sakura mentioned that it might be the deepest level of the dungeon. She wondered aloud if that meant they were nearing the end. When she slowed down, Sakura pointed out a massive chamber ahead, saying it was likely the boss room. He noticed that Izyuin wasn't there, and several entrances surrounded the area, one of them being the secret passage they had discovered earlier, which turned out to be a shortcut. The fire magic didn't seem to work in that place, meaning the only way to win would be to cut off all 8 heads of the monster at once. Still, Sakura thought it was better than facing a Dullahan. Using his identification magic, he examined the creature, eager to learn more about what awaited them. Kirara looked at Sayoth, thinking that if she got in his way, it would be better to wait outside. She decided to hold on to his bag and told him he could go ahead. South thanked her, wondering why she was suddenly acting that way. She explained that she had only glanced at his hands and asked him to treat it as if she were there with him. She congratulated him for completing the F-rank dungeon, probably being the first to say those words to him. Sayoth told her not to get ahead of herself before he left to clear the dungeon. Kirara then told Gargantua that after the dungeon was completed, she would request some more head pads. When Sakura reached the floor boss, Yamata no Orochi, he was confronted by a swarm of giant, dragon-like snakes. He easily jumped in, cutting off their heads instantly, and his level increased by 21,745. After a while, Sakura noticed that Izyuin had also arrived. Izyuin rushed to attack, but Sakura stopped him. As Izyuin moved, Sakura captured him, forced him to lie on the ground, and tied his hands. Izyuin wondered if Sakura was using teleportation magic, noting that Sakura seemed to exert barely any strength on him. He asked why Sakura was attacking them, since the dungeon had already been cleared. Izyuin remarked that Sakura needed to perform better and then used twisting magic on him, landing a strike that sent Sakura into the wall. Afterward, he placed a leg on Sakura, commenting that Sakura was truly interesting. Sakura was shocked by the sheer power, and Izyuin reminded him that he had already said Sakura would need to do better. Sakura responded by creating fire to form 2 letters. Izyuin leapt away, and Sakura soared into the sky, preparing to kick him. However, Izyuin grabbed his leg mid-air, striking the ground and then countering with a kick, taunting Sakura about how it felt to be defeated by someone else. As they looked down, Sakura was stunned by Izyuin's attacks, realizing they resembled the reflective skills of a Dullahan, almost as if he were punching himself. He took a hit while assuming it wasn't a reflection. Sakura reflected that Izyuin had not possessed such power and speed initially, so it could not be a matter of leveling. The problem must lie in the skills themselves. Izyuin attacked Sakura once again, but Sakura blocked the punch, noting that it was a copy of either his level or stats. Izyuin then grabbed Sakura's hand and forced him to strike at the already damaged area again. He explained that after activating his skill by touching an opponent, his stats would adjust to be comparable to theirs, though not their skills or levels, and the effect would last until his MP ran out. Despite Sakura's stats being 8 times higher than Izyuin's, he still felt weak. He suggested they should talk, as he could not understand what Izyuin was thinking. Izyuin dismissed the notion, telling him to stop with the justice nonsense, which angered Sakura. Even as Sakura bled from a head wound, he mentioned that when they had reunited, he had been genuinely happy and had hoped they could be friends. Izyuin laughed, warning him not to attempt such things again, and implying that Sakura must have thought he was doing a good deed or sacrificing himself to help him. That day might have been an old tale for Sakura, but time had been meaningless for Izyuin ever since, and it was Sakura who harbored resentment. Izyuin struck Sakura again, but Sakura absorbed the blow and countered with lightning magic. Izyuin scattered the attack using twisting magic. Sakura remarked that if this was all, he would now defeat Izyuin. Izuen accused him of being hypocritical, while Sakura realized he truly did not understand the heart of what Izuen valued. They continued battling fiercely, the force of their attacks even causing Karara to be pushed back, and the fight proceeded at the same overwhelming speed. Karara wondered what was happening and realized she could not keep up with their pace. She also questioned what Sakura was even thinking. Izuen remarked that Sakura was now revealing his true nature, noting that it was fitting that Sakura was just like everyone else. He said that in this world, level was everything, and Sakura must yearn for it. As they locked in combat, Izuen prepared to punch Sakura, wondering if he was displaying too much confidence, and noted how favored Sakura seemed. He threw Sakura into a wall, then grabbed his face and dragged him along the wall, using twisting magic once more. Sakura admitted that Izuen was right. He was a hypocrite, weak, and had a flawed personality. Surrounded by overwhelming power, he had resorted only to violence in the past. He recalled leaving behind human relationships after realizing their monotony, though he had since changed and been blessed with good people. Sakura freed himself, rising up, which shocked Izuen because Sakura now appeared completely different from before. As Izuen prepared to strike again, Sakura countered, sending Izuen flying into a wall with flying magic and even throwing him away. The battle continued, with Izuen using twisting magic to attack, and under immense pressure, Sakura rushed to strike him from behind. Izuen realized that Sakura had teleported out of sight immediately after being hit, making him question whether Sakura had done it deliberately to exploit his growing power, speed, and agility, giving the impression that he was no longer the same person. Karara observed the lights surrounding Sakura and thought that such a glow usually appeared when a monster was defeated, so she wondered why it was emanating from Sakura. She questioned whether this meant their levels would reset, and pondered the significance of the consumption. Sakura called out to Izuen, saying that if no one else could knock some sense into him, he would be the one to do it, and that he was willing to burn all of his level for Izuen. Izuen, despite being severely injured, laughed and remarked that Sakura did not have the courage to actually follow through.